So, what, he's 150 to like 160 kilograms? No, bro. I wouldn't do much. Yes, I'll be faster than him. And yes, maybe I'll be able to hit more, but all he needs to do is hit me once or just lean on me. And it's long. It's a long day for me. So I have nothing to do with Thor. Nothing. I do not want anything to do with it. I don't know, maybe one day we could do like an exhibition and it'd be like for charity and it'd be a fun thing. But nah, not in serious. K, knowledge, S, strength, I, integrity, can never.
I'm nervous, y'all. I'm nervous. The NDLs are here! The NDLs are here! What's good, my brother? What's good, bro? I'm nervous. Bro, guys, my heart's pounding, bro. My heart's pounding, man. Bro, I've been watching this 8 years, bro. 8 years. Hopefully he doesn't go too hard on me.
Not in serious. K, knowledge, S, strength, I, integrity.
Bro. Scorpio, you'll W for putting this in the Reddit. You're also an L because he got on my ass. I'm nervous.
Damn, I looks like JiDion. Boy. I, integrity, can never catch a break. Damn, I looks like JiDion.
Oh shit!
S, strength, I, integrity, can never catch a break. Damn, that looks like JiDion. Boy, is it JiDion?
Bro, how the fuck this nigga 28? How old is KSI? He's like 27, 28, right?
Wait, hold on. What's up? What's he about to say about me?
KSI. He's 28. This nigga's 28 and he still don't got a fucking beard yet. Like, this nigga got a patchy. What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck did I say this? Hey, wait. I don't even remember saying this shit. What? Beard yet? Like, this nigga got a patchy. Bro, I don't even. When the fuck was this? This nigga's 28 and he still don't got a fucking beard yet. Like, this nigga that must have been DeMarcus talking.
Hey, bro! Nah, what? We gonna talk about my beard? Let's talk about your hairline, bro. Nah, bro.
Wait, nigga, chill! Whoa! Hell nah! You need to keep it at the beard. Bro, you have no room to talk about hairline. Hell no! We in the same boat with the hairline situation. You should have just let it be. You have no room to talk about hairline. Hell no!
Talk about my beard. Let's talk about your hairline, bro. Nah, bro, how dare you? Let's talk about your fucking hairline, bro. What's this? What's going on, bro? You can't come at me looking like some next man's uncle. Hey, you're the uncle that everyone keeps their kids away from them. Man trying to come up my beard. Shut up. How dare you? You thought you did something, man.
My nigga. KSI, bro. KSI, this you? Your hairline running away from you like little girls run away from EDP 445, bro. You cannot talk about hairlines, my nigga. Okay, yes, you still got hair. But that's because you got that Nigerian blood in you, bro. I don't got that Nigerian blood running through me. But hey, there is no shit to be found here. You can't even call this shit a hairline, bro. You can't even, bro. My nigga, bro. Bro, you have no room to talk. No room. I'm gonna just keep on playing.
No, bro. I got ammunition. Alright. Look, we're all not perfect. You wish you had a set of hair, alright? I know my forehead. I know I got.
This nigga's just funny! No! pissed this man off. I pissed this man off. This man hasn't shown his forehead since 2015. I pissed him off, y'all. I pissed him off, y'all. This man has not shown his hairline has been his hairline has not been seen on the internet. The only time he shows his hairline is whenever he's boxing. That's the only time we can get a glimpse. And right after, he puts that headband right back on. I pissed this man off. But bro, be honest, y'all. Be honest, bro. Would you rather what I have? Like, bro, like I you know, like yeah, my hair, like, bro, bro, I just need a little haircut and stuff like that. Go back bald, do my MJ. Be honest, y'all. Would you guys rather want what I have or what he has, bro? Would you rather want to have a restraining order, or would you just want to have like the golden dome? Which one? Restraining order or golden dome? Which one? Bro, like, no to both, neither. Damn. Bro, but like, this nigga can't even talk shit, bro. Like, my shit's not even a medical condition, bro. Like, niggas perform dark art magic on my shit, bro. Tyrone stole my hairline. He was practicing the mystical arts and just, like, poof, abracadabra my hair away, bro. Like, what happened to your hairline, bro? At least I have an excuse. Tyrone took my hairline away. You were just born this way. I was born like this. Like, you were just born this way, bro. I have an excuse. Damn. This man really took off the fucking do-rag. I mean, the headband. Fuck. That's bad.
A big-ass forehead. But, bro, my shit don't go that far back, alright? And at least I can grow this. Alright? You can't say shit. Man, you too funny. I am jealous of your beard, though, man.
Yeah, bro. All right. He showed some love. He showed some love. He showed some love. You know, I do have the beard. The beard is a very redeeming factor. This nigga just need to give it up, bro. Damn.
Yo, what's up?
I love KSI.
That shit is bad.
Bro, I love KSI, bro, but like, God.
What you mean? Who's this other dude? Who's this other guy?
Leave Hersey alone. Leave Hersey alone.
Who are you? Who are you, bro? I can buy you. I can buy you, fam.
Bigger than black and white.
Whoa. I thought we were just doing some friendly British banter, but whoa. BLM in the chat, y'all. Wow. BLM in the chat. You know what? I might have a fucking clapped hairline. I might not be able to grow dreads, but I'm not racist. I'm not gonna buy another black man. KSI, that man you say you can buy.
He
is half black.
Who are you, bro? I can buy you.
It's bigger than black and white.
What do you mean by that?
I can buy you, fam.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
It's bigger than black and white.
I have enough money to buy you. Shut up.
God damn, let it go, bro. Just let the shit go.
Boy, KSI.
Wait, why was I on his ass like that though? That's what I'm trying to. Why was? Like I had no, bro. I don't know. Sometimes I just like get lost in my thoughts, and like you guys know, I go on rants. Like, bro, I don't.
This dickhead. I'm not letting it go, man. I might shape it up a little bit. I might try to fix it up. Fuck you, bro.
What the fuck you gonna shape up?
I'm gonna. I might try to fix it up a little bit. Fuck you, bro. I'm gonna embrace this. Come on, then. What? Oh, Come on, man. What is this?
It's just so funny because I'll never forget someone put in the Reddit that little roly thing that helps like stimulate hair growth, and they were like, "Yo, KSI, you need to buy this." And it got like 50,000 upvotes, and like people were like, "Bro, if you buy this, it'll help you grow." He's like, "Yeah, I already tried it. I already tried it, mate." He said, "I already tried it, mate. I tried it for 6 months. It didn't do nothing." Bro, bro, if one of y'all can link me that video on Twitter where he was like, "I already tried it, mate." Bro, I was crying. He said, "I tried that." He said he tried the Reggae. This nigga said he tried everything, bro. That shit was so funny.
Fuck off. We've already done this. We've already clowned my beard. Why are we doing this again? Go on, JJ.
KSI, I thought he was actually on my ass, but he was chilling. WSI in the chat, y'all. Wasai in the chat. WSI, bro. Hey, man. Fuck, that was funny as fuck, man. That's crazy, dog. That's crazy, man. One of my favorite YouTubers. Fucking just knowing who I am, bro. That's like inspirational, bro. Cause I say it on all the podcasts and stuff like that, but he was a huge reason for me wanting to even start making YouTube videos. Like just seeing him go out in public and fucking like not be afraid and just being confident as fuck. Like that shit like gave me a boost, y'all. Like, bro, I'm gonna show you guys something real quick, bro. This is me. This is me 6th grade year, bro. 6th grade year. And I was watching KSI and like, bro, as you guys can see, man, like this little nigga didn't have no type of confidence, bro. At all. But just seeing someone just like have the balls just to go out and do like the most outlandish stuff and just be so like confident in himself. Like I was like, wow. I was like, bro, if I could even be half as confident as him, like I would take over the world. And then you know what's crazy? You know the craziest thing is, like fast forward, y'all niggas be talking to me like that. Y'all be like, bro, JiDion, you be giving me confidence to like, bro, fuck what other people think, bro. Let me go out and just be me. And like that should be like, bro, like I'm not posting videos to try to inspire y'all, bro. I'm just trying to post like funny videos just to give you guys entertainment, but you guys find like another layer behind the entertainment, and that shit's fire, bro. That shit's fire as fuck. Someone said W beta, but hey, man, that's crazy, bro. That was a W video. Bro.
I don't even smoke weed, but I feel high when I'm next to you, babe. Used to be my girl, used to be my boo thing. Now I'm telling everybody you my boo thing, you my boo thing.
Oh, that's a KKK member.
Yo,
what is he throwing up?
Yo, he's part of the set.
What the? What is he? What is
Yo,
he throwing up?
He's saying what's up.
What the
He's
fuck?
saying what's up. Can I go dap him up, bro? So this is Kanel's new video. It's I joined the most racist town in America.
As you guys can tell by the thumbnail and the title, we're in the world's most racist town in America, and that is Harrison, Arkansas, or Zinc. But in all reality, I feel like that's a lie. I just feel like it's really not that racist. I don't mind racist. I'd rather someone be racist than fake because it lets me know they're, openly, honestly do not like me because of my skin color. Anybody that's out there that's racist, man, I guess hats off. I don't know. Before we actually do this prank, I decided, why not go see if people are actually racist? We're gonna put these signs, I heart black people signs, on people's lawns and see if, they are black people. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. What do you want it at?
What is it?
I can leave right here. Did you order this? I'm pretty sure you ordered this. What's your Bill?
Bill.
Yeah.
No, my name's Bob.
The other B. Damn. So that's probably what it was.
I mean, I like that.
You like it?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not for you.
No, huh?
Okay.
No,
I just wanted to let you know we dropped off your sign for you. We put it right there.
I did not order a sign.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Do you want to still keep it?
No, I don't want it to keep it.
I can just leave it right over there if you want.
Unless you put it in the trash can, do not leave it here.
Whoa!
Speaking in black and white.
Yeah, I was just dropping off your signs. My boss said it was this address.
You realize the Ku Klux Klan is still prevalent.
Do you want these signs
Speaking
here?
in black and white.
Honey, we have no problem.
This is a fucked up town.
Oh, okay.
Is it?
Letting him know.
It's sad situation. But
Oh.
Okay, it's just more than him.
Okay, that makes sense.
W man.
And good luck to you, but
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
No.
this town is just,
So just be safe.
you're safe where you are, but
Okay.
they are still very aggressive.
Yo, chat, be honest. Who will win in an all-out brawl? The Crips and Bloods versus the Ku Klux Klan, bro. Grand Wizard? Okay. Negate their magical abilities, bro, okay? So we're gonna nerf the KKK a little bit. We're just gonna go, like, band for band. Bro, band for band. Are any Ku Klux Klan members hitting a spread, though, in all honesty? KKK got numbers? There's no way there was more. Let me see. Indiana, 240,000 members. Ohio, 195,000 members. Texas, 190,000 members. Pennsylvania, 150,000 members. What the? Oh yeah, we're not winning this one. Oh yeah, because I feel like the Crip and Bloods numbers aren't even like there, bro. Like, bro, join the Crips and Bloods, bro. We're lacking. Like, really, what is wrong with y'all? You guys are already all in the same neighborhood and shit. You can't just gang up together. You're letting more niggas in Indiana? Who the fuck lives in Indiana?
I just dropped off your sign just to let you guys know.
what sign's that?
Did you guys not order it?
Yeah, we didn't know.
Oh,
No, we ain't ordering no shit like that.
Wait, bro, chat, bro. Brody's knife is literally stabbing his dick. What the? What? One bad move, his wee-wee is gone.
Couldn't get off this property though.
Oh, my fault. Do you want it by chance or no?
No, we don't want it.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. That was quick. What the fuck? Is he that pissed?
Oh. Yo.
That's a KKK member.
Oh, shit. That's a KKK member. Bro, is he?
Yo.
What is he throwing up?
Yo, he's part of the
that
set.
motherfucker's different.
Yo, he's gang.
Oh, what
Yo,
the
don't
fuck?
dap him up.
What the? What is he? What is
Yo,
he
what's
throwing
good? He's
up?
saying what's up.
What the
He's
fuck?
saying what's up. Can I go dap him up, bro?
Yo, bro went to 0. I didn't even get to say anything. He's like, nah, get that out of here. That guy was definitely a member. Everybody else was chill and they didn't care and they were all nice. But that guy, I don't know what he was on. Flexed his tattoo. I don't know what signs he was throwing up. Barry didn't get it on camera, but the guy started chasing the van. All jokes aside, right now, we're currently being followed. I don't know who it is, but we're being followed. If you want to get the angle, that car's been like following us for a minute. So he's taking every single turn. He's following us right now.
Great.
That shit is insane. Right
No, it's
now.
not insane. You're in the
lie.
wrong part of town,
No
boy.
reason to make this turn.
Oh shit, he is making a turn. Yep.
Hey, well, they're making sure you get out of
But
town,
the way he showed off
boy.
those tattoos and he was chasing the freaking van, I think that guy was definitely in the Klansman. If you guys can let me know what that meant, like on his stomach and
It
stuff,
meant you're in
please
the
let me know.
wrong side
That was
of
actually
town.
like the first scary experience when I was doing something.
Well.
We're taking every single turn.
Well.
Go back.
The monkey hopped on the wrong tree. You reached for the wrong banana, monkey. Well.
To the
Oh shit.
what?
He just waved to me.
Just go back towards the town. Just keep going. Just keep going. Is he still following?
Yes.
We're done with this bit. Like, this is all jokes aside.
The monkey
Bro, I
don't
think
want to
that guy
joke
was actually
around no
Klansman.
more, huh?
He had somebody follow us for a minute. They got the license plate. And this is actually the first time I've actually ever got nervous doing a prank. But Harrison, Arkansas, there actually are some people that really, really hate black people. Everybody else is all chill and happy and stuff. But that guy, I didn't even say a joke. All I did was show him the sign, and like I could just feel his energy just being pissed and mad. I don't know if they can hear me, but my heart was racing. Like, I'm usually not scared and shit, but oh fuck. I'm not gonna lie. If you can't beat them, join them. This shouldn't even be funny right now, but fuck.
A baboon being a baboon. Even in the good graces of the good white man, he still can't help himself. You can't beat DNA. DNA is just in your body. See, the basketball people, It's just an itch. It's like you have Tourette's. They just have to shoot at one another or steal from one another. It's quite sad. It is quite sad. The greatest gift the white man ever gave us is gentrification. Well. This brother saw the light.
I'm white, racist, and blind.
My brother! White power! White power, my brother! Right power! You finally seen the light. Now all you need to do is go where that Jackson Michael went, lighten up that tarnished skin, and you'll finally be one of us. You gotta chill. Yo, okay, I'm not even lying. Imagine if I was white. Like, bro, imagine like the fucking outrage. Oh, you think this is it? You think this is it, chat? Bro, I didn't do the salute. I was like reaching for something, bro. I didn't do the salute, chat.
Is there anything that you recommend? I'm just trying to look for some like country music that has like banjos. I'm not looking for any of that rap crap music, you know? What is this in your hand?
Michael Jackson, Off the Wall.
Ooh, yeah. I remember back in the day, I used to hate Michael Jackson. But now, I don't know what the reason was, but I like him. Are you a white brother?
I'm a white brother.
Oh, yes, sir. What album is this one?
That's Off the Wall.
Off the Wall. Is he white or black in this one?
He's black in this one.
Oh, nope. I don't want that one. I only want the white one. Do you got any of them fans that actually like, is very comfortable and feels good when I go to sleep?
Yeah, we do. What are you looking for? You want something like a white noise fan?
White noise.
White noise.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Yes, Bubba. That's what I'm looking for. The white noise.
White noise.
I love white noise.
Yeah, white noise. White noise.
Do they have any books here?
Yeah, they do.
He loves to read to me, so I was trying to find like something that is like informational. You got any history books?
History books?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How much was it again?
It was $12.60.
Is that a 5 with Abraham Lincoln on there?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, he used to be my favorite president.
Was he?
You know, he was supposed to free the slaves, but he actually made them free. I ain't like that. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
You know where the bathroom is?
Yes, I do.
Your voice sounds a little light for a sir.
Yeah, I'm not a sir.
What are you, ma'am?
Ma'am.
Ma'am? Are you sure?
Last time I looked, yeah.
I think you gotta look again. No, I was wondering if you can help me find the beans, like the section. What's your name, by the way?
My name's Tim Garrison.
Tim Garrison.
My name's Chuck Fuck Harrisburg.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. Pinto beans. Up there they are. I got it up here. Nah, you got black beans there.
What?
I'm sorry, that's what it said. Did anybody tell you that you were black?
No, I'm white.
Oh.
Am I not white?
No, you are. But them black beans and
black. I can't be touching them black beans.
I feel so sorry for you. I could just cry.
Excuse me, man. You smell really good.
Hey!
Are you single by chance?
Hey, Cadell!
You sure?
You got it. You got it. Cadell's him. Cadell's him. Cadell's him. This shit was too funny.
Let me find the beans, like the section. What's your name, by the way?
My name's Tim Garrison. What's yours?
My name's Chuck Fuck Harrisburg.
Well, it's good to meet you. Pinto beans. Up there they are. I got it up here. Nah, you got black beans there.
What?
I'm sorry, that's what it said. Did anybody tell you that you were black?
No, I'm white.
Oh.
Am I not white?
No, you are. But them black beans and
black. I can't be touching them black beans.
I feel so sorry for you. I could just cry.
Excuse me, ma'am. You smell really good. Are you single by chance?
No.
You sure?
I'm sure. Bye-bye.
Would you like a strong, healthy white man like me?
A white man?
Yeah.
You're a black man, honey.
Are you sure? Because I can't be black.
I'm sure.
That's disappointing. Something stinks. Do you have any fears?
No.
Are you sure it's not a job application? Interesting. Is it not a whip? Is it not a chain?
No.
Excuse me, madam.
Oh.
Are you single by chance?
Why?
You smell delightful.
Thank you.
Where you at? Hello? By chance, are you colored? I'm a white male. Are you one of them solar eclipse babies?
No, I guess guess I am white as well.
Ah, nice to see you, brother.
I guess it's nice to see you too.
If you see any blacks, you run the opposite direction and you call the cops. You hear me?
Of course.
If he changed his race, we need to patch that next update. Brother, is that you?
Nah, keep pushing, bro. I ain't your brother, bro.
Just looking for my white brother.
No, I'm not white. I'm black, bro.
I just identify as white.
Keep it pushing before I knock you the hell out of her.
Whoa.
You ain't white, you black. You black, you ain't white.
Not even on the whole shit, bro, but like, Brody's actually, Brody failed the social experiment.
Brother.
No, I'm not white. I'm black, bro.
I just identify as white.
Keep it pushing before I knock you the hell out of her, bro. You ain't white, you black. You black, you ain't white. Keep it pushing before I knock you the hell out, bro. Bro, you better walk by.
Okay.
Bro.
Don't knock me out.
You ain't white, you black.
I was adopted.
He wasn't no adopted. Get that out your fucking head.
That's what I had to say. When one of them colors came into my restaurant, I had to remind him, you're black! You're black! Man, I ought to knock you out, you black! You know what I bet he's allergic to? A job application.
To be truthful, that was very motivational. Almost made me feel proud to be black. Good thing I'm still white and proudly racist. Excuse me, madam.
Stop, y'all. You should be on TikTok or YouTube.
Are you colored?
Yes.
Get the hell out of here. This is my town.
I'm white.
Oh, you're white?
White pie! Down with the
Yes! Yes! Finally!
White
Yes!
Down with the
Down with them all! Down with them all!
I don't know what my fellow brothers and sisters are doing, but we need to patch that update. We need to stick to your color and be proud.
You with the camera.
Huh? What happened, sir?
You shush.
What happened?
Shush. Whoa. Hey, yo! Hold up! Okay, chat. Hold up. We've been joking around a lot, but hold up, chat, hold up. I'm done joking around now. No, wait. Did he just hush him? Wait, chat, we've been joking around a lot, okay? But let's okay, can we please get some, whoa, he just ran into the wizard.
You with the camera.
What happened?
You're gonna get sued.
Block his ass.
What happened?
Yeah, block his ass.
Sir.
Hey, you just walked in front of me. You're not blind.
Oh. How did you get me?
Because I'm not stupid.
Oh,
You.
Ouch.
Don't even try it.
Stop.
Don't even try it.
I'm not.
I'm gonna fucking sue your ass and your ass.
Don't sue me.
Why not?
Because I don't want to get sued. I don't have money.
I don't give a fuck what you got. I have 2 black grandchildren.
Oh.
So don't even start your stupid fucking shit.
You goddamn! Oh, you almost made me say it. You almost made me say it. One of you colored BBCs defiled my baby, and now I got 2 half solar eclipses that I gotta rock to sleep and put into my will. You gosh darn, ooh, you number 3 pieces. I can't stand you. Damn you all to hell. Damn you all to hell.
Please hurt me.
Oh, yeah, right. Motherfucker, I told you.
Stop.
Fuck you, bitch.
Yes! Show your power!
I'm gonna sue you.
Show the power!
Hey, back up, boy.
We're on the same team.
You gonna do something? What you gonna do?
We're on the same team. Stop, sir.
No, brother. I know you a hybrid. I see you're a hybrid. But you at least got 50% good in you. Now why would you turn against the superior race? Let natural selection run its course. The strongest always survive. Gosh darn it.
We're on the same team.
You gonna do something? What you gonna do?
We're on the same team. Stop, sir.
Who the fuck do you
It's a
think
public
you
space.
My name's Chuck.
This is my uncle,
But
bro.
you gotta have permission
This is my
to
uncle.
film me.
Hey, leave my blind uncle alone.
Hey, W
I don't know
Man,
what
W
that guy was
Man.
on. Like,
W
I'm
Man,
telling you,
whoever that
we're
kid
walking
was, that
right
was a
back to the
W.
car, and that wasn't even planned or even staged. You can ask them. Like it came out of nowhere, bro. And whoever that guy was, hey, I apologize if I made you mad, but hey, you shouldn't have been that mad. We're in public. Like that's what made it even funnier. It was like, bro, we're in public. What are you talking about filming?
Wrong music, my brother. Wrong music.
Wait to meet a fellow brethren who has the same mindset as me. And when I say same mindset, I mean exactly the same.
There you go.
Tom!
Tom's right here.
How you doing, Tom? I'm a big fan.
Oh, thank you. Get around pretty good for being blind.
Thank you.
Hey, wait, hold up. I'm not gonna lie, chat.
Tom, I'm a big fan.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, chat. This is a beautiful thing right here. Pootie made him like us, bro. Pootie made him like us, man.
I'm pretty good.
Look, the dog's not even barking.
Thank you. As a fellow brother, as you, I'm just glad to be in your presence. I don't know what to say.
I'm just an average guy.
I like to be around average guys than, you know, them solar clip babies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't like them tar babies.
Tar babies.
I heard a lot of people call this town racist. I don't think it's racist, if I'm being honest. I think it's you guys are speaking truth. As a fellow white guy as me, I think it's very, very understanding where you're coming from.
No, you're not, and you know it. Don't trust white people that tell you you're white. Generally, don't trust white people. That hadn't worked out for black people in the past.
Hey, wait, yo. Hey, wait, Tom's low-key spitting, chat. Tom's low-key spitting. Our ancestors were promised a fucking majestic cruise ship, and we all see how that went down. So you know what, Tom? We're gonna take your word. That's a good. Let him cook.
When they got on that luxury ship, little did they know it wasn't where they were going or a luxury ship.
That's what I just said! That's what I just... Chat, I promise I didn't watch it! Chat! Bro! Finally someone understands where I'm coming from, chat.
I have my caretaker, and she says on my ID, it says I'm a white male. I can't be black. Yeah.
That's how you self-identify.
Do you not feel my skin and like my hand? I have to be white. My hair.
Sorry to break it to you, but you already know it.
This whole time I just thought I was a fellow brethren. Are you breaking my balls, Tom?
No.
Are you jerking my meat?
Nope. I generally don't do that.
Yo, Zach, it's Tom being for real. I can't be black.
I've been telling you this whole time. He wouldn't listen to me.
Mm.
Can you give him a hug? He's really sad.
Oh!
Don't let them hurt you. Because you know why they're treating you that way?
Why?
Because they're not happy with themselves.
Thank you a lot.
You're welcome.
Tom, I appreciate your time. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Bro. What the fuck?
What happened?
He believed it. Tom, if you ever see this, I'm not actually blind, but you know, I just kind of wanted to see like how you were, and I mean, you're like probably one of the nicest people I met. All right, so we're currently going to the high school. So there's some fans here. So people told me to pull up. I'm gonna pull up, see what's happening. Oh shit.
Chat, man. I'm gonna just end it there, man. Run this video up right now, chat. Like, bro, literally leave my stream. I'm gonna just say, white noise. From now on, chat, when you know what white noise means, chat. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, bro. This was an amazing video, bro. This is like, oh, he cooked, bro. This got me wanting to get back in the lab, bro. This got me wanting to make the EDP video even better, bro. Yo, by the end of this series, chat, Canel is, he's probably gonna surpass me, bro.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That was probably one of the best videos I've ever seen in my life, bro.
The racist town?
Yes.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Deadass. Deadass means a lot, man.
That video was amazing, bro. Bro, it had me, bro, man. If you keep up this level, you're gonna pass me up, bro. And I'm here for it.
All right, bro. Get off my tip now.
Bro, I'm being for real, man.
Bro, I can't pass you, man.
I already knew you were him, but like this one, like reassure, like it's like I knew you were him, but this one made me say I wasn't familiar with your game.
It's the most racist one that makes me, bro. I feel so bad because there's some people that probably think like I see the comments like, bro, this is a coon right here.
Bro,
like,
fuck them niggas, bro. Them are niggas that can't like laugh at themselves, bro. Like,
yeah,
if niggas can't laugh at themselves and they lost, like, bro, that dude that was getting mad at you. Like, you're black! You're black! Like, bro, fuck that dude. Bro, please tell me this one's doing good on the re-upload.
Yeah, it's doing good. It's just obviously the first one was doing way better. And, like, some of it just felt a little rushed because we had to take stuff out. But I guess that's just how YouTube is. So, you know, you take some, you win some, you take some. You win some, you lose some. What am I even saying? But, yeah, it's doing good. But, you know, things happen. We're just going to keep grinding. We got a lot of good stuff coming out. The next episodes or the next two are probably my favorite so far that we filmed. So
even more than this one?
Huh?
Even more than this one?
I don't know. What would you say, Barry? Like, out of this one was a pretty good one, but do you think the next two might be?
Mississippi's gonna be really good.
Mississippi. So Mississippi is the next one. This one's Tennessee. That's coming out next week, and then the next one is going to be Mississippi. I think I really like Mississippi too.
Hey man, bro, we're here for it, man, bro.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you, deadass, bro. Hey, you motivated me. Like, I know. Whenever you get back to that first video, because you haven't posted in a month, it's gonna be a banger. But you know, whenever I see like you go crazy and have like good ideas, it motivates us to get back in the lab and just like be a little bit more creative and getting like the fire ideas down. So, deadass for sure. I gotta get you. I gotta get you on a video, bro. We gotta go to the state.
I'll fly out, bro. I'll fly out whatever state you're at. I'll fly out.
You know, you already know. We already have like a lot of crazy ideas. So definitely for sure, I'm gonna let you know what states, and deadass we're gonna need you a part of the series, bro.
Hey man, bro, keep up the great work, dog.
Thank you, man. Just like I said, man, watch your back. You know, you got one of your biggest obstacles after you right now, man. I would sleep with one eye open.
Bro,
you know?
watch your back, bro. You got the KKK after you.
Hey, man, look.
Brody threw up the set. I mean, Brody said West Side.
Bro, I'm in Atlanta. YSL. This is the town. They don't want to come here. They don't want to come here, my guy.
YSL's in shambles. They got niggas acting insane. They're like,
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I'm in Atlanta. That no KKK person is smart enough to come out here. Maybe if I go to what other states? That's it. Maybe Kentucky, but no, not Atlanta. They wouldn't step foot in Atlanta.
hey, man,
So
bro. Keep up the great work,
appreciate
man.
you, bro.
Everybody in chat loved it. Chat, go. Just say W video in his comment section. Get it back in the algorithm for him, man. Go
Bro,
like
thank
the
you.
video.
Deadass, bro. Bro, you know it's love all the way over here, man. I appreciate you a lot.
I appreciate you too, Canal, man. You be safe, dog. I feel like motivate me the most. The people where it's like when their upload, it's like, oh, I gotta be on my A game. Like it's Nico, Canal.
I don't even smoke weed, but I feel high when I'm next to you, babe. Used to be my girl, used to be my boo thing. Now I'm telling everybody you my boo thing, you my boo thing.
Yo, Moist Critical pulled up on Sneeko. Did you guys see that? Chat, did you guys see that? On everything. Moist, he got pissed. He was like, this nigga Sneeko's keep on calling it a clip when it's a magazine. Bro, he wasn't playing around. That boy Moist Critical wasn't playing. We're gonna react to Sneeko meets Charlie. That's crazy. That's crazy. Charlie pulled up on Sneeko!
I'd love to see that little soy boy come up here and mess with me. You all know he ain't gonna say anything to my face. What? Is that Charlie? What the? Hey, yo, baby. Can you and your man take this into the other room, please? Hey, yo, baby. Can you and your man take this into the other room, please?
Bro!
JiDion just
Wait, hold
I am
on.
almost.
What does me Kenyon have against Sneeko? This boy, oh my god, he's always on his ass.
Please, I can't hear myself think with all that love making you're doing.
Fine,
Thank you
whatever.
so much,
No
baby.
problem. No problem,
Sneaky. No problem. It's Sneeko. It's Sneeko.
Charlie pulled up. Charlie pulled up.
Yo, chat. Charlie is at my door. What should I say to him? What do you want, you little soy boy loser? Nice. What the hell is that?
Oh shit. Oh, Charlie not playing no games. He's tired of you calling it a clip. It's a magazine, Sneeko. It's a magazine.
Charlie's at my bedroom door. What do I do?
What do I do? L take.
Hey! This is private.
Oh my god. Mid Canyon's violate. And it's crazy because Sneeko can't you can't respond to this. Like, but how the fuck is Sneeko gonna respond to an animator? There's nothing Sneeko can do. This is a holy L. And I can't confirm because I stayed over at Sneeko's house for a couple days. Sneeko does be skipping leg day. I can't confirm that.
Property! You better leave! He's not leaving. Okay, alright, fine. Sorry, Charlie, but you asked for this! Chat, I'm out of ammo.
Chat, I'm out of ammo.
I gotta find another clip.
It's a magazine!
A magazine. You better get out of here. Charlie, I'm actually a huge fan. I watch your stuff all the time. Just let me turn off my stream and I don't know, maybe we can talk this over, okay? Let go of me! Andrew Tate wept.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
There's nothing that gets me more hard than my favorite movie, Paddington 2. This movie is like if you combined Belle Delphine's tiny little tits and something else that's good, I don't know. Anyway, that's it for today. See ya.
FaceTime Sneeko. If Sneeko doesn't actually answer, Charlie actually killed him. He's actually dead if he doesn't answer. If Sneeko doesn't answer, he's actually dead in real life, IRL. Damn, that's crazy, bro. You know what? I got a take I want to give. I'm not gonna lie, chat. RIP. Okay, this is the one time I will give you guys permission to say RIP somebody in the chat. Okay, you can say RIP Sneeko. You can say RIP Sneeko. This one time, chat. Okay, but bro, listen. I'm not gonna lie though. I feel like wait, is he calling me back? I thought he's calling me. Me personally, I feel like Sneeko is the only person on the current. Okay, I guess Andrew Tate, but I don't even think Andrew Tate is that hate. Like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, I feel like Sneeko's the only internet personality that could be this hated and be mentally okay to like continue. You feel me? Cause bro, I'm not gonna lie though, everybody dogs on Sneeko. Everybody, bro. Anytime he tweets, he breathes, makes a statement, bro. Like, only Sneeko can survive this level of... I'm not gonna lie, at this point, it's harassment. I mean, he be harassing other people, but at this point, it's harassment. Like, bro, look at this, chat. Nigga got the cuties fucking... Bro, they know everything about this nigga, bro. You guys gotta realize, Sneeko's whole life has been on YouTube. We've seen Sneeko grow up from a jit on the YouTube platform. So they have so much ammunition against this nigga. Bro, he's literally the perfect punching bag. Because when you have a punching bag, you need to make sure that it's durable to never break on you. And one thing I will give Sneeko that nobody ever gives him his props, that nigga's not gonna break. I really like, it's crazy. I thought he would have been and broke, but this nigga has not broke yet. He has not, but he's still here. He's still here taking these punches. That's crazy, bro. Hey, that was an amazing video. Hey, it's crazy how fast he did it. Bro, he like made that shit like that, bro. That's crazy. And now this shit's gonna go viral, bro. Hey, man. Shout out to me, Kenya, bro. That was amazing. That was amazing. All right, chat. What are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do now? Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta get a statement from Sneeko. I gotta make sure he's still alive.
I don't even smoke weed, but I feel high when I'm next to you, babe. Used to be my girl, used to be my boo thing. Now I'm telling everybody you my boo thing, you my boo thing.
Inside of 764, it really was a culture of kids exploiting other kids in the network, as Bradley was still a minor himself at this time. He groomed countless members and created original content. He claimed to have collected several terabytes of CP, and one time he posted a video that a user said showed a sex act involving a baby.
And this is the thing that disgusting pred that we got beat up rolled on his chest, bro. As you guys know, when we did the boxing match against C-Bot, he tattooed 764 on his chest, right? I had no idea what that was. I've never heard of their organization before, but a lot of people told me that this is like one of the worst cults. They've done a lot of horrible things to children. Apparently, a lot of them got arrested. And you know what? You know, if I'm gonna be a predator catcher, I need to know about organizations like this. So we're gonna react to this video today by Kraden764, the internet's most disturbing cult. And viewer discretion is advised.
I've researched a lot of dark topics for this channel, but the stuff towards the end of this video is disturbing to the point where it was difficult for me to deal with. So please consider this a warning. Today, we are covering the internet cult 764, which is known to do things so horrific that they are classified as a terrorist organization by the US government. Right now, every single FBI field office is hunting for the cult leaders, and there are more than 250 ongoing FBI investigations. This is truly an unending rabbit hole, and it reveals what may be the most depraved and evil organization ever born from the internet. This is the emerging story of Cult 764. In order to better understand what has happened in the past couple years, we first need to trace the origins of the 764 network and talk about the founder who put all of this into motion in the first place. Everything started when Bradley Cadenhead, a 15-year-old from Texas, became involved with a Discord server named Cult. This server is important because it inspired Bradley to create 764 a few months later, and it also introduced him to certain strategies on how to exploit other children. He learned much of this knowledge from Rohan, who was the founder of the Cult server and also a master manipulator.
Chat, man, you know, we only focus about predators being older people and stuff, but man, kids can be predators too, man. Kids can harm other kids. So just as much as you gotta look out for adults, you gotta also look out for other kids, man. You gotta make sure who are your kids hanging around? What are these people about? How are they being raised, bro? Because there's some child monsters out here, bro. Like what? Wasn't there that 16-year-old kid who just like violated he essayed his stepsister and then murdered her? 16. Bro, there's monsters out here, y'all. All ages.
He would recruit minors who he considered to be vulnerable on Instagram and Roblox, and then he would pretend to be in a romantic relationship with them in order to obtain nude photos, addresses, and other personal information. As soon as he obtained that first piece of leverage, he knew that he had complete control, and literally began referring to his victims using the word slaves from that point onward. He'd blackmail them into live streaming degrading acts such as harming themselves and creating CP, but the true nature of this is not covered until the final chapters of this video. The relevant thing to know right now is that Rohan seemed to view grooming as a form of entertainment, and he derived great pleasure from watching them suffer. As he explained it, quote, "My ultimate goal is to create an endless supply of masochistic people to satisfy my sadism, and my cult is existing for that very reason." In the same message, he boasted about how everything he did was legal, and also explained that he didn't care about blackmail being unethical. He said, "We lack morals and ethics as we think they are not necessary." According to his nihilistic ideology in the cult server, ethics were seen as a weakness that needed to be eliminated from everybody. It seemed the many other members of the server agreed, including Bradley, whose mental state was now deteriorating rapidly.
He looks like a school shooter, bro. Like, I don't know how to explain it. He looks eerie.
Bradley had become absolutely consumed by the cult server, and during the pandemic in 2020 and early 2021, he literally never left his house, where, quote, "his room, the bathroom, and the online chat room was his entire existence." He became fully immersed, slowly transforming from a kid who never missed church to an abuser who made blood oaths to Satan. Bradley was already a troubled teen prior to his engagement in any of this.
And this is the thing that disgusting pred that we got beat up rolled on his chest, bro.
As he was relentlessly bullied as a child, and he even threatened to become a school shooter. His parents got divorced, and it is suspected that his mother abused him, although this is unconfirmed. In middle school, his teacher overheard him repeatedly talking about bombs and weapons, and he was seen repeatedly watching extreme gore videos using the school computers. This escalated to the point where he was actually charged with making terroristic threats, and he was put on juvenile detention for a period of 1 year. All of that backstory is to say, when Bradley eventually joined the cult server, he was no stranger to the graphic violence and the dehumanizing content that he found there. The thing that was new to him, though, was the extreme level of manipulation and blackmail. And that is the exact moment when he decided to start 764. In early 2021, Bradley, quote, "stopped caring about anything," and he reached a breaking point. He had completely withdrawn from society by this time, and his only human interactions were these toxic echo chamber chat rooms with other depressed and nihilistic teenagers. He hadn't been attending school in person for a while now, but January 2021 is when he officially dropped out of high school. Within 1 month, he had started the 764 Discord. The following events were all part of a carefully arranged plan by Bradley. He brought along all of his philosophies and the stuff he learned in the cult server, but this time, he was the leader who had all of the control. Going by the username Felix, he started setting up the server and adding a few of his friends, and then, just a short while later, 764 was officially operational. The name was based on his zip code, as these were the first 3 numbers in his hometown of Stephenville, Texas. The logo featured this number, along with some other symbols related to Satanism. It didn't look like much at the time, but this server was about to become one of the fastest growing online threats in the world, and it was all going perfectly according to Bradley's plan. If you're struggling with any of these things, please stop watching this video now and use the resources that are on screen and in the description.
No, genuinely, like, y'all, I'm gonna be real, man. Like, sometimes, like, I tell my fiance, like, the stuff, like, these guys that I be catching do and the stuff I've seen on their phones and stuff like that, and it makes her just break down crying, man. Like, my girl was so, like, innocent to the fact that she didn't even know that anybody would even do something like that to a child. Like, she couldn't even, like, fathom that. So, man, like, genuinely, bro, man, you know, I understand, you know, you guys support me, love me, want to see it through, but if this is gonna affect y'all, please click off.
Please note that sensitive topics have been redacted in order to comply with all of these YouTube guidelines, policies, and also these best practices. I say with no exaggeration that this cult is one of the greatest dangers to kids today, and my hope is that learning about it can have a preventative effect. Parents in particular need to hear about this stuff so it can be avoided at all costs.
That's why my kids aren't gonna get on the internet until way later.
The following chapters demonstrate what it might be like to join 764, and the chapters are ordered chronologically based on what a victim might experience, starting with their recruitment, then moving to radicalization, and finally ending by covering some of the abuse and violence that typically follows. Coincidentally, by structuring the video in this way, each chapter also tends to get more and more disturbing as the video goes on. Level 1. Recruitment. You can't really be a cult leader if you don't have any cult followers. Bradley's primary focus therefore became growing his server, with the end goal of grooming and exploiting as many of his followers as possible. He started spreading edgy advertisements like this one, which included multiple embarrassing spelling errors and the catchphrase, "Cause chaos with us, join today." Without any context, that almost makes it sound like he was the leader of some hidden dark web organization, but no, it was just a Discord server in plain sight. Once we get to talking about all of the events that took place in this server, you will realize just how insane it is that this was happening on a mainstream social media platform. In fact, this was actually part of Bradley's recruitment strategy though, as
You know the crazy thing about it though is Roblox caught a lot of flack for, you know, all the schlep stuff deservedly, right? But we really need to be switching our attention to Discord, man. Like I was just thinking the whole time, bro, like Discord got off so unscathed throughout all of that. That is where the main, like I would say Discord is actually a bigger problem than Roblox, me personally.
By using Roblox and Discord, he was able to target kids who were just gaming and he didn't raise any suspicion. This was the ideal environment where he could befriend or love bomb them using fake identities and lure them into 764. Bradley and his group would also heavily recruit from forums related to topics like depression and bipolar disorder, as they found that these people were easier targets. Any post tagged with eating disorders also became a prime target as well, so anyone who posted something related to this was likely to be directly contacted by Bradley or a 764 member. Something that is also pretty concerning and worth mentioning is that Bradley's recruitment strategy was invisible to parents. Even if a parent looked at their kid's phone or screen time data, all they would find is regular apps and regular games. After all, there is nothing inherently bad about using mainstream social media and a popular game like Roblox, which is literally marketed to children. 764 both knew this and took advantage of this, and it ended up being the key to their growth. Level 2. Radicalization. After several months of expansion, the server was now attempting to radicalize thousands of people at once, and this actually became a problem for Bradley. These new members were starting out by seeing the most tame things that 764 had to offer, but even those things were still pretty intense. For example, they would see graphic violence, CP, and pretty awful conversations going on in every single channel. For instance, they would probably witness chats between the sadistic neo-Nazi members who would talk about getting pleasure from watching people suffer and hating other people based on ethnicity. Bradley did his best to radicalize the new members and onboard as many of them as possible, but this was where the problem arose. So many new people had joined the server recently that some of them weren't fully on board with the disturbing content. When they saw the CP, they reported the Felix account to law enforcement and to Discord safety team. Bradley had also been posting CP and gore in another server called No Feds Paradise, and he was taunting other users who called him out for his behavior. So, as you might expect, his Felix account was quickly banned. Law enforcement didn't seem to consider him a significant threat though, and they decided to do nothing at this time.
Ridiculous, bro. Like freaking my server got raided the other day and they started just spamming CSAM stuff in there, man. Like, I'm probably just gonna nuke my server again. I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, I like Discord. I think it's cool to meet up with the community and stuff, but it just brings so much more like headaches than it does good, genuinely.
I've already been reported to the FBI 15 times and they haven't done anything, he said to another user. Have you seen the stuff I've been doing for almost a year now? He really thought that he could get away with it forever. At this time, Discord was probably thinking that they were slowing him down by issuing a ban, but it turned out for Bradley, this was actually just a minor inconvenience. He opened another Discord account using a VPN and a fresh email, and he simply continued doing the same things he was already doing. In fact, he was banned hundreds of times, and by mid-2021, he was getting banned every single day on average. Reportedly, it only took him a few seconds to make these new accounts and resume his activities though, so he essentially made himself immune to the effects of being banned. To take things a step further, Bradley also formed groups on WhatsApp, Roblox, and Minecraft, and also created additional Discord servers to ensure that 764 would always survive, even if one platform caught on to them. There were also several other servers out there that had similar purposes, with names like Harm Nation, Hate, Leak Society, and the Order of Nine Angles. Collectively, all of these associated communities are called the COM for short, and they were all growing rapidly. Level 3. Leverage. After getting enough people to join the 764 server, and after exposing them to the first level of radicalization, the next step in the pipeline was to gain leverage on as many new members as possible. Bradley, along with senior members of his organization, reached out and started fake friendships and even relationships with new members, similar to what happened in the cult server. The person in the online chat introduced himself as Brad. Using flattery and guile, he persuaded the 14-year-old girl to send a photo. It instantly became leverage.
I was scared to death. He would say, if you don't do this, then you don't love me.
With the leverage now obtained, 764 would begin the blackmail. Extort her, boys. Do you see her face on there, on the video? Because I'll send it to the school. Good. Make her suffer. Under the threat of releasing their compromising photos, 764 would eventually extort their members into doing unspeakable things.
Oh my god.
Before they could extort these most extreme actions though, they first had to start off with the simple stuff that they considered to be tame. For example, they would coerce victims into drinking from a toilet bowl, and one girl was forced to eat her father's ashes on video chat.
Oh my, bro, we're evil, man. As a society, bro. I've never heard of something like that before, man. Oh my gosh.
The following screen recording shows another victim, and in this case, she was forced to cut her hair on a Discord call. 764 also considered this to be an entry-level form of blackmail. In the clip, it seems that they had previously obtained photos of her, and they were threatening to send them if she didn't comply with their demands.
Okay, get your hair. It's chopping time.
It appears that the abusers in the watch party are really entertained by this, highlighting the typical sadistic tendencies of 764 abusers.
You have 30 seconds. We told you what you need to do. Oh no, should we press send? Start cutting. Chop, 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 chop. Keep going.
She then had to give an apology to each of her abusers, even though she presumably had nothing to apologize for.
Okay, I want you to take the hair that you cut off, right? I want you to put it in your mouth. I want you to say, I'm sorry, Moist. I'm sorry, O'Hare. I'm sorry, Duck.
Footage like this can be hard to watch, but apparently this kind of stuff was just the start of what would happen to the victims in this Discord server. At the end of that video clip, the girl asked, "Are we good?" And then the recording ended with a response of, "No. I mean, this is just step one." Situations like this happened daily in the 764 Discord, and one perpetrator was even seen boasting about how he had obtained a lengthy CP video, saying it was, quote, the 14th girl this month. Now, if you just multiply that by the hundreds of members who are in the server, you can take a guess at how many people were being manipulated. The number gets even higher when you remember those messages from earlier, showing how multiple predators would swarm a vulnerable victim and extort them simultaneously. The future levels demonstrate just how far that extortion could go.
And you know what else I blame, bro? Is like parents be knowing their kids are pieces of shit and they don't be doing nothing about it, bro, man. You know what? I think the best thing that happened was that kid that shot up that school, his dad getting sent to prison as well. I think that was just an amazing thing. Like, I was actually genuinely happy about that because, bro, people are tired of suffering from your lack of parenting. It's one thing if you did your best, you disciplined, all of that, and your kid turned out as a shithead. Okay, you know what? You can't always, like, can't. But some of these parents don't do nothing, bro. They're like, oh, well, he's gonna do what he's gonna. No!
Compromising photos probably were the most common form of leverage, but 764 would also find other ways to manipulate their victims. Some of them would hack into their phones or computers, trick them into downloading viruses, or use other illegal methods to gain control of their data. From there, they could gain access to sensitive information like their address and make direct threats on their families. It was common to get threats of someone showing up at your house, and many swattings were also called in. This advertisement in a 764 splinter group shows a quote, SWAT for hire service, with prices ranging from $10 to $30. Another strategy they used to get info was asking government agencies directly, using falsified emergency requests. Surprisingly, in some instances, these fakes were so convincing that 764 was actually granted sensitive info about their victims. From this point on, almost everything revolves around leverage. Once they had something on you, they weaponized it to gain even more leverage, up to the point where they had
Bro, if you're part of this organization, you are the... Ooh, I was about to say something. Ooh, I was about to say something. Oh man, I almost got banned, bro.
Level 4, Animal Cruelty. This was another early form of extortion that often happened before things escalated to be more extreme. Similar to the previous level, 764 would leverage compromising or vulnerable material that they had on a new member and threaten to release it unless they started hurting their pets. Senior members of the cult liked this practice as it provided plenty of videos for their lore books. These so-called lore books were basically just big digital folders of abuse content, and many senior members had the goal of making the most graphic and extreme lore book so that they could pass it around like a trophy and show others what they had done. Forcing someone else to hurt an animal was apparently considered a mild but valid entry into one of these books. One example was this video, where a 14-year-old held up her pet hamster in front of the camera while she was live streaming inside of the 764 server. Bradley yelled at her, "Bite the head off or I'll F up your life," as he continued to hide behind his username, Felix.
I just thank God that this is a mugshot. I hope this nigga gets... Ooh, I hope he gets fucked up every day, bro. Oh my gosh! Bro. Put him in a... I hope... You know what? We need to... I would love for them to live stream what Jamal and Tyrone do to him. You know what? Why don't they add that to their lower book?
Dozens of other people were also in the voice call watching with great anticipation. "Stop crying," one of them said, as the girl was obviously sobbing and unsure about how to get out of this horrible situation. As the call went on, she was eventually forced into harming the animal in a number of ways, and a little while later, the family's pet was dead. In another case related to this topic, a user named HolyGirl222 was forced to kill her cat. In this image that leaked out of the server, we can see her holding up a fan sign for her abuser named Court. 764 is written in the corner of the page, and in her other hand, she is holding up the now deceased animal. She was later doxxed and also swatted. Another one of the more well-known videos from 764 is this one, where a girl killed her cat on camera while all of these other people are watching. There also appears to be a rabbit in the video, but it is pretty dark and hard to see. At the end, she is forced to write the server's name using its blood. In this image, we can see yet another cat being strangled, with a fan sign next to it saying, "Harm 764 made me do this." These incidents, although disturbing, were still only level 4 out of 13, and
how does it get... Oh my gosh. That's like you telling me we're about to go fight Thanos, but we're only on level 4. What's next? That's like you telling me Adolf Hitler or Osama bin Laden is on level 4, but we still got to go all the way to 13.
were considered relatively common within 764. For this reason, this girl's mother feared that the same might happen to her animals, and she had to lock all of the family pets away behind closed doors for their own protection. She even had to sleep with a kitchen knife under her pillow, just in case she had to defend herself from her own teenage daughter who was in 764. It may sound almost like an extreme precaution, but the group was actually known to escalate into pressuring kids to kill their parents, and potentially, they also leaned into an ideology called anti-natalism. This is the belief that it is morally wrong or unjustifiable to have children, and extremist groups like to use this to radicalize kids. They tell you that your parents only had you to satisfy their own selfish desires, and that you should hate your parents because they brought you into this world without your consent. A member would tend to experience more twisted and strange ideologies the deeper they got into 764. Level 5. Cut signs. Usually following some sort of pressure for animal abuse, the next level would be harming oneself. Cutting was the standard, but more specifically, 764 became infamous for a certain type called cut signs. In order to symbolize their servitude and loyalty, members would be forced to carve the names of their abusers into their bodies. Others carved the numbers 764, literally branding themselves. Bradley later mentioned how several people had carved his initials, and it was seen as a, quote, homage to Bradley. This would leave them with permanent damage and scars from the initials, and also sometimes they'd use symbols related to the cult. For example, she carved a swastika, and apparently after a while she had so many cuts that she couldn't even recognize a square inch of her body. As was the standard, the abusers inside of 764 watched her do all of this, mostly on live streams within the server, and Bradley went on to repeatedly boast about this type of thing. I make eat their house pets and cut for 4 hours straight. I got proof too. You a freak of nature, another user replied. I'm the real deal. The following is a chat log example of what it looked like for Bradley as he extorted members into cut signing, using a leverage photo he had previously obtained. You don't want that photo posted everywhere, right? Of course I don't, but I don't want a cut sign for you either. Do you really think that you're given a choice? Okay, but like why me, bro? I didn't do anything. You're going to do something for me, cutting or not. Can't you find someone else, please? No. Evidence of cut signs were another staple in the lorebook collections of high-ranking members. Here we can see a folder of one guy who had amassed a collection of more than 8,000 images and videos of children, including infants and toddlers. This collection landed him in federal prison with a 7-year sentence, but...
That's the bullshit, bro. 8,000 videos? In only 7 years. Somebody has been exposed to that much material of stuff, and you genuinely think they can be rehabilitated and put back in our streets? What a joke.
It also established him as a legend in 764 history, highlighting just how much respect you would get if you had a big collection. Perpetrators like him literally considered cut signs to be proof of ownership over their victim.
They would say, like, if you cut my name into your body, then I own you.
764 had such complete control over the girl in this clip that she apparently couldn't be left alone for more than 10 minutes because she would be at risk of hurting herself. Fortunately, she eventually was able to move beyond this terrible time in her life and is now recovering many years later.
Yo,
Level 6,
Lunky, thank you.
Potential Escape. After suffering through the first few levels of the cult, some users would try to leave, but escaping 764 was exceptionally difficult. You couldn't just decide to leave the server one day because they would fight back and they would go ahead and deploy all the leverage they had built up against you. For example, one mother disconnected her daughter from the internet because she found out she was covered in cuts and she had heard her talking to 764 members while in the bathtub. It had escalated to the point where the mother said, "If I had not been at the bathroom door, I have no doubt I would have lost my daughter." After she cut off her teen's contact with 764 though, she discovered firsthand what happens to people who try to escape the network. CP images of her were instantly released. The principal at the girl's middle school was harassed several times, and phone calls mentioned how the girl had strangled cats and harmed herself. 764 also reported a false emergency event at her residence, which caused a SWAT team to raid their house. This is the type of stuff that any potential escapee would have to endure, and for many, this kept them trapped inside. They would receive messages like, "Alright, I guess I'ma have to send," alongside other threats to release their photos and sensitive information. In this case, it worked. "No, okay, sorry, I will. What do you want?" Yourself. Simple, right? You're like my dog now, on a leash. The bleak reality is that almost nobody left 764, and those who did suffered the consequences. Level 7, Satanism. This is the edgy branding layer that is always present in all of the levels, but it's also being ordered at level 7 because it has inspired violent crime. Satanism is one of the things that was carried forward from the cult server, and it would be introduced to new members as a defining ideology of 764. At times, though, it became much more than just an ideology, such as this case where the Brazilian police arrested a 764 group who was planning an attack on a Lady Gaga concert.
What?
This took place in Rio de Janeiro, and allegedly one of the members of the splinter group was planning a, quote, satanic human sacrifice of a child or baby, which was to happen during the concert. They were found.
These niggas are evil. They're actually Satan, bro. Satan literally walks among us.
To be in possession of illegal firearms and also wanted to use explosives in their terror attack. One of the members of the group was also charged with live streaming a separate attack on a homeless man. According to the police, he started a live stream in the 764 server, recording the entire incident. He approached the man who appeared to be sleeping on the sidewalk, and then he hit him with 2 Molotov cocktails. Police seized the phones of all the members of this group, and allegedly also found a lot of CSAM, CP, and other illegal and disgusting content.
No, bro, it's not. It's just all CSAM. It's all CSAM. It's all CSAM.
Another tie to Satanism is that some members may have been required to make blood oaths in order to prove their loyalty. This is more tied to a similar group called the Order of Nine Angles though, so it's uncertain just how many blood oaths actually took place inside of 764 itself. It seems that a lot of the satanic stuff was also symbolic, because the group's presence on SoundCloud often featured satanic-related playlists and also apparently ISIS music. Surprisingly, the group did use SoundCloud for some of their activities, but obviously platforms like Discord and Telegram remained their primary focus. Level 8, CP and CSAM. Usually following some of the abuse mentioned in the earlier levels, this is when the extortion would really start to get extreme. 764 would try to get their members to record large amounts of CP. To be clear, this stuff would be a lot worse than the leverage photos that were mentioned earlier. Those photos were really just strategic and used for 764 to get their foot in the door, and then later on, they would try to force their victims to record even more extensive and violent content. This form of severe extortion became Bradley's specialty, and he was absolutely obsessed. He would frequently boast about it, saying things like, quote, "I'm known for being a pedophile," to which another user responded, "Felix, the CP god." He groomed countless members and created original content, but he also started amassing a huge storage of CP that he had encountered elsewhere in the COM. He claimed to have collected several terabytes of CP, and one time he posted a video that a user said showed a sex act involving a baby. Inside of 764, it really was a culture of kids exploiting other kids in the network, as Bradley was still a minor himself at this time. However, over time, this huge library of content inside of 764 also started to attract much older adults. In this video, one of these adults was in the middle of grooming this girl when her dad walked into the room.
Hey, can you hear us? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm 27 years old, by the way, and I want your daughter to do stuff for me.
Okay, that's fine. I'll report you to the police.
Oh, I'm sure you will, fatty. Can you leave the room, though? I'm busy talking with your daughter. I just saw her and she's like 16, I'm 27. Make her lift up her shirt.
I will be reporting you to the police.
Because her father intervened and stopped her from following orders, the girl realized that she was now in danger of being doxxed, and the 764 members began threatening her.
I don't want them. They're gonna dox me.
Do you want to die? Do you want to die tonight? Do you?
The call ended abruptly, and we do not know what happened afterward. Bradley was participating in this extortion alongside the adult who was speaking during most of the video.
Oh! Oh my gosh, bro. Well, you know what, chat, man? They're all gonna have their day, bro. There's no point in me getting mad, and it really does piss me off, right? It really does. It really does. But they're all gonna have their day, bro. You know, they're all gonna have their day.
Going by the username Moist Nigerian, he was well known in the extortion comm and was allegedly acting like a mentor to Bradley. In another photo, we can see some evidence of his other activities, with this fan sign reading, Moist Nigerian has me and my 2-year-old sister captive. He's a sick man. 764 also attracted many other well-known predators. 24-year-old Kyle Spitz introduced himself, saying, quote, "Little information about how I started. I've always been a psychopath and always wanted to watch girls inflict pain upon themselves for me. My earliest sign I ever got was a single K back in 2016. Over the years, I've stopped, taken breaks, and come back on new aliases, but I have a total of over 2,600 plus victims. My goal is to reach 3,000 before I get feted." Kyle was also very well known because this video of him went viral on Twitter, getting a ridiculous 32.4 million views. The video shows his mom's boyfriend wielding a weapon, and then he actually shoots it and hits Kyle in the ear.
Oh, thank God. Bro, I wish he would have blown his fucking brains off.
Kyle ended up being totally okay, but the man proceeded to turn the weapon on himself, and he did not survive. The FBI later paid them a visit, found Kyle's CP collection, and he is now facing decades in prison. Nobody knows if he reached his goal of 3,000 victims before he was, quote, feted. This other man was one of the most active comm members when it came to crimes of this type. During one of his most infamous incidents, he groomed a victim from Instagram and then drove all the way from Texas to Virginia, where he set up camp in the woods behind her house. He convinced her to run away with him and said that they were in love and going to start a life together. He was 21 and she was 12. An Amber Alert was issued and they were eventually found after they had traveled to North Carolina. He was sentenced to 350 years in prison because of the things he did to her, especially because he recorded much of it on video.
Poor little girl.
Yet another 764 member
now
was
with this nigga. Oh my gosh, bro. Niggas are weird too, bro. C-Bot's oh, bro. Niggas are weird too. Oh, bro. Everybody's weird, bro. Everybody, bro.
Arrested later on, and this one is notable because his court documents detail some of the overall things that were going on inside of the server. Quote, Detective Basco located over 700 images of the worst child exploitation he had observed in his career. Nearly every image of child exploitation showed the child to be bound or restrained, and in many cases, an element of sadism was observed. These are just a few of the most infamous predators from—
I hope they're all getting just— You know the thing I hate, chat, is you give these niggas the lightest sentences possible, yet you give them all this protection in prison. Bro, who gives the— bro, if they kill them, they kill them. Who cares?
764, because sadly, the list just goes on and on. They would force these kids to engage in every type of activity, even when some of them were allegedly only 5 or 6 years old. They had entire servers dedicated to this type of topic with thousands of videos, such as this one called CP Hangout. 764 actually became so hated that even white supremacist groups no longer wanted to interact with them. They set up a bot that would detect whenever a so-called known people joined, and then they would instantly kick them out. 764 was shocked by this because many of them literally were white supremacists, and their CP had just become so notorious that even the supremacists needed to create some distance. Level 9, ranking up. This is the level where some victims actually switch sides and start abusing others, with the goal of climbing the social ladder of the cult. This is one of the most twisted aspects of the entire operation, because the system incentivizes victims to start finding victims of their own. You could gain significant status within the system if you successfully carried out violence or exploitation, and you would gain an extra bunch of points if your video went viral. As the FBI said, it's sort of a badge of honor within some of these groups to actually do the most harm to victims. Even if you were being actively extorted though, you could still do something very extreme yourself and potentially take the target off your back and become respected within 764. This created a very chaotic culture inside of 764 because basically at all times, most members were trying to extort each other and force them to do insane things on camera. Recording your own violence towards people in real life was also considered to be worthy of respect though, so it wasn't just extorting others. As mentioned earlier, many members would create lorebooks of their victims, and they would also put their own personal violence in this lorebook and share it with others to increase their rank. The more extreme your lorebook was, the more praise you would receive. With this goal in mind of converting new innocent members into perpetrators, 764 created and then widely circulated a handbook that contained tutorials. It was called the Extortion Handbook, a comprehensive guide for perpetrators, and it was so extensive that it apparently took 3 hours and 48 minutes to read. It talks about strategies for abusing victims ages 13 to 18, but then it also, quote, recommends targeting children under 13 for their vulnerability and lack of digital literacy. With that said, everything here gives the appearance that there was a strong culture of teaching the next generation of abusers within the cult. There were also exchanges like this one saying, "I don't know how to extort," with the response being, "Don't worry, I'll teach you." This was ultimately how 764 was able to scale up so fast. Friendly fire was constantly happening, and every new victim would also become a potential predator as time went on. Level 10. Profit. Disturbingly, it appears that many of the activities within 764 were motivated both by a desire to exploit and also a desire for profit. The network allegedly became somewhat of a hub for buying and selling CP, and members would use this marketplace to profit from their exploits. At one point, Bradley claimed that he had made $10,000 the previous day selling CP, and in another conversation, he claimed that he had made as much as $25,000 per day. These claims do appear to be exaggerated, but it is still clear that Bradley was profiting at least some amount from his operations in the server. In this screenshot, we can actually see an unrelated example of a purchase attempt. The user offers to sell 10 pictures and 10 videos of his 15-year-old sister for a total of $50. The buyer responds, "Sorry bro, I said underage. I need them to be like 4 to 7 years old." He then offers to Cash App $15 right now if the seller has any videos of 4 to 7-year-olds, and then the seller confirms that he does. Another concerning example of profiting is when a 764 member notoriously known as Yuki created a sort of violence for hire service using the name Brick Squad. The following is a clip of him explaining how it works.
Brick Squad is the front lines, you know, you can order from their house, get the house like up, even get the person who's in the house robbed, just a bunch of other things.
During an interview, he also said, quote, "People pay around $1,000 for a bricking. Normally, the starting price to shoot up a house is $5,000. If you want someone actually killed or kidnapped, that would go for way more." Overall, it is clear that 764 explicitly marketed their group and their activities as a way to make profit. In the aforementioned handbook, one of the sections is literally called Earn Money. It says, easily earn money by selling explicit content you receive from subscription or from your victim. In accordance with all of this, it seems that the Discord server and the WhatsApp groups basically became black markets to fuel their own operations, and it remains unclear just how big the economy became over the years. Law enforcement. Before continuing on to the final levels of the cult, it's worth noting what the authorities were doing about all of this obviously illegal activity. As 764 became more and more mainstream in mid-2021, it finally started to draw serious attention. Discord had manually filed reports about 764, begging the authorities to take action, and in fact, they submitted 58 reports about Bradley Cadenhead alone. This is exactly why Bradley thought he was invincible, but finally, after years of being a sadistic terrorist, police traced him to his mother's 2-bedroom apartment and entered his room, which apparently reeked of body odor. He was arrested, and this...
Oh, look at this nigga, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. No neck. Oh, like a freaking mole rat.
mugshot was taken. Police seized all of his devices, including this laptop, where they found graphic violence, videos, and CP that included at least 20 images of prepubescent girls. Sometimes, terrorist groups disappear when their leader gets arrested, but 764 would not be one of those groups. As described in the upcoming levels, the cult continued to thrive and even grow after Bradley was out of the picture. Following Bradley's arrest, the cult carried out some of its worst activities yet, and this is where it got so bad that the FBI classified 764 as a Tier 1 terrorist organization. Tier 1 is the highest possible level of threat in the FBI, and with that in mind, they opened over 250 investigations spanning all 55 of their field offices. The director of the FBI also tweeted about 764, calling the cult deeply disturbing and reinforcing that those who come after America's children will face justice. The agency would go on to make several more statements to the same effect. During Bradley's trial, a prosecutor said, "Very rarely do we get a chance to look evil in the face. This may be one of those times." After seeing the contents of Bradley's laptop, the judge, quote, listed all of the Bible's 7 deadly sins by name and said there was evidence of them in this case. The judge then turned directly to Bradley and said, "There is something horribly wrong with you. Horribly." In 2023, Bradley was sentenced to 80 years in prison. But somehow, as of now, he is already eligible for parole on his active sentence. Since he is serving multiple consecutive sentences though, he will still need to be cleared for those other sentences if he is ever granted parole for his first sentence. Additionally, because his cult is still ongoing, Bradley remains a threat and is therefore very unlikely to be released anytime soon. Violent extremism. Gore and graphic violence were always considered to be defining elements of 764, but shocking real-life violence and literal terrorism escalated after Bradley's arrest. These attacks were often seen as yet another level within the cult, and the attacks were considered to be much more prestigious. Sometimes people would be forced into violence, such as this example where someone said, "I grabbed a British person into killing her neighbor." Other times, though, people would stream themselves committing actual murder because they wanted to gain more respect and status within the org. Quote, "stabbed someone." Another user replied with "cap," to which they said, "not cap, and I can prove it." This happened in Romania because a 17-year-old member named Tobbs764 was trying to gain status. He was a new generation member, meaning that he was most active after Bradley was arrested. Tobbs desperately wanted to join another server called MKY and prove himself worthy, so he came up with a violent plan and went live to stream it. He started by attacking an 82-year-old man, causing major injuries that left him hospitalized. Apparently, this wasn't enough to get him into MKY though, because just a few weeks later, he set out on the streets for another episode. This time, things got a lot worse. He attacked a 74-year-old woman who was just taking out her trash. In the video footage, he is seen approaching her, saying hi, and then knocking her to the ground. He proceeds to brutally murder her as everyone watched it on the live Discord call. Moments later, he is seen running away in a nearby field, having stolen her necklace from her body. He said the attack was racially motivated, as he thought she was either of Jewish or Roma descent. Later, it was revealed that she was actually neither. The assailant was arrested and charged with murder, attempted murder, and possession of CP. Apparently, they found a lot of material with violence in every
14 years. CP, C-Sam murdered a woman.
Form, beheadings, bombings, and abuse of children. Tobbs was also allegedly known to take dogs from the pound and beat them to death. For these charges, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison.
They hate their
It seems that he had become involved in some sort of program for reintegrating minors into society, and this is why he
bro, you're a
wasn't
lost
given.
cause, bro. Kids can be lost causes too. What is this whole let's give them no, bro?
Been a longer sentence. To give a little more context on the MKY group that he was trying to join, they're known as the Maniac Murder Cult, and they are a violent neo-Nazi accelerationist group based in Russia and Ukraine. They supposedly represent the most violent of the 764 affiliated communities, as they've claimed responsibility for over 50 murders worldwide. The number is, of course, unverified, but the thing to know is that they are clearly one of the more extreme splinter groups within the COM. In recent years, there have been hundreds of school shootings in the United States, and it appears that some of them link back to 764. A 17-year-old in Tennessee opened fire inside of a cafeteria, killing one student and injuring another before taking his own life. He had attempted to livestream this attack on the platform Kick, but the stream cut out partway through. Investigations later uncovered evidence suggesting that he was involved in the COM and 764, as he made several references using memes and usernames. One of his social media profiles even made the claim that he was a direct victim of a 764 leader. On January 6th, 2021, the United States Capitol was attacked by a mob,
Yo, D Valentine, man, thank you for the 10 subs, bro. I really appreciate it.
and the ensuing riot became deadly and quite infamous. One of the most high-profile rioters, named Riley, was a member of the COM. "I stole stuff from Nancy Pelosi," she typed in all caps. "I stole her gavel hammer thing." During the riot, she led an army up the stairs as they stormed the Capitol and broke into Nancy Pelosi's office. In addition to the gavel, she also stole Pelosi's laptop, and according to her ex, she, quote, intended to send the computer device to a friend in Russia, who then planned to sell the device to SVR, Russia's foreign intelligence service. She was later sentenced to prison with a term of 3 years, but she was acquitted on the laptop theft charge, even though she admitted to doing it.
And she got pardoned by Trump. Ain't that a bitch? She got pardoned by Trump. Wow. Oh my gosh, man. Hey, man. Hey, hey, bro, we're making America great again, bro.
As documented thus far, the violence coming out of 764 would happen for a variety of reasons. Racially motivated stuff was a common theme though, and another incident occurred when a neo-Nazi member planned a mass casualty event in 2023. This member of the COM plotted to dress up as Santa Claus and then give poisoned candy to racial minorities and Jewish children in the streets of New York City. This individual was 21 and allegedly a leader of MKY, which I just told you about. This will not be shown, but he gave step-by-step instructions on exactly how to put the poison into the candies and explained how this was all supposed to happen on New Year's Eve. Luckily, this is one of the incidents where the FBI actually prevented the attack, as the MKY member unknowingly communicated these plans to an undercover agent who flagged the upcoming deadly event. The man pleaded not guilty, but if convicted, he faces up to 50 years.
Oh my God.
In that case, authorities did an excellent job of apprehending him before anything could happen, but that was sadly not the case in many other violent extremism cases. To give a final and chilling example, at least 8 attacks in Western Stockholm can be linked to the violence-approving internet movement 764. They reported that many of the victims were elderly and that at least 6 of the attacks were filmed and posted on Telegram channels linked to 764. It seems that multiple members may have been involved, including a 14-year-old boy who is suspected to have carried out several of the knife attacks himself. Because of his age, he cannot and will not be held criminally responsible under Swedish law, but the whole case...
Oh, bro, I would have hung him. Oh, man, he would have been hung.
...really just goes to demonstrate how 764 is able to manipulate kids into doing violence. Evidently, the 764 network itself has had plenty of violent incidents, but this chapter would not be complete without mentioning another adjacent group from the COM. They are called No Lives Matter, or NLM for short. This group has been partnered on and off over the years with 764, and they have many overlapping members and overlapping ideologies. As you can see here, they like to advertise their partnership with graffiti saying things like NLM 764 No Lives Matter. We strike anywhere, anytime. As you may infer from their name, they do not value any form of life whatsoever, and they often seek to end it. To give you an idea, you have to do something really violent just to join the group, as seen in this announcement message reading, NLM only accepts acts which harm the mundane, for example, beatings, arson, etc. Similarly, we can also see this other post from a comm group called Hive, encouraging prospective members to do brickings, stabbings, beatings, graffiti, arson, and extortion. Homeland Security recently made a post about NLM to provide a little bit more insight into their operations, and they mention two main pieces of NLM literature. These are the Terror Guide and the Manhunt Guide. Both of these allegedly provide detailed instructions on how to do said activities, including mass casualty terror attacks or specific manhunt-style operations. In addition to the things we've already mentioned though, the whole NLM ideology is rooted in abolishing all societal norms, as they aim to, quote, spread terror to all who are mundane. Notably though, they do not want to replace or change anything about society, they simply just want to destroy it and witness its downfall. The Department of Justice clarified this as well, saying the 764 network's accelerationist goals include social unrest and the downfall of the current world order, including the US government. Unfortunately, much like the chapter on CP, the violence chapter could go on for approximately 3 hours based on how many cases and splinter groups there are. There is a pattern that remains the same through almost all of these cases though. A desperate young person records themselves doing an attack, either because they were forced to or because they thought they could impress their audience on the live stream. These cases that were presented here barely scratched the surface, but with that said, it's now time to move to the final level.
Oh, there's more? What could 13 possibly
Level 13.
be? Oh my God.
Many members of this network have an end goal of forcing their victims to commit suicide on live stream.
As you just heard, this is the ultimate goal of 764. New members slowly progress through the levels and do more and more extreme things until finally they're encouraged to end it all on a live stream. Watching one of these incidents happen was actually one of Bradley's personal goals from the very beginning, as he said he wanted to, quote, watch someone kill themselves in video chat. Luckily, most new members never make it to level 13, but sadly, there are some who did. Should I kill myself? Yes. Tonight? Yes. What should I do? 764 members provided complete guides in excruciating detail on exactly what to do. They encouraged it, explained it, and apparently loved watching it happen. The videos would be saved and added to a lore book. The experiences were traumatic. I watched a girl hang herself from her closet, Sophia says, adding that the girl survived. I saw somebody themselves right in the face. One of the cases that I personally consider to be the worst involves a 25-year-old man from Minnesota who was in the middle of a mental health struggle when he joined 764. His name was Samuel Hervey, and he found a home in this community. He met another user who went by the name of FMLK, and she was a 15-year-old from Eastern Europe. Recognizing Samuel's struggle and vulnerability, she realized that she could take advantage of him. She planned to convince him to take his own life because she wanted to gain status within 764. The two became very close, with FMLK consistently encouraging him to commit, using phrases like, "You can do this." A while later, Samuel actually came up with the plan on how he was going to do it, and he announced his upcoming death to the server 1 week before the incident. Quote, "Dude, I'm gonna kill myself, because it's the only way to love myself, I guess." As the time drew closer, he wrote, "Today is the second to last day of my life. I bought the gasoline today. Right now, I kind of feel like it was always meant to end like this." Reading those messages, everyone knew what he was going to do. The Discord members were looking forward to watching it all go down, and FMLK was probably excited about trying to rank up. On the day of the incident, Samuel made the announcement that he would be live streaming his death. He got on a bus and traveled to the base of a snow-covered mountain, and then hiked all the way to the top. Once there, he started the stream in the Discord, and at least 29 other members joined to witness it live. Among them, FMLK was there to encourage him and make sure that he followed through. Samuel talked to other members in the audience for a few minutes, but then he decided it was time. He propped up his phone to give a clear view and proceeded to light himself on fire. As he lay there dying for the next several minutes, the Discord audience reacted in about the most psychopathic way you could possibly imagine.
Okay, shout out to Discord people. Shout out to Xanax. Shout out to 764.
Shout out to everyone. Big shout out to Money and big shout out to FMLK. And we gotta say, he took himself. 6323 is better than 764.
That's the worst death possible, man.
The 764 members sat there celebrating, laughing, and calling it, quote, so funny, until eventually he stopped moving. In their typical sadistic fashion, it appears as though 764 members were thoroughly enjoying this activity. FMLK was heard in the clip giving herself a shout-out and ensuring that she would get credit for the incident. She later described how she celebrated Samuel's death as a big moment for her own advancement, saying, quote, I was getting my big break. It was a competition of who could do the worst thing, so obviously I felt very cool. 4 months later, FMLK would go on to claim that she had lured another suicidal girl to the server and similarly convinced her to stream her death. She also admitted to arson, saying that she set fire to a dry grass field that was nearby a rural village and recorded a video of the fire spreading to the nearby buildings. All of these things were archived, shared inside of lore books, and used to increase her standing in the comm. When told about the details of his passing, Samuel's mother was obviously very upset and also put some blame on the platform for not taking action. Samuel had posted his plans a full week in advance, so she said, quote, Discord should have been monitoring better. It's all very sad. As a further demonstration of Discord's behavior, FMLK wasn't even banned until 3 years after the incident, and as you all know, she probably just made a new account anyway. Surprisingly, I also could not find any evidence that she was ever charged for any of her actions. As seen here, FMLK agreed to be interviewed by the Post for an article, but only under the condition of anonymity. At the time of recording this video, a developing case on this level is centered around a 20-year-old man from Germany. He allegedly coerced a 13-year-old American boy into killing himself while on a livestream video. Because this case is so new, there is not a lot of detail about what happened, but there does seem to be a lot of evidence against the German man, who was apparently a high-ranking member of 764. When he was arrested, the police found more than 120 hours of graphic images and video material. When viewing this evidence, the investigators were so unnerved by what they saw that they literally had to provide psychological counseling on site to anyone who viewed the material. The livestream regarding the 13-year-old boy is still being investigated, and video evidence is still being reviewed. It's impossible to say exactly how many other people took their lives as a result of 764, but everything I've seen suggests that that number might be pretty high. Yuki, who was mentioned earlier, was allegedly connected to 2 additional suicides. This man was recently sentenced to 6 years in prison after encouraging people to commit, possessing CP, and planning to murder another homeless man. Countless other examples have probably gone undocumented. As alluded to before, this was the endgame for 764. Members would progress through the levels until eventually they'd get pushed to either take their own life, or they did something extreme enough to earn status. Most of them are either still inside the comm, dead, or in prison. Regardless of what path a new member ends up taking though, their journey invariably leads them to some form of nihilistic 764. The network still exists today, and it continues to change as time goes on. It is shocking just how long things went on before they faced any major resistance, but in the past couple years, the FBI and other international agencies have begun fighting aggressively. Discord finally started banning more people, but unfortunately, as we saw earlier, it's not difficult for them to just make a new account. Discord reportedly banned 34,000 accounts in 2023 alone, and if we extrapolate a little, we can guess that they've now banned probably over 100,000 accounts directly tied to 764. Discord likes to flex these stats for publicity reasons, but the truth is, their moderation could still definitely be improved. I found this post from just a few months ago where someone said they reported a 764 cut sign, but Discord, quote, decided not to take action on the content you identified. Roblox is also far from bulletproof and has gone through a bunch of scandal regarding predators, but they have started to take action against 764 themed characters and anything with the logo. As you can see here, one of the characters has the logo, and another one literally contains the words, "I love CP." And I have no idea how this was allowed to be created in the first place. With all of that in mind, none of these platforms are really legally responsible for the actions of their users, and therefore they have little incentive to take serious action. It seems like the only real reasons they're trying to do anything is because this type of stuff harms their users and gives them a really bad reputation, especially when people watch videos like this one. Over the past year or two, law enforcement agencies have been putting out a record number of statements that warn parents about the comm and condemn 764 members when they get arrested. These defendants are accused of orchestrating one of the most heinous online child exploitation enterprises we have ever encountered.
Oh my gosh, Pamela Bondi, bro. That bitch don't get out of here, man. This was an amazing video by Creighton, bro. Amazing, bro. I'm gonna leave a like. I feel so mentally drained right now. I feel like how I feel after Pred catches. This information needs to be put out there and people need to know what these monsters are out here doing.
I don't know if you can tell, but I've lost my motivation to shower and I find comfort in.
I've lost my motivation to shower?
The server got nuked! Cocksucker!
Cute uwu.
Yo, I turned 21 in 2 months. Could I still?
There was this other girl. They started talking when he was 18 and she was around 13.
What is Nova Online? Nova Online releases Death Note targeting creators. Nova Online, a tale of gluttony and vengeance. We'll react to this one.
In the world of big business, there's an idea known as golden handcuffs. Companies will give their high-value employees lavish incentives to make sure they don't leave. Stock options, equity, bonuses, all ways to chain talent to one specific corporation. But what if instead of working at any high-value company, your job was making TikToks? And instead of vacations to Bermuda and a new Benz, the thing making you stay was millions of people watching you destroy your life on a daily basis.
This person likes to wear diapers and soil them.
Trying Wingstop for the first time. These are actually pretty decent.
But this TikToker is hiding a dark secret.
And the relaunch of the Discord server is coming soon.
It's 18+.
The server got nuked! No!
Nova Online is a man who has been repeatedly exposed for his inappropriate interactions with underage individuals, and yet continues to document every step of his life online. From his hoarding to his wall where he smears bodily fluids, his food reviews, and his most recent dive into creating adult content, he's a busy guy.
I'm never making another Discord server again.
He did in fact keep using Discord, and it went about as well as you can imagine. A total disaster. It's clear that at this point, Gabriel yearns for the attention no matter what form it comes in, chains from which he will never free himself. We've got a lot to talk about.
No! So I know nothing's been bad.
Yes, I take it simply! Hey everyone, I just wanted to let you know I have gotten tons of comments and DMs asking about the yearly weigh-in video.
Now you guys need to stop being.
Finally, I can post real videos to my new LG style phone.
Nova began his content creation journey on YouTube, posting Let's Plays of games like Minecraft, Brawlhalla, and Fortnite.
What's up guys, Magic Wizard with the 5th video I have recorded so far today.
As dedicated as he was, this channel was lost in the sea of other Let's Players trying to do the same thing. So he switched platforms from YouTube to TikTok, and swapped his format from video games to fast food.
Trying Wingstop for the first time. Cajun seasoned fried.
Pull up. First time.
Okay. Mildly spicy, but nothing that I can't bear. These are actually pretty decent. 8 out of 10.
This video got millions of views, changing Nova's life forever. An ironic fan base formed around him, eager to see what he would review next.
Trying Ultra Sunrise Monster Energy, and if you're wondering why I'm not at home, I'm at my church for Bible camp.
Unfortunately for him, within a matter of just a few months, he was exposed for having an interest in diapers.
Wait. Hey. Wait.
This is
every person we've caught that's been into diapers, they're also into CP. Like, there is definitely a correlation between the two. For sure. Without a shadow of a doubt. You know? I'm not gonna say every person that's into diapers is into CP, but high 90 percentile.
Obviously pretty strange, but in and of itself, it's not technically a crime. What might be is him sharing these strange interests with who he believed to be a 14-year-old girl.
Twinkle will die. How I wonder why you are up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky.
Following this incident, he was subject to being incessantly exposed for his strange behavior and chronically bothered by trolls to the point where his life became a bizarro version of The Truman Show.
I don't know if you can tell, but I've lost my motivation to shower, and I find comfort in...
I've lost my motivation to shower? Chat, I didn't know we had to get motivated to shower. Chat, have you ever had to give yourself a motivational pep talk to get in the shower? Eating.
His house is essentially a hoarder's nightmare. He documented himself attempting to clean it before promptly giving up when he realized it would take at least a little bit of effort.
Y'all know me as the food review guy, the karaoke guy, the guy that tried to do a house cleaning.
I mean, right now I know you're the diaper guy.
Failed on that and is now cleaning his room at his own pace.
He also continued doing fast food reviews, only to reveal the effects of a pure slop diet on his bowel movements.
Hey y'all, so I think I'm gonna go stop going to the Wendy's that I normally go to.
After a series of failed Discord servers, he attempted to create a new one in May of 2025, trying to bring his fan base together at long last. This server featured several channels containing not safe for work content, but Nova and his mod team failed to have a proper age verification system in place, reportedly allowing minors to be exposed to some bad stuff.
The server rules clearly state you have to be above 18, but you gave a child moderator for singing in voice chat. What the fuck?
He also used this server to beg his fans for money, despite spending hundreds of dollars a month on useless trinkets and expensive DoorDash orders. And of course, he made sure to share with everyone that his diaper was, in fact, full once again.
Oh my god.
Within a few hours,
bro, man.
The entire server was hacked. Nova was on live stream when it initially went down, having a total meltdown over the loss of his Discord kitten community.
The server got nuked! The server! No!
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
And there goes the server. Seriously?
But then, something strange happened. While this meltdown seemed pretty sincere, given it was the actual moment that he found out about the server being destroyed, he then made a TikTok about it.
I'm never making another Discord server again. This is the motherfucking fourth.
To be clear, it's not weird that he made a TikTok. That is what he does. What is weird is that to me, this seems like acting. We know his real meltdown happened on the stream, but for it to happen again and to be so perfectly timed, he knew what he was doing. These meltdowns get him clicks online where people comment to make fun of him, boosting it in the algorithm. And to his credit, it worked. The video got 15 million views, and once again made him the subject of commentary channels that hate him. Nova had officially achieved self-awareness of his status as an internet punching bag, even playing into it as his only means of any online relevance. This is where I last left off with him, trying to recapture whatever semblance of relevance he once had by recreating his hits.
Can I get a French onion soup, please? I think it's time to recreate one of my most viral moments.
I've never heard of this dude.
Onion soup, please.
So what's happened since then? Well, to say the least, his past has once again come back to haunt him. First, one of his former classmates named Casey came forward to share her experience with Nova dating all the way back to middle school. Over a 4-minute video on TikTok, she explains that he was a choir kid, but he wasn't accepted into the school's choir, so he made his own.
Damn. Not even the choir kids want to hang out with you? Damn.
What that apparently meant in practice was that he invited a bunch of girls over and told them that one of the requirements for his choir was for them to be comfortable with using exercise machines for music videos. I genuinely can't think of any reasonable explanation for this requirement, so I think we have to assume that Nova's gooning goes all the way back to then. The girl in the video eventually found herself in the situation of having to perform a couple of songs alongside Nova, but she decided she would rather not show up at all, which made him very upset, at least according to her. Later on, Casey claims that Nova asked multiple girls to go up to the front of the class, and once they did what he asked, he performed Love Me Like You Do by Ellie Goulding while giving the girls a Magic Mike style lap dance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is official.
I'm trying to figure out how do you get a gun? How do you get a bunch of girls to pull up? I couldn't do nothing like, bro. I couldn't have, bro. I couldn't even get the choir girls to pull up to some after school curriculum stuff with me. How did he pull that off?
Up white boys are no longer allowed to bust it down sexual style. Any hitting of the yoinky schpoinky will be met with severe unforeseen consequences. That song is still fire though, you can't even deny it. Of course, when she noticed the direction things were heading, the teacher stepped in and intervened, preventing Nova from permanently traumatizing a group of middle school girls. Besides this incident, Casey claims that pretty much every single girl that went to school with him was equally uncomfortable around him due to how touchy he was. And she closes the video off by sharing a video of one of their choir performances. As you can see here, Nova is the one in the red shirt, and his unique physique is pretty recognizable despite him being much younger. Now, as much as I'm sure everyone is tempted to believe every aspect of this story, there are a few things to note. Firstly, this story supposedly takes place in middle school, so I wouldn't take it too seriously, to be honest. And secondly, we don't know how truthful Casey is being. I'm not accusing her of lying, I'm just saying, remember to take everything that isn't confirmed in these stories with a big grain of salt. Besides this former classmate of his, there was also a former friend of Nova's who was in contact with him since mid-2023, who was interviewed by two of Nova's main detractors named Solidus Nova and Bloodspeth. In this interview, she describes reaching out to him out of pity. She saw how much hate he was getting on TikTok and was hoping that by striking up a friendship, she could ease his sorrows. But over time, she came to the realization,
I can change him. Nova, this isn't you. Let me talk to him. I can make him the better.
That he wasn't just hated for being cringy, but instead for allegations of predatory behavior. Over several screenshots of their Discord conversations, Nova can be seen talking about his general downtrodden state of mind. What's up? My brother is mad at me. Why? I just need time for myself. It isn't your fault, it's mine for being a loser. In another one of these conversations, Nova answers a simple, hey, it's been a long time, with, I'm depressed as hell right now. When asked about what was wrong, he says everything, before stating he has been prescribed antidepressants and has had multiple self-deletion attempts. His reasoning for these feelings is that he's been, quote, backstabbed, mistreated, and played with. Now, if he's truly having these very dark feelings in a very serious manner, then that isn't something to be played with. With that being said, based on the messages, the majority of his problems relate to his time spent online. A practical solution for someone like him would be to stop making videos and get a job.
No, like that's the same thing like Iron Mouse, you know what I mean? She was being sexually assaulted by or sexually harassed by Ray and Rakai. You know, you would think, you know, if she's gonna pull a Sheldon Cooper and robot herself to the Twitch Awards. Hey, you know, like, hey, you're sexually harassing me? Hey, doo-doo. But, you know, hey, no. We gotta stay on camera.
Both things that he is technically capable of doing. But as this video will make clear, his online infamy is somewhat of an addiction for him, and he thinks that the next hit is always just around the corner. From how often he brings it up in conversations, it seems like he's using the suggestion he will take himself out as a way to garner sympathy, down to the way he trails off every sentence with a ... like he's typing out a fan fiction on Wattpad. I don't want to make light of serious mental health issues here,
I want to see
but the
this
last
bad
message
stuff. Let's get into it, Turkey
talking
Tom.
about this is not even the Trevor Project wants to talk to me. If you're unaware, the Trevor Project is the mental health hotline for LGBTQ people. As far as I know, he's not really LGBTQ, so I have no idea why he mentioned this hotline in specific.
He's like, thinking about ending it all. Oh, really? Oh, what sexual? Are you the L in LGBTQ? Are you the B in LGBTQ? Well, like, what are you? Are you LGBTQ RSTUV WX Y and Z? I'm straight. And they just hang up like, are they just like hanging up on you?
I don't even know if you can be banned or have your phone number blacklisted by the Trevor Project, but if that is true, you gotta wonder what he did to warrant that treatment. According to this former friend of his, he only ever initiated a conversation to engage in more self-pity and complain about his life, and had basically no personality besides that and his online persona. He never ever showed signs of taking steps to improve his life. What makes all of this worse is that Nova was explaining all of this to a girl who was still technically underage when they were talking. She claims that shortly after discovering him on Twitch playing Fortnite, she was invited into a call with him and one of his friends during his stream. But as enough time passed, he eventually turned his stream off, basically making it a private call between him and this minor. Nova's friend eventually took
Ultra 10. The internet gives people like this the gusto to roam in public unapologetically. Facts.
issue with this, and this is how she recalls it going.
He invited his friend, right? He invited his friend, and then halfway through, he stopped streaming. It was me, him, and his friend. And then his friend goes, "You sound kind of young. Nova, how old is she?" And he goes, "I don't know." And he goes, "How old are you?" And I said, "I'm 15." And he goes, "Whoa, Nova, she's 15." And he goes, "Damn it." He screams, "Damn it," right?
Unsurprisingly, he had somewhat spurious motivations from the get-go. Although he never said anything outright sexual that we know of to this girl, he did convince.
You know why he said "damn it"? It wasn't because she was 15. He said, "Damn it, she ratted on me, frick!" Ah! I'm gonna call the Trevor Project hotline. Ring, 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 ring. Hello, this is the LGBTQRSCVWXYZ hotline. What's your issue? Ugh, my waifu just swatted on me. She told everybody that I was 15. Oh, really? Are you a guy? Yeah. Is she a girl? Yeah. Blink.
Her to tolerate him pretending to be a baby on voice chats, and even sent a few videos of himself in baby mode and hugging some
Baby
plushie,
mode.
as well as showcasing his iced out binky. Although they're
iced out. What?
Mode and hugging some plushie, as well as
I done seen it all. I done seen it all. Bro got an iced out binky? Hey. Oh my God. Hey, I can't even count. That's kind of tough. Bro, he got it like that. He went to Johnny Dang and he was like, "Yo, ice this out for me real quick." Bro, that's tough.
Showcasing his iced out binky. Although their conversations never went beyond talking about hugging, I'd say that this could have escalated to something much worse given Nova's reputation. To me, this reads as Nova wanting to talk to someone under the guises of having mental health issues, only to then turn the conversation towards his strange interest shortly thereafter. His real motivation in all of this. If he was allowed to talk to people all day about diapers and whatever else, I really doubt we would hear about his depression very often. But despite these people being somewhat decent sources on how Nova truly is when the TikToks aren't being recorded, these are girls, and Nova is known for behaving quite differently towards girls than he does with men. We also have testimony from a former coworker of his, who despite having a pretty superficial relationship with him, managed to offer up some interesting nuggets of info. For example, this person claims that contrary to Nova's constant pity party about how no place wants to hire him, at least in the case of the establishment they both
Nah. I ain't never. No, bro. That boy practicing hip thrusts without the hip thrust. What are you? Bro, you're not even getting the full back contraction. Your traps are activated. That boy.
used to work at, Nova wasn't actually fired, but instead he voluntarily resigned. Nova supposedly quit his job because, in his own words, he was making enough money from selling cameos and he lived with his mom anyway, so he wasn't in need of money. Not only is Cameo gonna come up again later, but it's actually come up before as a major issue for Nova. Cameo is one of the easiest ways to capitalize on having online clout. Basically, it's a website where you pay a few dollars for a celebrity to record a short video message for you. you. It sounds pretty easy, but Nova also managed to screw this up. When a TikToker ordered his services, Nova recorded a shoutout video where he doesn't once name the person he's shouting out. This obviously renders the cameo completely pointless, as he could send that same exact video to literally anybody. When he deservedly got a 1-star rating, he contacted the TikToker on Discord, begging her to change her rating and even offering to record another video. Unfortunately, he never recorded that other video. It just goes to show how lazy and incompetent this guy truly is. With this much of a non-existent work ethic, there is no chance he could ever stop working and just do cameos. Another thing Nova's coworker says is that his roommate claims to have witnessed Nova wearing diapers. Only now have I really considered the logistics of Nova, a wet diaper enthusiast, working at fast food establishments. How would you feel if a greasy-haired, unbathed, bed-bug-ridden, wet diaper-wearing Nova online served you your food?
You know what, actually? I would rather that. Because, Chad, think about it like this, man. Do you think bro would wash his hands after he just got done taking a dump? Well, ooh, I was just thinking about it. No, actually, no. No, because that's poop pheromone. Yeah, no. No, yeah, no. I'm good. If I'm walking in and I'm seeing him behind the register, I've lost my appetite. I've lost my appetite. Yeah, I need to go back home. See, I'm too big to even be in an establishment like that.
Or even worse, what if he was the one cooking it? He's practically a walking OSHA violation. I actually don't know how he gets hired in the first place. Unfortunately, the coworker didn't have much to offer besides that, as they didn't spend much time together. But that to me is also notable, because when girls give testimony of their experiences with Nova, they always report him trying to get as close to them as possible. But when it's just a dude, it's like he makes no effort whatsoever to try and establish any kind of relationship. While the information these two brought forward is pretty interesting, it totally pales in comparison to other developments that took place after my last video about Nova, also relating to his past. Although it hasn't been something I focused on, one of the most notable incidents during Nova's online presence is the Uncle Drew meltdown. For context, in March 2023, during one of Nova's gaming streams, this randomly took place.
God damn it! Cocksucker! I threw one of these days! I killed my uncle, and I'm not gonna put up with any more of this! I'm done! No, I'm not fucking okay!
To the people watching at the time, it was really hard to make out what Nova was even trying to convey, and when he came back, he stayed mostly quiet and turned his face cam off, until he half-heartedly explained what caused the meltdown.
If you've seen the Discord, you'll know what happened with me and my uncle again. We got into another argument. It was for a bullshit reason too. I forgot plans that we had made for Friday and I had scheduled something else. And then he got angry at me because I forgot.
With online trolls, no matter how aggressive and disruptive they could be, Nova for the most part would just respond by becoming despondent and feigning depression. Uncle Drew, on the other hand, was the one person that made him completely drop the act and go nuts.
And I'm not gonna put up with any more of this! I'm done! I'm done!
It's the unk factor that no one takes into account.
It rhymes with Uncle Funko.
Eventually, Bloodspeth managed to contact him and get some information directly from Uncle Drew. Nova was sheltered, only child, growing up afraid of everything. The relationship between us was good. I'm the only one to spend time with him, learning how to fish, work on cars. Grandma got him gardening. His mother and father got him into the computer as a way to babysit him so they didn't have to. If you take away his internet access, he has classic withdrawal fits. Screaming, just going off like any spoiled single kid. He's awkward, shy, and afraid of his own shadow. It's TikTok that told him who he can be and that he can do what he wants. There is no right and wrong to him, only what TikTok says, his own words. While these are interesting and definitely shine some light on the true character of Nova, according to Drew, Nova lied about what they had argued about. When he was asked about when their argument started, Uncle Drew replied saying he found out Nova had been lying to him about 2.5 years prior, but he was unwilling to say what Nova was actually lying about. There was no argument. There was him crossing a line. I put him on the spot over it, and it eventually led to me turning my back on him. It was him going on TikTok, saying false things, and acting like a pervert. That was the final straw. He needs to be under a doctor's care because he has issues, obviously, and if he's being a perv online, how long before he eventually acts on it? He's already been kicked out of the church and cost my sister her
He's already been kicked out the church? Oh no. But you see, bro, this is the problem with the church, man. The church likes to keep things in the church. And if it's a problem and they don't want to get a bad look, they'll kick you out instead of going to the police.
Position because of his sexually inappropriate questions and his TikTok videos. Honestly, if I ever caught anyone harming a child, I would be hard-pressed to not put a bullet in someone for such crimes. I've made it clear to his TikTok friends threatening me that I'm always armed, and Nova knows this. Bloodspeth then asked Uncle Drew if Nova's TikTok followers had been harassing him, and Drew confirmed, adding that they had also been targeting his sisters, meaning Nova's mom and his aunts. The interview then comes to a halt as Drew says he's in the hospital and is on medication and would rather not say anything else. It seems he was the only person in real life who was truly alarmed by the absolute degeneracy Nova was getting up to, and that's probably why Nova hated him so much. He was the one man unwilling to enable or tolerate his disgusting lifestyle, unlike the people who had joined Nova's Discord servers. A few months later, Uncle Drew was sent the pictures which had leaked of Nova wearing a onesie and sucking on a pacifier. In response, he asks whoever sent him this stuff to report it to the local sheriff. I'm 18 months in the hospital, so he knows I can't come slap the crap out of him, so please call an officer. Most of this I had no knowledge of, and if my brother were alive, he would have been on top of it and made his life miserable. His mom is a I don't see it so it doesn't happen type. My respect for her is less than zero.
Tell you one thing, and I'm not ashamed to say it. My estimation of Nova Online as a man just fucking plummeted.
She's not answering my calls or messages, so again, she don't see it. A useless parent. She also lives on the internet, so good luck. Personally, I'd give him a good old-fashioned trip out behind the garage.
How do we know that this is really an
and
uncle?
let them think that any physical violence is a good idea in any form whatsoever.
Oh, that's
if
a
any
good
action
form.
should be taken by anyone, it's law enforcement in these scenarios. I doubt that's going to happen either way, but no one should be busting anyone's lips open over this stuff. Regardless, Drew does allege several things here. Nova's father had passed away, and his mom is his primary enabler, actively ignoring and pushing away anyone who will question her son's activities. Sadly, just 1 month after these messages were sent, Uncle Drew passed away, presumably due to whatever caused him to be in the
Thanks,
hospital
those
for
messages
18
might have been
months.
real.
It's worth noting that in his obituary, it said that he spent his life working in special needs care. To me, this is interesting because when it comes to discussing widely hated internet figures, sometimes people will bring up that they're disabled in some way as if to justify the bad things they've done, or at least excuse them from suffering the consequences of their actions. If I am to believe this obituary, Uncle Drew spent his life working with people who were actually disabled. So at least in theory, he knew the difference between someone who is genuinely special needs and someone like Nova, who takes advantage of everyone's tolerance to do whatever he pleases. Ultimately, all I can say to Uncle Drew is rest in peace. If his account is true and righteous, then if it weren't for him and Nova's dad when he was still alive, who knows how bad things could have gotten before anyone else intervened. Especially given the fact that Nova could have avoided his entire downfall by
What
simply
happened?
purchasing one of my hats.
This beanie is available.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Turkey Tom is edging me now, cause like I'm trying to. What? Does it get worse from this?
If there's one person's actions you wouldn't want to personally endorse, it's Nova Online. It's hard to tell when exactly Gabe's unique urges began to show in real life, but we can actually figure out when they began manifesting online. KF user Osama bin Laden, I assume not the real one, but you never really know these days, managed to find Nova's old Quora account under the name Nick Nyadine. We know that this alias is him because it also shows up in the descriptions of a YouTube channel with a lot of videos that clearly show a much younger Nova, as well as a Twitter account that's tied to him.
And I would just like to say thank you. Again. I've gotten over 100 views on my epic and epic card trick shots.
It's pretty shocking to see Nova before the greasy hair and the Discord mod physiognomy overtook him. It's even more shocking to see that 10 years ago, he was already making the same exact kind of content he still makes today, recording himself on an iPhone opening Pokimane cards. To this day, he still opens random trinkets, toys, water bottles, whatever his fascination of the week is, he opens them on TikTok. Also, another side note, his introduction here is clearly him imitating Jacksepticeye, who Nova was probably watching a lot at that time.
I would want YouTube 80s, my name is Cenat, and finally I can post real videos to my new LG stylophone. So today I have an amazing video for you today. Merry Christmas to all. So I'm going to be showing you Pokemon figures I got for Christmas.
This is also reflected in his early YouTube content. Based on this, it seems his original intent was to make an honest-to-God gaming channel and have that succeed.
What's going on, YouTube? It is the phenomenal 9912334 coming back at you with an update video today. And first of all, I would just like to say my channel is ultimately dead. But that might all change.
You can criticize Let's Players all you want, but those guys do have to work to make their channels succeed. Especially people like Jacksepticeye or Markiplier, who have managed to maintain audiences over the course of the last decade and a half. Nova, meanwhile, gave up on trying before he even had a half-decent microphone. He grew impatient with his lack of success, and ultimately, when he finally blew up, for less than stellar reasons, he let the entire thing consume him, rather than trying to make something people actually cared about unironically.
Today, we're gonna break down and finally do it. Guys, we are finishing our 100 fishing challenge.
It's really weird for me to see these old videos of Nova as someone who's made a few videos about him already, because you can clearly see that in another timeline, he could have grown up to be a normal person, but something went terribly wrong along the line, and now we're stuck in the bad ending. Based on Osama's findings, the final crack that sent Nova barreling down the black hole he currently finds himself in took place in 2021, as that's when he began following the teens in diapers topic on Quora. Right around the same time, on Nova's Instagram, he was saying that he had been having mental breakdowns, describing them as pounding headaches. Hold on, you're telling me that Nova is suffering from sudden physical symptoms caused by his mental problems, he has mommy issues, and he's overweight and greasy? This is ringing a bell.
It's good to be in something from the ground floor.
One of Nova's posts on Quora was a reply to a thread someone else made. This person was asking if they should be worried that their 17-year-old daughter is age regressing, to which Nova said this: "You should not be worried at all. She might be dealing with mental issues like I have recently. I'm also 17, and your daughter might be a part of the Age Re community, which is a community of teens and younger adults who regress voluntarily or involuntarily. There are different stages of regression: infant, toddler, and kid. It seems like your daughter is at stage 1 regression, which is the kid stage. Don't be ashamed if she goes into the toddler stage either. They use sippy cups and pacifiers. I use them as I use them as well if I age regress."
Regress voluntarily or involuntary? Why would you voluntarily age regress? Jid, it still gets worse, bro. Gosh.
As well. So at 17 years old, he was already using pacifiers and sippy cups. Parents are usually worried about catching their kids doing drugs or drinking, but imagine if you check your son's bedroom one day and you find binkies and diapers. All of the stuff Nova eventually got in trouble for doing were things that had been brewing for years up until they blew over. And as his former Discord friend showed, even after being exposed, he continued looking for minors to get in contact with. As commentary channels ramped up their attacks on him as a consequence of new information coming out, Nova began watermarking all of his videos, not just visually, but also in audio form.
And I think I'm gonna go with the Pepsi Wild Cherry Zero Sugar.
Exclusive property.
So let's go ahead and pour about.
I've never seen this before. Bro, what was that? Ooh, I just heard some noises. Bro, he hit us, you know that website that we used to use whenever we want to download beats? And it'll be like, purchase at blah, 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 blah.com. Bro has audio watermarks and, oh my God. Trust me, bro. We know where the content came from. Trust. Noah Lee. Yo, you should check out Connecticut for EDPs. Connecticut. Oh, check out Connecticut. Bet, my man.
Half of this water
Thank you.
bottle.
Oh, whoa. First off, thank you for the 50. I need to stake that out. I want to be appreciative. I appreciate you for the 50. And check out Connecticut. Yeah, will do, my man. I appreciate you.
to the soda stream.
This was just one of several defensive strategies Nova concocted to prevent people from making fun of him. For example, if you go check his TikTok, you can notice that he records a lot of his videos in an indistinct location outside of his house, or he uses a green screen filter to cut out the background. If you're wondering why this is, it's because of the Horde.
But Turkey Tom, what is the Horde?
You see, the
Okay. I want to get into like this predatory stuff.
in the ancient fair, besides Uncle Drew, Nova has proved himself to be pretty unbothered by pretty much everything. Although he likes to play up how depressed he is to garner sympathy, everything people say about him at this point clearly rolls off his back. Even when people actually cross the line in a serious way, like showing up to his house in real life to insult him, he just yells back at them.
Read the sign! No trespassing!
You gotta envy how low cortisol this guy is, even in the face of adversity. Literally, nothing can spike his levels. Not even people showing up to his
Except for
house in
Uncle
real
Drew.
life unprompted. I think he realized that him being harassed IRL attracted people's attention, so at a different time, he tried to act as if there were trespassers on his property, even though no one was there.
If anyone's on my property, get the f off of it!
Gabriel, stop yelling at that, especially like that. You don't yell like that out the door at this time of night. What about our neighbors?
I have a strict no trespassing policy, you know that.
Ultimately, the only thing he truly cares about is bringing attention to the slop he puts out on TikTok. Which brings me to the next thing I wanted to talk about. His content, if we can even call it that. It's mostly remained the same since he was a preteen. From his karaoke video.
Got me fired within 48 hours.
It's not really surprising to anyone that he would blame his trolls for how...
Pretty much, yeah.
If anything, I'm sad to say that Nova was probably looking forward to putting himself out there like that. Constantly recording himself, doing each step of it. But hey, improvement is improvement. I'll take it. Over the next couple of months, he actually stuck to it and was frequently showering. Even if he occasionally failed to keep
Hey, Asmongold doesn't even do that, so that's a W.
up his routine and missed a few days.
I don't know if you can tell, but I've lost my motivation to shower, and I find comfort in eating. That's why I'm so fat.
Listen, at least he was still trying, and he retained some of his self-awareness during his failure. He eventually toned down the live documentation of himself in the shower due to his mom asking him to stop, and right around the same time, something else creeped up. Although it wasn't noticeable for the longest time, in December of 2025, Nova made a post announcing that after having started the year at a whopping 280 pounds, he was ending it at 220. A 60-pound weight loss over the course of a year is nothing to scoff at, and it's pretty reasonable and realistic for someone of Nova's size. However, people began doubting that this loss was achieved naturally, since it didn't look like Nova had become particularly careful with what he ate during any part of that year. The videos of him eating slop barreled on like nothing had ever happened. So naturally, people concluded in one assumption: Ozempic. Nova tried to dispel these claims by showing himself getting weighed in at his doctor's office, but this is him acting as if people were just accusing him of pulling a Wings of Redemption and straight up lying about how much he weighed, when that really wasn't the focus of the skepticism. It was that he was using a weight loss drug. Additionally, him being at his doctor's actually reinforces the idea that maybe he did have a health issue, and as a result, he was prescribed something that was helping him shed that weight, all while he still ate goy slop. But ultimately, he was still losing the weight, and fortunately for people who followed to laugh at him, he continued to be as cringeworthy as ever. In the rare cases that these internet punching bags actually do show some sign of improvement, they typically do so while stepping away from the limelight.
Yo, thank you for the 5 non-losing season champs, 9-8. JiDion, what do you think he would say if you asked him why he is the way he is? My bet would be he would blame someone else.
But in this case, it looks like the best of both worlds. Nova was handling his life better overall, and he was still making content, which is his favorite thing to do. Could this story actually have a good ending?
Okay, is this gonna What's
Of
gonna
course
happen?
not. It was far too good to be true. In late February of 2026, Twitter user Kells_143 made a thread exposing that Nova was tied to yet another Discord server. Given his reputation with these, there was just no way that this was good news. According to Kells, one of the mods, Defender, was accused by an acquaintance of his of extorting minors into self-harm. Another person, Lucky, is said to be the co-owner of the server, and in a screenshot, he's saying, "When I go to heaven, I'll be greeted by 70 shodas." If you're mentally well enough to not know what that is, it's basically referring to little boys. If that weren't enough, YouTuber Bloodspeth claimed that the server's rules allowed for no maps to post there. No maps being non-offending minor attracted person.
No map. So hey, I'm never you know, probably like an avid CP watcher. You know, I guess avid CP watchers would consider themselves no maps. Hey, I don't hurt any kids. Hey man, I'm a no map. Come on, bro. Ghostly, thank you for the gifted, my man. I appreciate that.
So essentially, predators who haven't acted on their desires yet. Perhaps
yet. Keyword yet. Have you thought about doing international trips? Would love to see someone doing work in somewhere like Vancouver, Canada. I would do Canada, but Canada lets them go, man. And if you go on the channel, man, we've caught some guys in Australia. We got 2 Australia catches posted.
Perhaps most concerning of all of this is that besides the aforementioned mods, one of the most prominent members of the server is named Alice, described as a chronically online 17-year-old fangirl of Nova's who can be seen saying all sorts of vile and disgusting things in the server, like having Nova change her pad. Additionally, she could be seen in a private voice chat with him called Alice's Pink Bedroom, and could be seen saying that she rocked him to sleep. In another set of messages, she can be seen saying that she needs money so she can go see Nova in real life. While all of these people seem to be pretty unwell in their own right, the biggest takeaway is that it's a sideshow of freaks who want to barnacle onto Nova because that's the only way they'll get talked about online. Don't get me wrong, I'm not defending Nova online, but it's important to note that all of these things said about the Discord members are allegations, the veracity of which I can't attest to, even if these people seem to be nasty. On top of that, their actual connection to Nova is mostly limited to them being attention-seeking enablers of his who are just taking advantage of how irresponsible and socially needy he is. Even then, Nova eventually says that it was a bad idea to open another server and expresses that he wants to shut it down and tells everyone to leave. Knowing him, if he does disassociate from these people, it's only a matter of time before he fires up another server and the cycle continues because he just can't help himself. He always comes back.
So, okay, so far, he's talking inappropriate to minors. He's weird doing baby stuff. I don't know if he considers himself no map. Does he consider himself no map, right? Like, is there any cheese pizza allegations? Do I need to keep on watching? Like, chat, man, don't get me wrong. Like, this dude was bad, man. But you guys gotta realize, bro, your boy's desensitized. Like, I am pretty desensitized. So it's like, you guys are saying, like, this is crazy. Yep. Okay, let me keep watching.
And the sad, disturbing part of it is, he comes back because he needs people who will engage with him in his roleplay. Usually, I reserve disclaimers for topics that involve death, but honestly, this next thing is so bizarre that I think it merits some degree of warning, so viewer discretion is advised. We are about to get into what has been coined the Nova Files.
Okay! What happened?
In the middle of February 2026, Nova detractors Chin Universe, Solidus Nova, Bloodspeth, and Purity Sin all came together to post a video that was allegedly taken by a 14-year-old girl, with whom Nova was on a video call role-playing as a baby. The voice you'll hear in the video that's not Nova is actually a voiceover by Purity Sin, as the person who recorded the video didn't want their identity attached to it in any way. In it, Nova can be seen pretending to be a toddler and hugging stuffed animals.
I have a question. How much are diapers on Little for Big?
Depends on which ones you buy.
Are they comfy?
Nova says he wishes he could be wearing wet diapers every day, but that it would be too expensive
With
as
a
he would
little
have to
girl?
continually buy them, which he can't afford. The concept of a guy doing this with a 14-year-old girl truly feels like something you would only find on the dark web.
You do really cute, ooh-woo. Ooh-woo.
This was just the first of 5 episodes of the Nova Files. In the second one, which is also a video call between Nova and this girl, he actually takes his phone and points it at his crotch while wearing diapers to show it off. All while this girl is referring to him as baby girl. As disturbing as—
Okay, I'm looking at this strictly from like a prank kitchen stance, right? With that, I'm trying to think, could we get him arrested with that conversation? Would it be in a real minor? It depends where he lives. Do you guys know what state he lives in? I'm thinking, because he said he showed his crotch area, right? I would have to read up on the laws in Idaho. Did he show it, or did he just show his crotch? If he showed his crotch and he still had the diaper on, might not be able to get him. Might not be able to.
as this stuff is, there's very little to extract from it as far as information, as most of the uploads are basically repeats of the first one. Strangely enough though, there is one exception. The end of episode 4 of the files, during which the girl Nova is talking to fakes a seizure, and Nova just stares for minutes straight. Listen, you can have a mental breakdown, a seizure, or a heart attack all you want. When the baby is in his diaper, you sit your white ass down and you listen. But this was just the beginning of Nova's ultimate humiliation. Around February of 2026, Nova could be heard complaining about being catfished.
I'm not in a good mood because I got catfished. No, I'm not okay. I haven't been okay for a long time. I've just been hiding it.
As far as I can tell, he never elaborated with the specifics of who catfished him or anything else about it really. But due to the kind of degenerates that were in that Discord server with him, many people began to speculate that Nova had fallen into some kind of blackmail trap where he was under threat of having his nudes posted. These suspicions only grew as Nova made an ominous post to his YouTube channel. "If this is my last post, I am dead. Expect that if I don't respond within..."
He only got 4 likes and 20 comments. Oh my god. I know for a fact he got ratioed in his own comments. Salt with the 10, just FYI, that Nova dude I think tried to apply to be a decoy in your videos. You're lying. Salt, how do you know that? Salt, how do you know this? Did he email? Or did he just say he wanted to be a decoy? Someone posted online the screenshots of him trying to apply? Nova admitted it himself. Yo, if any of you guys find a link or something, please link it.
2 weeks of no significant developments, something finally happened. But honestly, I really wish it hadn't. People found out that Nova had an account on an adult video website where he had posted a short video of him stimulating himself with a device. I'm gonna refrain going into more detail because I don't want to promote this account, but the name of it was a direct reference to Nova's usual online handle, and he could be heard commenting on what was happening throughout the entire thing. And apparently his room, and consequently the horde, was also visible in the video, visible enough to be recognizable as him. I'm saying apparently because I didn't actually watch this video. I'm never going to look at this video, and neither should you. What I can tell you is that the description of the video said he was taking a break from watching South Park, and his account's bio lists his relationship status as taken.
So that was so that's what that means. Okay.
This stuff became public knowledge. The first assumption was that Nova was either hacked or he was blackmailed into posting this video. However, instead of even suggesting anything to that effect, Nova stayed radio silent on all ends except on his Telegram.
Oh, he has Telegram GGs. Y'all GGs.
Where he didn't address the video directly, but instead addressed what he says are its consequences. Mom just got sent to the ER. She has too much stress. It was the trolls. One of my detractors, Purity, has accounts on adult websites too, but of course nobody mentions that. I strongly doubt that any troll activity is responsible for Nova's mom's health, and I find it much more likely that this is him blaming something unrelated on the trolls to try and guilt trip people into not making fun of him. Obviously, Obviously, this wasn't very effective, as people noticed he had been desperately deleting comments from his TikTok referencing the video in any way. Soon enough, the video had already been taken down for a violation of the terms and conditions, which probably means it was mass reported. When you take his Telegram messages into consideration, it leads me to think that this was actually done of Nova's own volition. For a long time now, he's been making offhand mentions of how he's financially desperate or how he may need to do an OnlyFans. But the thing is, he's never actually been super strapped for cash. Sure, he complains about not having money, but somehow he always has a bunch of TikTok shop trash showing up at his house, fast food, I mean even his pacifiers and his diapers. The money has to come from somewhere. On his TikTok, he made a very vague post, where in the description of a video where he lumbers into the frame before lazily making anime poses, he wrote this: "You know who you are," not naming names for their safety, but I'm thoroughly pissed at them for what they did. The upload following this one was apparently an old draft that he had recorded sometime prior, so it had nothing to do with the unfolding drama. Following that was a cringy video where he lip syncs to an audio talking about revenge.
Truth will ultimately prevail. But there is pain bringing it to light.
And in the comments, when asked about what happened, he said, "Ultimate betrayal by a former friend." After this, however, it doesn't seem like he made any further comments on the situation. As humiliating as these videos of him that came out during this time were, they were just that, enough to actually try and keep them out of the public's eye. It's clear to me that he revels in the attention he gets, or at the very least, he's addicted to it and prefers having it to nobody noticing him at all. Ultimately, as much as he feigns shame and being upset over this entire situation, him being exposed and attacked is also a part of the Nova Online phenomenon, which is why he continues to make silly TikTok videos about revenge. But the Nova files don't actually end here. After the last episode was posted, Bloodspeth uploaded a 3-hour interview with someone who was Nova's friend. Unlike all of the other people who knew him in real life, this wasn't just a superficial acquaintance. This was the closest thing Nova had to an actual friend, as opposed to someone he met on Discord that enabled his degenerate activity. In the interview he gave to Bloodspeth, this guy begins by explaining that he didn't start talking to Nova with the intention of turning around and telling everyone about it, or just—
Bro, you know what? Here, this is what we're gonna do. This bro Speth dude looks like he knows. Bro Speth? I want to just hear it from the horse's mouth. I got so many questions. Nova Online exposed in JiDion's predator catching Discord. What?
Are you guys having a good day? Is it fantastic? Is it something you would brag about to your friends, your family members? Well, let me tell you one person in the world who is not having that kind of day. It's that no good for nothing kind of day that you just don't want to live through. But this is Nova's life every single moment. Every single day of it is just pure misery. And it's all brought onto him by himself because he just can't stop being a dummy boy. You see, here recently, Nova Online was exposed for trying to join up on JiDion's predator catching Discord. Now, if you're not aware, JiDion, he used—
Oh my gosh. Yo, I turned 21 in 2 months. Could I still? Nova, we're hiring. Of course. Of course, Nova. Bro, hell yeah. Hell yeah, you can apply. Sorry it took me so long, man. I didn't know. You can apply, bro.
used to be a big YouTuber for stuff I can't even remember what he used to do. But here recently, he started catching predators with Alex from Predator Poachers, and it's actually been producing some amazing content, and it's been doing some good in the world instead of just the regular content that he was doing. It's actually really good. And to help himself out, he thought maybe I can make a Discord where I can show all of these predators that I've been catching so we can spread awareness from it. And you gotta pay like, I think $5, maybe $10 on a JiDion YouTube membership to join this Discord. So, $4.45! Remember guys, Nova Online is incredibly broke. He's been posting on TikTok that he has no money. His mom is begging him to pay bills that he just can't afford to at the moment, and he's freaking out. He can't get a job, and he's afraid that he's going to lose his TikTok account on the 5th of I think April, maybe? Yeah, it's coming up real soon. But he spends his money to join JiDion's Predator Catching Discord. Incredibly confusing when you remember who Nova is. One of the biggest people known on the internet for being...
Yep, my guy who runs my Discord, he found him on there, yep. He did apply. This is 100% legit.
And a predator for being super creepy with people he believes to be underage. I believe this is like a ploy, right?
All right, hold up. So the guy who's been doing all the interviews with Nova's friends, he just gave me his Discord. I'm about to add him. Hold up, I'm about to interview the dude.
Hello?
Yo, Bloodspat.
What's going on, JiDion?
What's good? Yo, AFK Killer, thank you for the 10. In my childhood, I was essayed by my neighbor and was not honest when I talked to the police. He got no time. I wish I could change that. Thank you for what you do. I'm so sorry about that, man. Don't think what you like, man. Don't blame yourself, man. You're just nothing but a child, man. You're nothing but a child, man. God bless you, man. And I promise you, that man is gonna get what he deserves. Might not be in this life, but in the next, man. I'm so sorry that happened. Bloodspat. Nice. I wasn't familiar. I just learned about all this today. Have you been trying to reach out to me about this?
I think so. I'm not. Well, I know a lot of people always tell me that they're reaching out to a lot of other larger creators on my behalf. So I guess through that way, yeah, sure.
Bro, man.
But yeah, no, I remember actually. I was very interested in seeing you kind of like do a predator catch on Nova, but sadly that kind of fell through. But yeah, no, definitely we've been wanting to reach you about this.
So I was watching Turkey Tom's thing. So how many minors have you allegedly caught him talking to?
Oh boy. So I think in total, one all the way back he was talking to, I think in 2023 or 2024, she was, am I allowed to say the ages? Yeah. She was allegedly, 14 years old. Then there was,
and how old was
another
he?
15-year-old. He was 18.
She was 14, he was 18. Okay.
Yeah. Then I think around when he was 20, 19 or 20, he was talking to this other minor who's 15 years old. She went by Sia online, and she was actually his quote-unquote social media manager. And he was doing things like calling her his woman in YouTube live chats and stuff like that. And yeah, he said he didn't know her age when, well, he didn't say that. He said she told him she went to university, but she was very clearly a minor. Then there was this other girl. They started talking when he was 18 and she was around 13. And it continued all the way until she was 17. And me and my buddy Solidus Nova, who's a kind of a Nova archiver, interviewed her as well. She's 17 now, 17, 18 now. But no, he was 18 and she was 13 when they started talking. Then there's this other one, this new Alice girl. She's 17, but she said she was 18 actually, and just said she was 17 to just so Nova would like her. So she's one of those people. But those are just the minors off the top of my head, but there are more.
Okay, with these, let me look. So he lives in Idaho, right?
Yes, sir.
Idaho age of consent. Ooh. Hey, okay, the age of consent in Idaho is 18 years old. That's a W. That's a W. So with all this stuff, do they have all the messages saved from like beginning to end?
So for the first girl, it's mostly video calls between the two. And there are, I mean, I have the like original ones if you want them, but there's literally like hours and hours of footage. It was her and him in a private call, but she was also like recording on another device to her friends, which is where the footage was captured. And for the other girl, there's not many messages per se, but she just went on like publicly and admitted she was 15. Then for the other girl, the one we interviewed, that yeah, we have their messages, like all of them. And for the other girl, she's not really come against Nova yet, so we don't have anything as of now. But
and what was the youngest age again?
13.
13. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's not good at all. Okay. So what does he say about these allegations when they come out?
Okay. Well, he has a few different deflections he likes to use. His main one is that they're a troll, but everyone points out she's, even if she was a troll, she's still that age. She's still told you she was that age, and he never has a response. His other new comeback is that it's all AI, because AI is kind of being used to fake things nowadays, even though a lot of the footage is years old. But besides that, he just says it's fake. It literally doesn't go into any more depth beyond that.
So, has there been any CP allegations?
Not in that way specifically, but with that first minor I mentioned, he was very adamant about her going onto this website. It basically revolves around age play. Like, it's where adults. It's like adult stuff, an adult store, but themed around kids. It's very disgusting, and he was asking her to get those outfits, and they're very, very provocative. And I'm sure he was asking for photos, if my memory serves me correctly, but in the way that you're probably meaning it, I don't think there's any knowledge of that as of yet.
Okay. Yeah, my chat just informed me about how he was adamant on becoming one of my decoys.
Oh yeah. He was in, I believe it was your Discord server.
Yeah.
Asking if there's any way he can become one of JiDion's decoys.
I seen that. Well, I'm of the belief, hey, I believe in second chances. You know what I mean? Blush spat. You feel me? Like, do you have any communication with him?
Not directly, no. But with people like him, there's always a bunch of trolls he's talking to. He thinks that are his friends. So I'm sure he's watching this right now as well.
I added him on Discord. So Nova, if you're watching, man, I added you on Discord. I would love to talk to you, man. I would love to talk to you. Get your side. I think listen, I don't listen to just one side of the story. You feel me? I listen to the whole shebang. You feel me? Because there could be a lot of information that other people left out. Obviously, I want to give you a fair shake. A lot of people, they would just come to conclusions, and they would write you off. That's not me. That's not me at all. I don't think anybody's the bad guy until I talk to them. And if I talk to them, I usually don't think they're a bad guy at all. So, I mean, yeah, man. I mean, do you know people that talk to him?
Yes, I do. I know people who talk to him, and I know people who know people who have talked to him.
Bro, if you can, let those people know that, and tell them to tell him that I added him. Like, the legit JiDion added him, and I mean, bro, I think we could go from there. Blood spat. What do you think?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm definitely down to spread the message to him, and I really hope he does accept your request and talk to you. There's two sides to every story. If I've been spreading false allegations, I would really love to know that. So if he can come out and come clean about his story and what really happened, I think that's the best case scenario for everyone. So many people on TikTok are just convinced he's this funny fat guy, when he's actually a very, very dangerous and predatory individual. And more people who raise awareness, the better, especially someone like yourself.
My man, no, facts, man, fact. Oh man. So, how long have you been working this case?
I've been covering Nova for about 2 years now. I think in June or July of 2024, I first started, and it's been certainly a roller coaster from there. And what's more annoying, and I'm sure you get some of this annoyance as well, is the fact that he keeps getting exposed, and he just goes right back and does it again with no repercussions, because the law is so weird around online solicitation of a minor. If there's no direct attempt to meet or for photos to be exchanged, then can't really do much. So it just has been really frustrating just seeing him get away with everything. But hopefully soon that'll change.
Facts, man. My brother, man. I mean, keep on doing the Lord's work, man. Truly, bro. Hopefully I can have this conversation with him. Hit up those people
Absolutely.
And I added him, so all you have to do is just accept my my ad, And yeah, man, you know, I can get him, bro. I could expedite I can expedite his stuff and all of that.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll definitely go ahead and do that. You know, I hope everyone, you know, comes forward and tells their full side of the story so we can get the whole truth. So 100%, I'll take care of that for you.
My goat, man. You be blessed, bro.
You too. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Peace.
Years before music even started, when I was writing my first comic book, and it was this detective that would solve his own crimes. So he was the good guy by day, and then at night he'd kind of transform into this alter ego and then commit crimes he'd solve the morning of.
Nigga is straight telling on himself.
David disclosed a sustained pattern of consuming gore content beginning at approximately 14 years old.
There is a strong pipeline from people that watch gore videos to people that start consuming CSAM material. Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome back to another video, and today we're gonna be reacting to Jay Wisdom's documentary on David, titled David, The Warning Signs Nobody Saw. Psychological analysis. I actually been waiting for somebody to make a video like this, man. I want to see how this dude grew up. I want to see what his mindset was. I want to see what environment could he have been in to make him do what he did to Celeste. Because what he did to her, I think we can all agree without a shadow of a doubt, he is most definitely guilty. But what he did to her is so depraved, so disgusting, and just so not normal. It's one thing to kill somebody, but then to chop them up and then keep the remains, there's definitely something wrong with this dude, man. So make sure you guys hit the like button on this video. Let's try to get this reaction to 30,000 likes. Also, make sure you guys go support the original creator. Link will be down in the description below, but let's watch it, man.
A murder that has become one of the most discussed crime cases of recent times is that of David Anthony Burke, who went by the stage name David. David was at the peak of his career. He dropped a high-charting debut album, he had millions of social media followers, and was significantly wealthy for a man only 20 years old.
Yo, chat, I'm gonna be honest, man. I knew who he was, and I didn't know who he was. I've heard his songs before, but like, if you play one of his songs and was like, yo, tell me who this is, or I'm putting 5 bullets in your brain, there's gonna be 5 lead bullets in my brain, like on everything. It wasn't until the Tesla stuff, all of that came out, I would have never known that David was the person. I didn't even know his name, you feel me? So genuinely, this case is what put him on my radar, and it's disgusting, bro.
However, in September of 2025, detectives discovered the body of a 14-year-old girl that had been missing for months, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, in the trunk of his Tesla, decomposed, dismembered, and abandoned. And for months, people debated on whether they believed that this innocent-looking, clean-shaven young man with a melodic voice could do the things he'd been accused of. But now that David has been arrested for murder, and the prosecution have documented their evidence, the likelihood that this was some sort of setup has been significantly reduced. It became evidenced that David had a physical relationship with Celeste while she was still a child, and when they broke up and she allegedly threatened to expose the relationship to ruin his career, the prosecution believed he took matters into his own hands to protect what he'd built. But when you add the context that he made music constantly that included themes of blood, violence, and a romance that ends in tragedy, it's caused a lot of people to suspect that this outcome was something David always wanted. However,
you know what? I'm so glad he said that. Like, really watching his music videos and everything, because like I said, I would hear his songs on TikTok and stuff, but I never really sit back and listen. But watching his music videos and the more stuff I found out about him, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, chat. I don't think he just did that to Celeste just to silence her. I think this situation would have happened in the future. It wasn't the fact that she was a minor and he didn't want the relationship. I think this would have happened besides the fact, you know, had he had more time and stuff like that. Maybe would it have been this soon? Probably not. But bro, man, it's just like, it's one thing to kill her, but then to chopping up the body and then keeping it around with you, this dude is genuinely sick in the head.
Start from the beginning. So, you're a New Yorker.
New Yorker. Queens, New York.
What are your
wanted me to be really smart. They never like talked about college or anything like that, but they always wanted me to be very intellectual, very put together, have an idea of what I'm doing, but they never like listened to music like that at all.
Trying to control what your kids listen to and the content they consume isn't necessarily harmful in and of itself, but if a kid is going to school and has no level of cultural relatability, it can cause feelings of being excluded, which in turn affects his socialization. If everyone got to access music and it became a point of discussion he couldn't involve himself in, it might have led to feelings of envy, and instead of David accepting this, he tried to find a way around it.
Did your parents put sort of a cap on what you could and couldn't listen to in the
Nah, I was
house?
sneaking
It wasn't
around.
like that.
I had this little iPod. I used to sneak. I got it with me right now too. I still got these. I used to
Oh
sneak around with the
my
iPod
God.
Touch. I used to sneak around with the iPod Touch and download things off iTunes and stuff like that.
The sneaking around his parents like this is consistent with reactance theory, proposed by Jack Brem in 1966. When perceived behavioral freedom is restricted, individuals are motivated to reclaim it. In these situations, the forbidden fruit, which for David would have been music, becomes more desirable, and the individual tries to acquire it by any means, even if it includes secrecy. Now, it's not the behavior itself that's necessarily significant, but the pattern it establishes. That authority is to be managed through concealment rather than confronted directly. This pattern would then reoccur later for his adult life. It didn't help David that his private school life in New York also consisted of bullying and teachers picking on him, so he had an uneasy time both at school and at home.
I hated New York.
Okay. Maybe all these things played a point and stuff like that. I'm gonna be real, bro. There's no, oh man, my parents didn't let me listen to music, or no bullying or anything that's gonna make you be with minors and chop them up and stuff like that. You feel me? It gotta be something deeper. I wonder, was he touched as a child? Who knows, man?
At that point, like,
Why did you
I didn't
hate
like
it?
my school. I was at a
'Cause
private
it's
school, and they treated me so horribly, dude.
Why?
It was insane. I don't know. All the teachers had it out for me. My little brother could testify to that too. Dude, they just had it out for me all the time. I don't know what it was. I would just do nothing to no.
Bro, I hate when people make it and they always have to have the, I had a teacher tell me I was never gonna amount to anything story, bro. I'm not gonna sit up here and say it doesn't happen, but why does every influential person have to have my teacher said I wasn't gonna amount to anything. They said I wasn't gonna be nothing. Now I will say, my mom did say I wasn't gonna be anything, but she was just mad at me. She was mad at me and she caught me like lying about my grades and stuff.
And the teachers would just pick on me and bully me for no reason, bro. I wanted to leave that place so bad.
And he got his wish as they moved to Houston, Texas. And he found it slightly better.
No. Bro's in my city. Bro, I could have walked by, bro, and not even known.
At his new school. But he was a kid that didn't really seem to find anything that stuck. His parents tried to get him into music, but it wasn't stimulating enough for him at that time.
She put me into piano lessons when I was 7, and then I quit that after a week. She was like, okay, I'm not gonna pay for it if you don't like it. Quit that. She put me in a church choir when I was 8. Quit that. And then I was in middle school band when I was in 7th grade. I played the flute and I quit that.
But he never developed into a conventionally social child. He describes himself as a people watcher rather than a member of a friend group, sitting apart in cafeteria settings and constructing fictional narratives around classmates that they were unaware of.
At school, before I was homeschooled, like middle school, elementary, I would look at these kids, like at cafeteria, at lunch was like my playground, like my brain's playground. Like there's so many different kids and they're all doing something different. I would just sit there and I'm a people watcher. I would just inspect them and like write about them and stuff like that. And I kind of brought these characters to life that were inspired by my classmates. So every time I would write like a short story, I'd have these different classmates in these stories and they would never know. It's like different names and everything, but they were inspired by my classmates.
This preference to observe people and create these stories was an early marker that he had a natural tendency to see people as subjects for analysis rather than reciprocal social partners. Combined with his bullying in New York, it suggests he felt more inclined to exist on the edge of social bubbles rather than in them, present but not integrated, watching but not connecting. He says he began...
So would that mean like he's like a sociopath? Where it's like he's emulating these emotions, but he doesn't really actually have them? That would make sense, because like you look at like his music, he made the songs before he killed her. But it's like, what if he made the songs because that's what he wanted to do? Because bro, I'm gonna be real, man. Like, you have a girl in a low impoverished neighborhood area and stuff like that. Seemingly, allegedly, in my opinion, her parents aren't that involved. Bro, that's the perfect victim. I think the question really to be arises, obviously the prosecutors are saying that it's premeditated, but I think what's more important was it premeditated to the extent of, hey, she's about to ruin my career, I need to kill her? Or was it premeditated to where this was the end goal all along? And I think that's a fair question to raise, especially when somebody has detailed these actions in their music so long before the actions were actually done.
And writing poetry in the 5th grade and pursued anime, gaming, and creative fiction from a young age.
Yeah, ever since I was young, I really just liked anime, gaming, and poetry. That's it. I remember reading my first manga when I was in 5th grade. Dragon Ball, Tokyo Ghoul, and see these fantasy characters with powers and all that. That weren't superheroes, and that inspired me to start writing and write my own stories about them.
But just in case his parents couldn't give him any more reason to resent them, they took him out of public school, the only place he was getting any sort of socialization, the place where he was letting his imagination run wild, and they instead placed him on an isolated homeschool curriculum.
Transitioning from public school to homeschool is tragic. The first 2 years was tragic.
Tragic?
I was asking to go back to school almost every day. My brother too.
Was the decision to move from public schooling to homeschooling a difficult one?
It was, and it wasn't mine, it was my parents.
So there's two different types of homeschooling in America. There's group homeschooling, where it's parents that don't want their kids to be in public school environments, but they still want them to be in social groups. So they have you have homeschool.
Bro, with all these school shootings and everything, I get why parents would want to have their kids homeschooled. But bro, man, don't feel offended if I say this and you're like, oh, I'm homeschooled and I'm not a weirdo, right? I'm just saying, the likelihood of you being a social weirdo, I feel, goes up way higher if you're homeschooled. And reason being is because, bro, you're not having these interactions. You're not meeting these different groups of people. You're not interacting with people your age from all types of different demographics and stuff. So eventually when you're done with homeschooling and you go out into the real world, you're going to be socially stupid. You feel me? You're going to be socially stupid because you didn't have that. I think school is really important, man. I really do. And not just the education, but just in what you're exposed to. Man, I can only imagine how I would have turned out if I was homeschooled. You feel me? And it's not a bad thing to be socially awkward, right? I'm not saying that. But I think it is a bad thing when you're socially unaware and you don't know social cues and stuff like that. And it's not because of something neurological. It's not because of something neurological or anything like that. It's just because genuinely you weren't equipped with something that you should have, and that's a social life. And I think that's the most important thing about school, is just the social life aspect of it.
School kids that meet once a week at a specific place, and they play extracurricular activities like basketball and stuff like that, so they can socialize, and they do the work on paper. And then there's a second homeschooling where it's just strictly on computer. That's what I did.
They didn't let him enroll on the socialized model involving group meetings with peers, but a fully computer-based, home-based program.
Yeah, no, you can't do that, bro. No, man. Oh my. I think a lot of the reason why I think society and youth today are as bad as it is because of COVID. Like what COVID did in 2020 to a lot of kids was just like, oh my gosh, bro. It's like you dropped a nuclear bomb on the youth. And then so it's not even about COVID. You're just doing this to your kid purposely. You're like, oh no, I'm not gonna drop a COVID nuke on them. I'm just gonna drop a nuke myself on them. You feel me? Like I saw so many people where pre-COVID and post-COVID, completely different. And it's just because of that isolation. And this is unwarranted and unnecessary isolation, man. So I'm not saying him being homeschooled made him a killer or anything like that. Not at all. But definitely him being homeschooled definitely took away social cues. And I feel like, bro, I get the vibe, and tell me if I'm wrong, chat, I get the vibe that this dude has a God complex. You feel me? I think he has the main character syndrome in not the meme way, but in quite literally the worst way possible, where he thinks he's the main character, he's the story, everything revolves around him. And, it's easy to think like that when you grew up in freaking a school where everything did revolve around you.
With no structured peer contact whatsoever. From a developmental psychology standpoint, this is the most significant single environmental factor in his profile. Erikson's 8th stage model identifies adolescents, approximately 12 to 18 years old, as the critical period for identity versus role confusion. The developmental task of forming a stable, coherent sense of self through peer interaction, social experimentation, group belonging, and the feedback of others. Removing a child from that process during its peak window doesn't simply slow development, it redirects it, and they don't develop normally. And the main damage that came from that cutoff was socializing. None of his peers stayed in contact with him following the transition, and he was all alone.
Dang. I thought I had a lot of friends in middle school, and then after being homeschooled, nobody's hitting me up, nobody's asking me where am I at? Why am I not coming to school today? It made me question what is a real friend? And do I have any of those as well?
Especially when I was transitioning from public school to homeschooling and nobody like hit me up on Snapchat when I was like streaking everybody. My Snap score was like 250,000, bro.
And nobody hits you back?
Nobody, dude.
Oh my god. Your Snap score was 250,000 and nobody hit you back? Oh my gosh. I know, bro. Bro, I had a streak of 400 days with Maddie Tamburillo. I start getting homeschooled. I sent her a streak with the dog filter. She doesn't even respond. That fucking bitch. I know, bro. Oh my gosh. How? I'm not gonna even lie. I know a dude. Last time I checked in 2019, his Snap score was 1 million. A dude with a Snap score of 1 million. I can only imagine what his Snap score is now. Dante Proctor. You know what? After this, we're gonna find out what his Snap score is.
That's what I'm saying. Like nobody, like who? You're not at school. Where'd you go, Dave? Like nobody. Like, did I really have friends? And you start to question things.
Oh,
like,
totally.
About your everyday life. It's like who's really there for you at the end? I mean, dude, homeschooling really takes a toll on a kid. Like
isolation.
Yeah, and there's outlets like I know I made a couple friends now that were homeschooled, but they had like these groups that they would go to like bi-weekly and
yeah, I mean, bro, it's one thing homeschooling a kid, but if you're not having that kid like go and see friends afterwards and stuff like that, you're just cooking your child. That's what I meant by homeschooling. Like what I meant by homeschooling is just they're just in home, they're not going out, they're not talking to other kids outside of the house and stuff like that. That's what I mean. If you have like extracurricular activities where you're on a basketball team or you're on a football team, but you're still being homeschooled and stuff like that, oh, bro, you're gonna be straight.
Just to socialize, but I didn't have that. Like
David would start to feel a growing disconnect between himself and his age mates, and an acute awareness of experiences that he was excluded from. I've gone through his TikTok, and this was clearly what hit him hardest. He was emotional seeing homeschool proposals. He has another post titled, What It Felt Like to Be a Homeschool Teen, and I won't play the audio for copyright reasons, but the lyrics go, everybody's falling in love and I'm falling behind, as he visibly shows his frustration at that fact. He missed out on having high school relationships, but had to watch everyone else get to have one through Snapchat. His former peers got to post relationship quotes and pictures with their partner, whilst he stayed at home, unable to do anything but watch. As the caption says, homeschool and being on social media 24/7 was not a good mix. In another post he says his superpower is never being able to express my feelings properly because I was homeschooled and had no social life for 5 years. And on another, he says, I was homeschooled all my life, I never got to experience any school dances. When adolescents are denied normal peer socialization, the need for connection and belonging doesn't disappear. It finds alternative channels. In David's case, that channel was the internet, specifically Fortnite, YouTube, Discord, TikTok, and eventually music. During his homeschool...
Damn. So that makes a lot of sense, because apparently, that isn't the whole thing of how they met, him and Celeste, was through Fortnite? Him finally having an interaction with a girl and him like being starved of that, where, because obviously you can't find no girls in homeschool, you know, it just seems like he just jumped at the opportunity. You feel me? I'm not trying to make him sound like a victim or nothing, but I'm just saying like that could be a huge reason.
David describes Fortnite as his primary social environment. He engaged in squad fields, which is where you're allowed to join games with strangers and talk to them if you have a headset and mic. And he allowed people to vent their personal problems to him.
Especially being homeschooled and not having a social life, right? So I'm on the game, I'm talking to all these random people, and they're talking to me about their life problems, you know, using video games to escape the real world as much as I am, and then living my life vicariously through them, and like writing songs about their lives.
Yeah.
I would go on Discord, and I would go on Fortnite, and I would go on like squad fills, and I just let people talk to me and just tell me about their lives. Because like most of these people that play video games the same way I do, they're going to it as an escape. So I was just being an open door and an open outlet for like my peers and my friends to kind of just like vent to me about different things in their like personal lives and stuff like that. And I'm like 15, 14 at this time, so I don't know how to like be a therapist, right? But it's like I'm taking this information and all these different people talking to me about different like problems and situations. I'm like, wow, this is really what humans are like. Like these are humans.
The fact he says,
yeah, these are humans. Wow. So that, oh yeah, he's definitely a psycho. He's definitely a what is it, sociopath or yeah, is it sociopath or psychopath? I forget the word. Like he's the Which one is it, chat? Is it sociopath or psychopath? Sociopath. Okay, yeah. Definitely. Oh, and a psychopath. I mean, he chopped her up. Yeah.
I'm like, wow, this is really what humans are like. These are humans.
These are humans.
The fact he says, wow, so this is what humans are like. These are humans. Tells me that this was the only way David was understanding human psychology at that time. This is a clinically unusual developmental pathway. Normally, an adolescent's model of human behavior is built through direct, embodied, reciprocal experience, like friendship, conflict, romantic experience, loss, etc. But David built his model of human psychology through a parasocial and semi-anonymous listening role, absorbing other people's problems through a gaming headset. This produces a specific kind of social intelligence, highly observational, empathically competent on an intellectual level, but fundamentally disembodied. He understands humans like a researcher understands subjects, not as a participant understands his peers.
Damn. So he wasn't going on the games to really listen to their problems. He's probably going on the games to like hear their problems so he can emulate it. Okay, wow, they're going through this, so that's what I should have went through. Okay, so I can embody this. Like it's kind of like, it sounds like he was just like taking people's souls pretty much. Like, okay, let me take you this, let me take this, add this to me, add this to me, add this to this. It's like he was going shopping to become human, shopping to become human. Crazy.
And that's going to be significant when evaluating his later relational behavior. So he was chronically online, seemingly addicted to video games, but being home alone that much allowed him to stumble across much worse vices. Later, in his own Discord server, David disclosed a sustained pattern of consuming gore content beginning at approximately 14 years old, following the accidental exposure to a cartel execution video. Gore is real-world violence and injury, fully uncensored, including death and murder, and he was discovering that and watching it repeatedly at 14 years old. He describes a progression.
There is a strong pipeline from people that watch gore videos to people that start consuming CSAM material. It is an uncanny pipeline like none other. Like, you know how people are like, this is a red pill pipeline or this is a blue pill pipeline? If you are a person who is just absorbing and watching gore content, like I'm not talking about like horror movies and stuff, like actual real life gore content, there is a strong likelihood that you will end up into CSAM material. If I would have known this, that he was into this gore stuff, I would have been and knew that, oh yeah, so that CSAM that they found on his phone, I promise you, when the prosecution, if this goes to trial, bring it up, it's not going to just be Celeste. It's not going to just be the other children that he was talking to. It is going to be material that he has gotten and purchased for himself. Because it is sad to say, but CSAM material is very easy to obtain if you know where to look. So I bet you it is not just from girls he knew. He was collecting this stuff just from this alone.
From initial shock response to habituation, saying, it got to the point where I don't even cringe when I see it anymore, to then developing a dissociative response, claiming he started laughing at one point, but then escalated to deliberate intentional use. I watch gore to disconnect the part of my brain that feels empathy to the wrong things. We have something called an amygdala, which generates the brain's threat and disgust response to violence. Repeated exposure to graphic stimuli triggers habituation and desensitization. In simpler words, the threshold for what makes the brain want to cringe and look away rises because the stimulus is no longer threatening due to seeing it so much. What David describes in his Discord is consistent with this process in adolescents, whose prefrontal regulatory systems are still maturing and therefore less equipped to contextualize.
So what, he was either 17 or 18 when he made that post.
And contain the desensitizing effect. But what distinguishes David's disclosure from typical adolescent experimentation?
Prosecutors are definitely going to use this.
He doesn't describe watching gore for entertainment or shock value. He describes it as an emotional engineering exercise, a deliberate attempt to modify his own empathic response. This level of intentionality about emotional desensitization in a 14-year-old is far from typical and represents a significant clinical signal. This would have been a major warning sign and red flag that David was gaining the ability to care less about human life. During that same isolated period, David developed an elaborate alter ego he called Itami, a Japanese word meaning pain.
I have this alter ego named Itami, which means pain in Japanese, and I'm heavily inspired by like anime and stuff like that. But that character that's in the music videos I make now was actually an idea that I had years before music even started when I was writing my first comic book. And it was this detective that would solve his own crime. So he was the good guy by day, and then at night he'd kind of transform into this alter ego and then commit crimes he'd solve the morning of.
So, bro, he's just straight telling. Oh my gosh, damn, bro. And Jayoma think he can get this off. Nigga is straight telling on himself.
Atami isn't this artistic, creative concept he's come up with. David described it in multiple interviews as a character he intended to develop into his own manga, one who was explicitly him, a detective who committed murders and then investigated them himself.
Big part of that manga was an evil version of me, an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego, and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as the detective, I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself.
Understand that there's a difference between normal fantasy and what David's doing. We all might fantasize here and there, maybe about obtaining a certain level of wealth or driving a certain car or whatever you guys care about. Escapist fantasy uses fictional scenarios to temporarily relieve stress and provide alternative experience. The psychological concept of fantasy elaboration, however, involves constructing increasingly detailed, immersive internal worlds in which the individual places themselves, not a character, but themselves, and which begin to function as a parallel framework for understanding identity and relationships. David explicitly inserted himself into this narrative. He is not the author of Atami. He's Atami's counterpart. They share an existence. He later described Atami as
the one that is weaving his way into my relationships and ruining them and inducing trauma and things like that.
This language suggests that the alter ego had become a psychological container for the parts of himself he wished to disown but had not eliminated.
I started making music in like December 2021. I used to be a Fortnite YouTuber, bro. Like, it's so crazy. Only reason I started making music is because my videos got copyrighted, because I was using like Scissors music, Justin Bieber music, all that. And my mom was like, yo, if you're getting copyright strike, you're not making no money, make your own song. So I was like, bro, I could probably do that.
Because of his ability, I know he's able to play and do, so I said, just make your own music. And that was that.
So I kept doing it. And then it kind of just became this thing where the music was getting more popular than the Fortnite videos. My SoundCloud numbers surpassed my Fortnite videos numbers. And it was out of here, bro.
He had no prior musical ambition. What he did have, though, was years of accumulated internal material. The Atami fantasy, the observational psychology built through online listening, the poetry he had written since 5th grade, and a set of emotional themes like isolation, romantic destruction, duality that had no other outlet. Music gave that internal world a public form. It also gave it a socially legitimate one. Dark themes that are wrapped in musical craft don't register to us listeners as warning signs. They register as artistry. The same content that might raise concern if it was in a journal or a private communication is celebrated when it has a compelling melody behind it. David's own statements confirm that his early music was not...
Yeah, that's true, man. If you just... If a dude went on stage and just made a speech about how he wants to kill some gangbangers, then go and make people prostitutes and sling dope in the community, people are like, damn, that dude's a monster. But you put a nice beat behind it, you know, and make it rhyme a little bit, people are like, oh man, you know, that's hard. You know, like freaking Crazy Story by King Von. Imagine like Crazy Story by King Von was just spoken, no rhyme, no beat, no nothing. You would be like, oh my god, bro, this dude's horrible. But you add a little rhythm to that, you add a beat to it, then it's, oh man, bro, that's a banger. And there's no difference with this dude, man. That's why you gotta be careful what you're consuming and stuff like that. You feel me? Like, I get everything's art and subjective and stuff, but you know, it gets to a point where when you consume stuff like this, eventually, man, you can become that stuff.
Drawn from lived experience, but from imagination and preparation.
When I write music about heartbreak and the sad type of things, I write it not from experience, because I was a really homebody. I was homeschooled. Like, I didn't have much of a social outlet like that. I write it in like preparation. I feel like when you commit to love, you commit to devastation as well. I think it's a mixture of like trying to figure it out myself and then looking at other people's experiences. I mean, I've never experienced like true heartbreak either. So I write all these songs in preparation for it, so I'm not devastated, you know? So I know what to expect.
He describes writing about heartbreak in preparation, having never experienced it. He states directly, I love over-dramatized themes of romance because it would never be like this in real life.
I love over dramatized themes of romance because it would never be like this in real life. So it allows you to like have more room to play around.
The thematic content of his early catalogue in 2022, like Bleed Out in March, Dirty Secrets in May, Romantic Homicide in July, centers on romantic destruction, hiding dark secrets, killing a romantic partner, and feeling no remorse. Romantic Homicide's central lyric, which David explains in detail in a Genius interview, is constructed specifically around the active first person. Not just you died, but I killed you. He stresses the first person agency.
Which was in the back of my mind, but then you think that I'm gonna say you died, but I say I killed you. So it's not like the thought of her is gone by itself was something that she did, it was something that I decided to do. And I killed her in the back of my mind.
It just makes you think, when did he kill Celeste in the back of his mind? He wanted to kill somebody, bro. He wanted to kill somebody. And I think Celeste was just the perfect victim. Like, I think this goes beyond premeditated. You feel me? Because I think the prosecutors could show that it's premeditated for financial gain. She was going to destroy his career and stuff like that. But truly, in my heart of heart, I believe that had she even just been like, you know, I want to stay with you, I'll never expose you and stuff like that, either it would be her or somebody else, this would have happened. I think this is just something, because you got to think about it like this. He's always, through other people, making his art, you know? Like, he's always the third person on the outside witnessing something and writing about it. And artists know your best art comes from your own life, right? So think about it like this. He's made all these songs from looking at it from the outside looking in. What if now he decided, hey, I want to actually take for myself? If my music is this good from just me being able to look at other people's lives, imagine how much better it would be if I create my own from myself.
He also describes the back of my mind as the location of this act, which is precisely where he has told us that his fantasy lives. His mother's reaction to Romantic Homicide is very ironic, but also significant.
I showed it to my mother, and she was like, that song's too violent and too sad. You're not releasing it. My son is not gonna be talking about killing people in music. And I was like, I'm gonna take that as a challenge, low key. I played it for her in the car, and she was like, David, this song is too violent. You're talking about killing people in your music? No, not my son. And I was like, wait, I might be onto something, bro.
She identified something real in the content. He overrode her objection anyway and released it. And that song was the one that became his commercial breakthrough. The commercial success of Romantic Homicide is a pivotal moment in the psychology trajectory. David didn't receive any social correction for expressing violent romantic fantasy. He received validation, streams, a record deal with Interscope, and multi-million-dollar career momentum.
I get the first email from the labels. I showed them, I'm like, all right, my mom has to hear about this now. I was like, there's no way I can like sweep this under the rug. I'm getting really famous right now. And then I meet with Interscope, who I eventually signed with, and I meet on my team Mogul Vision for management that I signed on management. And then at that point, it was just time to push the button.
From a behavioral reinforcement standpoint, this is near optimal conditioning. The behavior, which was externalizing dark fantasy through art, produced the outcome most desired by someone with his developmental history.
In chat, man, okay, so you guys saw, so you got a $3 million advance, right? So you got a $3 million advance. I'm gonna be real, man. There is no way he's earned more than... There's no way he's earned more than $6 million from his career, you know? I'm gonna be conservative. Bro, he is going to go broke so fast if he's not already broke, because he was spending $13,000 a month on his freaking wherever he was staying. His lawyer, we already talked to Bruce Rivers. He's a criminal lawyer who actually knows the lawyer representing David. And this is what he said, and I quote, he said, I wouldn't be surprised if his entire advance is already sitting in Blair, that's the attorney representing David, is already sitting in her account. Because how she charges is, she doesn't just charge, oh, okay, pay me up front and then, you know, pay me a service fee after. She pays on the hour. You feel me? So she needs an advance. Like how he got an advance, she needs an advance. And that might be why he doesn't have any, TMZ's been reporting why he doesn't have any money on his books and stuff like that. And it's just like, you know, and that's another thing is the lawyer I talked to, he said that he believes that she is not going to be his lawyer by time David's case runs around. Like, by the time his case goes to trial and stuff like that, he does not believe that she's going to be his lawyer. And he's probably going to have to get a worse attorney, and either they're going to do a plea or there's going to be some BS trial, and, you know, either he's going to get life or death. But I say all that to say, man, you know, with this dude talking about, oh, nobody went against this type of music, bro. Nobody ever will. You know what I mean? It's like, who went against King Von? Who went against Lil Durk? Who went against what's another rapper? You know, there's so many rappers who rapped about them killing people and all this stuff and everything like that. And at least in the black community, it's like a badge of honor and stuff. And it's like, I think us as a society, we need to call this shit out, bro. You know? If somebody made a song talking about, oh man, I love diddling kids, I love touching kids is the most fun thing. Everybody and their mama is gonna come out and be like, yo, this is whack, you're evil, you're Melly, YNW Melly. But when it's not something about kids, but it's about murder, or it's about freaking robbing, it's about stealing, it's about scamming, it's about prostitution, harlotry, and all of that, all these different things that are detrimental to society, you know, we ignore it. And it's sad to say that where we can look at this David situation and be like, you know what, we're not going to tolerate this anymore. Nobody's going to do that. He's going to get convicted, and we're going to move on with our life, and then some new artist is going to come out talking about the same stuff that he's doing, and then he's going to get caught up for it by the feds or something, and we're going to be like, what? He was actually doing that? What? He wasn't, I thought he was just Little Tekka, you know? I didn't know he actually had 2 twin Glocks and Make You Dance. I didn't know. I thought he was like Little Tekka. No, bro, we can't keep on acting like that, man. We actually have to make a stand. But then, you know, it gets into freedom of speech. You know, it's a whole big thing. But I'm so happy that he's pointing this out to where nobody was calling out this behavior. You know, and if you said something, oh, bro, this song's kind of weird. You're a Karen. You're soft. All of this crap.
Which was belonging, recognition, status, and the experience of being known without truly being seen. Because not only did he blow up in music, but that coincided with social media fame, like TikTok, where he got tons of engagement. But looking back on that, those fans were engaging with someone who wasn't even their true self, and who never took the mask off.
I got me as the artist, David, D4VD, Itami, which is the antagonist. He was the blindfold. My gaming character is coming soon. He is like the one that's super tech savvy and stuff like that. And then my social media persona, which is also being built out as we speak. And that's the 4.
So, bro, like, he was never truly him, bro. He's a chameleon, you know? Music, I'm this dude. Social media, I'm this dude. Gaming, I'm this dude. I think this trial is going to show us who he really is.
He constructed an entire identity architecture around himself with those 4 defined personas. David the artist, Itami the antagonist, a gaming persona, and a social media persona. None of which were David Anthony Burke. The actual self was not among them. What researchers describe as identity diffusion, where the boundary between constructed persona and authentic self becomes genuinely unclear, appears to be happening here. The masks were not overlaid on a stable self, they may have become the primary mode of self-experience. So David from early on learned how to switch between characters. In private, he could be this antisocial kid with dark fantasies. In interviews, he could sound smart and sophisticated. And on TikTok, he could do his best to be relatable and goofy to his audience.
And you guys heard in Jayoma, he was like, I don't see how this kid could do that. Or the dude that's the black dude that's a huge David stan. I don't see how he could do that. This explains it, bro. He himself says that he's not just one person. He himself is a bunch of different people. And so, and you know what's crazy, chat? This goes into, oh man, how do people like Holo that have everything download CSAM? How do people like David, who have everything, do things to minors and download CSAM? How do they do that? When they're this successful, why do they do that? Because it's, they break it up. They break it up. It's not all together. It's not all together. All right, everybody call me LGD. My bad. Pistachio with the 36 Qatar. Hey, Jid, love the stream. My friend and I found a predator in the States and gathered some serious evidence / screenshots. We appreciate your help exposing him. This isn't a troll. Let me know. My man, just send the email through. The link's down in the description below, man. But we're going to look over, man. I hope your evidence is good.
That ability to switch became something that we now potentially know might have helped him deal with the consequences of his future actions. According to prosecution documents, David and Celeste Rivas Hernandez first made contact online in January 2022 when she was 11 years old.
Crazy.
And he was 16. This reportedly happened on Fortnite, which would be consistent with how David got his social interaction when he was homeschooled. The prosecution
I'm gonna let my kids play video games for sure. They are not playing online. They're gonna have to be 15 minimum to be able to play online, bro. My kids can, bro, there's too many good story games and stuff like that they can play to where they don't need to be playing online, bro. There's too many good story games. You know, they can play the oldies or they can play whatever comes out during that time when I have kids. But bro, you know what I mean? 11 years old and she ran into this guy. And I don't even think he was freaking, he might have been 18. Who I don't know how old he was at the time. But bro, it just, you never know, man. And then not only that, imagine he was the same age as her. You guys saw what happened with the girls that killed their friend for Slender Man. Kids can be the same age as your kid and kill your kid. It's not just adults you gotta worry about. You gotta worry about other children. You feel me? It's like, no, you see your friends at school, okay? Come home, relax, detox. You just around them people for 8 hours. Chillax.
Documents confirm a physical relationship began in November 2023 when Celeste was 13 and David was 18. So they knew each other online for almost 2 years before ever becoming intimate. This is purely my opinion based on available context and evidence, but I don't believe David sought out Celeste in a predatory form, looking for a minor specifically because that's what physically attracted him. The fact he was only 16 at the time and was being homeschooled makes it completely plausible that the relationship began as some kind of intense online companion.
You see, this is where I'm gonna have to disagree with this dude, man. He just said earlier that David had been consuming gore content since he was 14 years old, okay? So he's been consuming gore content since he was 14. He meets Celeste when he's 17 and she's 11, okay? So what, 6-year age gap. I'm just gonna say this. When I was a 17-year-old, 16, whatever, 16, 17, doesn't matter. When I was 16, I am not gonna wanna hang around no 11-year-old. No. No regular 16-year-old is gonna wanna hang around an 11-year-old. So this is what I think. Like we already established, he consumed gore content. That's what he admitted to. I reckon, bro, I'm telling you guys, you have to believe me on this. There is a strong correlation between people that consume gore content. And when I say gore content, I'm not talking about just like scary movies and stuff. I'm talking about like decapitation videos, cartel videos, real life stuff. People that consume that stuff are the same people that like watching CSAM. So he admitted to his audience that he was consuming that stuff at 14. I reckon he also, allegedly in my opinion, he was watching CSAM at 14 as well. I'm telling you guys, you gotta trust me on this, bro. You gotta trust me. So, with that being said, if he was consuming that stuff, right? So 14, we get to 16, so 2 years of consuming that stuff. He run into Celeste now. What? And you're gonna tell me that he wasn't looking for her in a predatory way, nah, yeah. I most definitely think he was.
Companionship, where he was just happy to talk to someone, with age not being one of his concerns. I believe they started off as friends who confided in each other, made jokes, and wasn't started off in any inappropriate nature. What changed it is the question. The evidence that the prosecution are bringing forward documents a pattern that David was grooming Celeste in stages that got gradually more intense. The first thing he did was make her feel special. He released a romantic homicide music video on Celeste's birthday. He then recorded a song titled Celeste.
Wow! I did not know that.
In December 2023.
Wait, hold up. Now, this brings in the question again, chat, that I'm gonna keep on arising. He debuted the music, the video or the song on the 7th, her birthday, right? My question now, was that a foreshadow of what he wanted to do? I believe that it was a foreshadow and it just took steps.
Expressing deep personal obsession, and he continually maintained her presence in his Discord server. The song Celeste references the girl with my name tattooed on her chest, a detail that subsequently materialized in reality when Celeste had his name tattooed on her finger and shared it in the Discord server in July 2024. He also never publicly posted her on social media, but would post pictures where she's present but not identifiable, or captioning posts referencing having a girlfriend to show his fans he was in a relationship, which gave his romantic music credibility. Another thing he did was use financial control. Prosecution documents confirmed that after Celeste's parents removed her phone from her in February 2024, David drove to Lake Elsinore where she lives and paid a classmate $1,000 to provide Celeste with a new phone he had purchased so that they could maintain contact. This was done after law enforcement had directly informed him that she was a 13-year-old runaway. Despite her parents and law enforcement trying to stop David from connecting with her, he chose to go around them anyway. He then isolated her from her family and support system. There's debate on whether Celeste had the best home life in the first place, but David definitely capitalized on that and took advantage of her vulnerability. Throughout 2024, the prosecution documents confirmed that Celeste spent significant time at David's Hollywood Hills residence, accompanied him to Las Vegas, London, and Texas, and was repeatedly reported missing by her family.
I feel like parents, more specifically a mother, know what a child looks like. You know what a child sounds like. Had I been David's dad or anything, or if I had a son and he brought a girl over and she looked how Celeste looks, you're not gonna ask questions? Like, how old are you? Yeah, you can say, oh, I'm 18, I'm 17, but you're not, I don't know.
This pattern of running away is consistent with successful grooming. The victim's primary attachment has been displaced towards the perpetrator. David had become the new safe place in her eyes, which is really sad to think about in hindsight. Another thing David desired was surveillance and control. It could be for humor purposes, so take it as context rather than fact, but in January 2024, after they'd started a physical relationship, he posted TikTok with the text on the screen implying a partner telling him that she will swallow an AirTag so he gets to know her every move. It seems playful on the surface, but with the context we have, he's describing a desire for a constant location surveillance over a minor. On January 11th, 2024, David did a Twitch stream, but he had Celeste in full view of his audience, right there in plain sight. She was wearing a hoodie and glasses to perhaps conceal suggestions at her age, and they seemed to be doing a cooking stream.
Season it? It's already seasoned, but it's Alfredo.
I'm yet to find the full stream, but something gets said beforehand, and the comments start saying things like, "Pray for his career, chat. You're done for, bro. Nah, you going on the Epstein list. There's no escaping this, bro. Caught you in 4K. All messages that allude to the chat realizing that David is a allegedly. David reads these comments out aloud and questions Celeste. Are we done? To which Celeste says, we need to delete this.
Pray for his career, chat. Are we done? Are we
We need to delete this.
Are we Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
I talked with the private investigator after, who's been working this case, and he let me know that, like, this wasn't just a joke, like, oh, delete everything. You guys remember. Like, he actually has the screenshots of, like, David being like, nah, like, I actually delete this shit, you know? Now the question I have is, this stream right here particularly, what I can assume probably happened is she wanted to be more in his life. I don't want to just be behind the cameras. I don't want to just people to see my arm. I don't want people to just see my finger with your name tattooed on it. I want people to actually see you and me together. I don't think this was his idea for the stream. If I had to guess, they got into an argument and she put some type of ultimatum and he was like, okay, you know what? We'll do a stream together. If I had to guess, you know?
Can we delete anything? You done for, bro? Y'all are not done? Now you gonna Epstein? Yo, wait.
You see the instant panic in David because he's tried to keep this relationship a secret, and this was the closest he'd gotten to being exposed. The chat continues with David and Celeste Island trip and David Epstein flight list. But something else gets said, and David puts his hand firmly on Celeste's shoulder and says, I media trained you. To which she replies, no you didn't.
I personally don't.
Yo, I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
He says that's controversial, and she questions him with something that almost exposed his secret to the world.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah. Oh my. Delete everything.
Public statement from David's girl.
Delete.
Nah, she's cooked.
Delete everything. Everything goes.
She seemingly regrets saying it straight away, and David ends the stream. Of course, I have to preface that streaming clips get taken out of context all the time. What we don't know is what was actually said beforehand, and the chat could have been referencing something completely different. But
it doesn't matter what was being referenced beforehand, like, especially whenever what is said pertains to that situation, that is quite literally what was happening. And bro, anybody that was in that Discord and knew what was going on, I'm gonna be honest, man, Celeste, I might get canceled for saying this, man, but Celeste did not know how to take care of herself. And she's a kid, you know? She needed other people to take care of herself because it's quite obviously that she was making very bad decisions. Yes, she was groomed. Yes, all of that happened, but she could not take care of herself. She needed other people to look out for her, right? And allegedly, in my opinion, David didn't have her best interests, obviously. I don't think her family did. I think there could have been a lot more effort from her family. It's been proven that there's other family members that have been over, it's been stated that there's been other family members that have been over to David's house with him and Celeste there at the same time. And not only that, man, the Discord knew, bro. Like, I've had Discords. Like, when you have a Discord, like, you have a community in there. Like, your Discord, it will know, especially people that you mod up and stuff, they're going to know a lot more about you than just, you know, your average supporter and stuff, right? So these people knew that she was a minor, but they probably also liked the fact that, oh my gosh, I'm close with a famous artist, you know? Oh man, you know what? I can turn a blind eye. David treated me good. You know, David promised me tickets. Or David promised to sign something whenever he comes to my city and stuff like that. She needed other people, bro. She needed other people, and other people didn't show up for her. Nobody showed up for her, you know? And I think it's an embarrassment on everybody's end, you know? There's sometimes things happen to children where it's just out of the parents' control, you know? Like the freaking FedEx dude that just like kidnapped that girl and killed her, who just got sentenced to death. The Horner guy. Situations like that, it's just there's situations that happen to your children that is out of your control. But this is one of those situations where this was not out of her family's control. This could have been easily prevented. This could have been easily thwarted by the cops too, man.
We do know is that David was making attempts to media train Celeste, in his own words. Due to him understanding what he was doing was wrong, this is an attempt at power control. Because by giving her instructions on how to act, she's molded to become more obedient. It's crazy that this Twitch stream is almost a mirror of what the prosecution are alleging David did to Celeste over a year later. When he was on the verge of getting exposed, he tells his mods to delete everything, to physically discard of the evidence so that no one can find out the truth. He did what he needed to maintain control over the narrative. and panics when there's a risk of the mask slipping. Prosecution documents state that Celeste and David broke up in November 2024, though text messages confirm a continued sexual contact through to at least March 2025. The documented text exchanges describe Celeste growing distress at the nature of their relationship. She messaged, according to prosecution filings, "All we do is have sex and just hang out, man. I want more than that for myself." If you notice, the prosecution frames this as evidence of David's manipulation. This is because of the context that is supposedly surrounding this message. The prosecution's argument is that David had deliberately led her to believe that they had some sort of future together, that she was his girlfriend, his partner, someone he was building something with, specifically in order to maintain physical access to her and her silence. She was emotionally invested in a future I don't think he actually planned to give her. Now, before we proceed, I have to reiterate, because I know how soft the YouTube guidelines are when it comes to active cases and demonetization, but David is only alleged to have murdered Celeste Rivas Hernandez and has pleaded not guilty.
He did that shit.
So take what I say next as opinion, as rumors, as theory. But
take what I say as fact, as the gospel, as truth.
Not fact. Because his behavior over 2025, if not guilty of the murder, just looks like normal behavior. But that's also the problem if he is guilty. Because only a psychopath could do what's been done to Celeste and go about life as normal. On the night of April 22nd, 2025, prosecution documents describe a lengthy argument conducted over text messages. Celeste had become aware of David's relationships with other women. Although they supposedly weren't in a relationship anymore, this triggered Celeste, and she threatened to expose their relationship publicly and destroy his music career. His debut studio album, Withered, was scheduled for release April 25th, 2025, so 3 days later. On top of that, he had a multi-million-dollar career, active endorsements, and a world tour booked. The prosecution alleges that at approximately 8:40 p.m. on April 23rd, 2025, David ordered an Uber to transport Celeste from her Lake Elsinore home to his Hollywood Hills residence. She arrived at approximately just after 10 p.m. The prosecution alleges that shortly after her arrival, David stabbed her multiple times and stood by while she bled out, making no attempt to call emergency services. At approximately 11:30 p.m., he drove north on the 101 freeway to Santa Barbara County, texting and calling Celeste's phone as he drove, a pattern the prosecution characterizes as a deliberate attempt at a cover story. He returned home early on April 24th, went to a radio interview for the album, and attended the album release party later that evening. The prosecution then documents evidence of David's poor attempt at concealing the crime and dismembering her body, which he then left in the front trunk of his Tesla.
Burke placed her body in the inflatable pool he'd ordered to prevent her blood from spilling onto his garage floor and used a chainsaw to cut off her limbs.
Surveillance footage confirms David drove his Tesla for the last time on July 29th, 2025.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I can't tell that that's David. Like, that's the one thing. I cannot tell that's David.
Parking it on Bluebird Avenue in Hollywood Hills and departing for his concert tour. And this is the alleged story we have so far on how David potentially murdered Celeste and then continued with life like nothing happened. The following analysis I'll give is based on if the evidence presented by the prosecution is factual and proven, and is just my opinion. But the first thing that I believe to be true is that David demonstrates a dark triad personality. The dark triad is a mix of 3 personality constructs: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, identified in psychological literature as co-occurring and collectively associated with manipulative, exploitative, and callous interpersonal behavior. And I believe all 3 appear relevant to David's documented behavioral profile.
I do as well.
Narcissistic personality disorder, or NPD, is characterized by grandiosity, a persistent need for admiration, entitlement, and a lack of genuine empathy. Subclinical narcissistic traits, which don't meet the full diagnostic threshold but are clinically meaningful, are observable in David's behavior across multiple domains. The construction of an elaborate multi-persona identity architecture, the use of a child as a participant in his artistic and fantasy world, the apparent expectation that normal rules, including the laws, didn't apply to him, and the documented use of financial resources to purchase compliance from multiple parties, like Celeste's classmates and potentially others, rather than just accepting social or legal constraints. He continued pursuit of Celeste after direct law enforcement contact, despite being explicitly told that she was a 13-year-old runaway, which just demonstrates how important he thought he was. narcissistic individuals frequently exhibit a belief that ordinary legal and social constraints are obstacles that apply to others but not them. Machiavellianism refers to a strategic, manipulative orientation towards interpersonal relationships. In simpler terms, using others as instruments towards personal goals, maintaining multiple social presentations simultaneously, and planning several steps ahead in your devious plans. David's documented behavior across the 2022 to 2025 period is consistent with this profile. The staged disclosure of his relationship that was sufficient to lend his music credibility, but not enough to expose it, the financial management of witnesses, the claimed media training of a minor to manage his public perception, and the fake name he used on the Amazon purchases when trying to cover his murder trail. Psychopathy is characterized by reduced fear response, diminished empathy, shallow affect, and the capacity to engage in harmful behavior without the guilt and anxiety that normally regulates such behavior in normal individuals. What's actually happening in the brain is reduced amygdala reactivity, meaning the internal alarm system that makes violence psychologically hard to deal with is significantly reduced. David's deliberate desensitization program beginning at 14, his awareness of this process, saying, "I watch God to desensitize the part of my brain that feels empathy to the wrong things," and his ability, if the allegations are accurate, to attend a radio interview and album release party within hours of the alleged murder are all
bro, the prosecution show this because the defense is gonna be like, what person could possibly murder a 13-year-old girl and then chop up her body and do an interview after? Who could do that? All the prosecution gotta show is, bro, look, he look right here claims that he watches that stuff to desensitize himself. So of course he'll be desensitized to the point where after he does it, he could go on about his day.
Consistent with elevated psychopathic traits. The prosecution's timeline describes someone who moved through the alleged crime and its immediate aftermath.
I just find it so funny, bro. Bro, chat that. Like, bro, literally, Jayoma says he can get him off. And he would not prep for a trial. Bro, Jayoma said he can get him off without... Oh, man, bro. Yo, David, man. Hire Jayoma, dog. Hire him.
In a goal-directed, organized manner, without visible emotional disruption to his public functioning. He saw the murder and the cleanup as a task to get out the way, rather than a major disturbance to his life. It's important to note that psychopathy exists on a continuum. High psychopathic traits do not predict violence on their own. They represent a reduction in the internal constraints that make violence improbable for most people. You can definitely have psychopathic traits and go through life without killing anyone. But if you had to, or if you believed you had to, it wouldn't be hard for you to mentally process. The best way I see fit to analysing the rest of his psychology is by answering some common questions surrounding the case. The first is, was David born with psychopathic traits, or did the environment shape him like this? The evidence doesn't support a simple nature or nurture answer, and the research literature on psychopathy doesn't even need one. Studies on antisocial personality disorder, which is the more official diagnosis with traits similar to psychopathy, have found that genetic predisposition is a real factor, but it's not determinative, meaning genes do play some part, but it needs more than that. What the developmental history suggests is that David likely had some dispositional features like his elevated sensation seeking, a reduced fear response, a natural tendency towards social observation over social participation that interacted with a profoundly adverse developmental environment. The isolation he experienced in homeschooling removed the social components that normally regulate and redirect dark impulses in adolescence, such as peer feedback, mentorship, romantic experience within age-appropriate contexts, and the reality testing that comes from genuine reciprocal relationships. Basically, when you're in school and you're weird, people are going to tell you you're weird and they're not going to be friends with you, and that's going to cause you to not be weird. The gore consumption, the fantasy.
Facts, bro. Oh my gosh, man. Like, shaming people works, you know? People need, people be like, JiDion, man, why don't you just pray over the predators you catch and tell them to do better? No, man. You need to shame some people. You need to, man. Like, oh, bro, you're a grown man, married, came to meet a 13-year-old girl. You need to be shamed. Because I promise you ever have those thoughts again, what's the first thing that's going to come into your head? Exactly.
elaboration and the emotional desensitization program didn't occur despite his isolation. They occurred, most likely, because of it. Any genetic psychopathy predisposition might have stayed more muted in a more socially connected environment, but David was given 5 years of uninterrupted space in which to develop it without correction. The next question is, if many children experience homeschooling, many children watch gore, and many children watch anime, and they don't become violent, then why was David different? The answer is not any single factor, but the specific combination and timing of factors, and the absence of mitigating ones. 3 elements distinguish David's profile from the general population of adolescents who share some of his experiences. First, the duration and completeness of his social isolation was extreme. Not partial homeschooling with peer contact, but 5 years of near total isolation during the precise developmental window where identity and empathy are formed through reciprocal relationship. Fair enough if they let him go to some sports clubs and he got to meet people weekly, but he was completely alone. Second, his response to that isolation was not passive, but active, as he built an increasingly elaborate internal fantasy world in which violent romantic narratives were central, and he deliberately used that period to pursue desensitization by watching gore videos. Third, and perhaps most critically, nothing corrected the trajectory. There were no peer relationships to provide reality feedback. There were no teachers or mentors who intervened. When his dark material reached the public, it was celebrated. When law enforcement contacted him directly about a 13-year-old runaway, he found a way around their intervention. The system of natural corrections that normally checks and...
Yeah, I mean, bro, if him knowing that the police know about the relationship didn't stop him, then that just shows he was so far deep into his depravity. Like, if usually when like predators will see like police are involved, they're like, okay, no, I'm good. But that just lets me know all I need to know about him. He definitely, there's no doubt in my mind that he was consuming CSAM on like a regular basis.
Redirects deviant development failed at every point. Another question is, with his fantasies and music content, did David always have a lust for murder, or did circumstance just cause him to kill in that
I
moment?
think he did.
Neither characterization is fully accurate. Despite how wild our minds like to run with conspiracy, evidence doesn't support a long-term conscious plan to murder Celeste. There's no indication he groomed her with killing in mind from the outset. What the evidence does support is a sustained internal world in which romantic relationships and fatal violence were thematically intertwined, in which he had deliberately engineered his own emotional desensitization to that violence, and in which he had repeatedly rehearsed, through his music videos, through lyrics, fantasy, and alter ego construction, the psychological experience of killing a partner and feeling nothing. Whether or not he consciously intended to kill Celeste, he had spent years building the psychological infrastructure that made it executable. The prosecution's alleged motive that he was silencing a threat to his career is entirely plausible as a proximate trigger, but the proximate trigger ignited something that had been laid down over a long period of time. A person without that psychological infrastructure, confronted with the same threat, would not have had the same response. They might have offered to talk about things, maybe to pay her off, or something, but not murder. A very common question is, why did he leave the body in his Tesla and then just go on tour? Was it narcissistic overconfidence or something else? There's the theory that he wanted the body to be found so that everyone could appreciate the art of his crime, and whilst psychologically intriguing, it doesn't hold up well against the broader evidence. The prosecution documents a person who used a false name to purchase disposable equipment, drove to Santa Barbara County to destroy evidence the night of the alleged murder, made deliberate false statements to law enforcement, and continued attempting to incinerate evidence months later, as he bought a burn cage in July that he didn't end up using. This is not the behavior of someone wanting the body to be discovered. It's the behavior of someone who believed he was managing the situation competently. The most clinically consistent explanation is indeed narcissistic overconfidence, a well-documented feature of individuals who combine high narcissistic and psychopathic traits. The belief isn't simply "I am above the law" in an abstract sense. It's the belief that the individual's intelligence, status, and resources are sufficient to manage any problem. Leaving the car on the street rather than disposing of it properly is a catastrophic risk assessment failure, but it's consistent with the same cognitive pattern that led him to go to his radio interview the morning after the alleged murder. The operational logic appears to have been, the car is not at my address, it's a few hundred feet away, I'm about to leave on tour, and this is manageable. He definitely thought that Celeste running away all the time was going to play to his advantage, as no one would be looking for her. But when it comes to dead bodies decomposing, you don't look for that smell, the smell finds you. The question most fascinating to me, especially when watching through all of his TikTok videos following the proposed date of the alleged murder, is what allowed him to continue functioning normally after the fact. Several interacting psychological mechanisms are relevant here. The first is the reduced guilt and anxiety response associated with elevated psychopathic traits. The internal system that makes violent acts psychologically disabling for most people was, in David's case, already significantly reduced through years of deliberate desensitization. The second is compartmentalization, a defense mechanism in which an individual maintains separate psychological areas that don't interact, allowing normal social functioning to continue in one area while extreme events are contained in another. The third is the role of his persona architecture. David had spent years living between constructed identities, none of which were his actual self. Switching to David the artist for a radio interview was not a performance grafted onto a traumatized person. It was, by that point, his default public mode of existence. He was the psychopathic and cold version of himself that night, and switched his persona to David the artist by the following morning. Finally, if the prosecution's characterization of the alleged murder as an act to silence Celeste is accurate, then there was no emotional conflict to suppress. The act achieved its objective. The threat was eliminated. For someone with the psychological profile described in this video, David saw this more as completing a task rather than being horrified at what he'd done. So it wasn't that deep to him, and that's why there were no signs, at least publicly, of breakdown or panic. Now the final two are significantly important to many of you watching. Firstly, was David an actual pedo that would have pursued other underage girls, or was Celeste's age just incidental to timing? The evidence doesn't actually support primary pedophilic.
No, it does. I mean, you know, he probably didn't find this in his research or whatever, but it has been stated that he was talking to other minors, you know? He was talking to other minors. Steve Fisher has got in contact with those minors and has talked with them. So, yes, it is. You know, I know he doesn't want to like fully say that, but I'll say F it. Yes, this dude was a straight up pedo.
Orientation as the dominant motivation, as I addressed earlier. However, the pattern of seeking a relationship with someone significantly younger, from an unstable home, and therefore highly susceptible to the power dynamic he preferred, is unlikely to be entirely incidental. The specific age of Celeste, 11 at first contact, 13 at the alleged start of the physical relationship, may reflect opportunity and controllability rather than exclusive attraction to that age group. Whether he would have sought out other minors depends significantly on whether the control and power dynamic, rather than the age itself, was the primary draw. The evidence leans towards him just preferring the control aspect, which suggests that his targets might have included adult women in vulnerable circumstances just as much as minors specifically. In simple terms, I don't believe he cares if it's an adult or a minor, just so as long as he can control them. And the final question, if not caught,
I think he definitely would prefer a minor.
For this alleged murder, would David have killed again? On the available evidence, a second murder was not inevitable, but the risk profile wasn't low. The alleged murder, if accurately characterized by the prosecution, was carried out to eliminate a specific threat to a specific goal, which was protecting his career. This is different from the profile of a serial killer driven by compulsion or escalating fantasy fulfillment, like Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, and the BTK killer. However, the post-alleged murder behavior described in prosecution documents, the methodical dismemberment, the ongoing attempts to destroy evidence, the continued public functioning, is consistent with someone who didn't experience sufficient psychological cost from the act to be deterred from repeating it under similar circumstances. If the career threat had risen again with another person in a position to expose damaging information, the psychological barriers to a similar response would have been lower the second time, not higher. Basically, if the same situation repeated itself with another girl like Celeste, David would just say, "It worked the first time, so I'll do it again." But I don't believe he'd go around his life trying to find people to murder. So, how do we summarize? David Anthony Burke's trajectory is not the product of a single cause, and it doesn't follow the profile of someone who is always going to commit a violent crime. It follows the profile of someone whose dispositional characteristics...
You know what, man? It's like, his analysis was great, but his conclusion, I'm not rocking with his conclusion, man. I think looking at it from beginning to end, that this is how it was going to play out. Like, the way he broke it down, I don't see how he comes to the conclusion that this was more of a circumstantial thing. I don't think it was, bro. I don't think this was circumstantial at all. I don't think it was. I think it was. I think the only thing that affected him doing this was her saying that she was going to out his career. That's what made him do it sooner. But there's no doubt in my mind that this dude would have done something like this.
Were given an extreme developmental environment in which those characteristics were amplified, reinforced, and never corrected. The homeschooling decision at 13 was the rupture, not because it was inherently abusive, because it removed the entire social architecture within which deviant development is normally detected and corrected, and replaced it with 5 years of unstructured internet access and internal elaboration. The resulting internal world, saturated with violent romantic fantasy, deliberately desensitized emotions, and a constructed alter ego who committed murders, was then given a commercial platform that celebrated rather than challenged it. The relationship with Celeste Rivas Hernandez was built on the structural conditions his isolation had created, an online social infrastructure that gave him access to vulnerable people, a power dynamic he had never experienced in any other relational context, and a fantasy framework that had always positioned a romantic partner as someone he would end up killing. What the prosecution alleges is that when that relationship produced a threat to his survival, both professionally and financially, the psychological infrastructure necessary to respond violently was formed, and the psychological barriers that would have made most people unable to act on that response weren't. Celeste Rivas Hernandez was 14 years old. She was reported missing by her family multiple times. She had reached out to the one adult who was supposed to care for her, and was told that she was wanted, loved, and seen, or at least made to feel that way at one point in their relationship. The prosecution alleges that that same person who told her those things ordered the Uber that brought her to his door and stood by as she bled out on the floor of his Hollywood Hills home. The warning signs were there, in his music, in his Discord, in his fantasy constructs, in his own words, in interviews.
So how are you gonna say if the warning signs were there, that this was, that the evidence doesn't show that it was built up to this? Bro, this was definitely built up to this, bro. Definitely, without a shadow of a doubt.
Given freely to journalists who heard them as art. The question this case raises, for parents, for platforms, for the music industry, and for the audiences who stream artists without reading what they're actually saying, is not why nobody saw it. It's why, when it was visible, it was so easy to look away.
It was easy to look away because it had a cool beat to it, you know? In the back of my mind, you died. I killed you. You know, like, bro, like you put a little melody to that. It's like, oh, yeah, that's kind of fire. Yeah, okay, I can rock with that. Now, if I said, in the back of my mind, I killed you, you can be like, what the? Oh, man. Bro, this was an amazing video. It's just, man. I'm just upset that we didn't come to the same conclusion, bro.
The case is ongoing, and I plan to cover any major updates as well as documenting my own theories over on Patreon.
All right, you guys shout out to Patreon, man. But hey, man, this was great work, though. Yo, Jay Wisdom, amazing, dog. 10 out of 10. I rock with it, y'all, man. Make sure you guys go like the documentary, man. If you're on YouTube, make sure you guys go like it and let them know JiDion messes with it. If he makes another one, we definitely watching it, y'all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the 'Cause 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 '
You know, just recently you said something along the lines of kissing her. Do you remember saying that? That's your husband? Oh.
Oh! Imagine you trying to sell some chimichangas and then Skeet pulls up on you and confronts you about why are you trying to put your chimichanga into a little person. Let's get into the video, man. Let's get into the video, y'all, man.
And we're right around the corner from this guy. We're right around the corner from his food truck. I guess he has like a taco stand going on. How you doing, my friend? At the Euro there? Okay, great. That's the Euro? Okay, great. I was gonna ask one more thing. Do you have the Predator pita? The Predator pita?
Pita?
Predator pita, though.
Yeah, the bread? Yeah.
You have Predator pita? I'll do a Predator pita. Yeah. Gotta have a good Predator pita to go with your Euro, you know. Oh, I didn't even see him there.
Oh, chat. Remember the dummy who had the dog and his dad was terminally ill that we caught and he got arrested? Y'all remember him, chat? That boy got hit with 11 felonies. 11 felonies. Oh my gosh, bro. But yeah, man, I just have to tell you guys about that.
And you've just been skeeted in 4K. You know, you really gotta love these food trucks. I mean, just the amount of passion and heart and soul that food truck owners put into all their meals is truly unmatched by anyone else in the restaurant business, really. Most food trucks are ran by, you know, very hard-working individuals that put their sweat and tears into the
that
entrees.
looks good.
Not literally. That would be gross, but you know what I mean.
Been here for about a year at this location.
I mean, you guys have some pretty high ratings on Google, so I figured, you know, should be pretty good place. You know? Where did it all start?
I had $20,000 in my bank account, and I was like, you know what? I gotta do something with this money. I borrowed like $50K.
Wow.
Yeah, I borrowed.
You see, I commend you because most people wouldn't know what to do with that kind of money.
Yeah.
I'm just glad you didn't go and spend it all on hookers and blow. You know, some people out here.
That's probably what I did with my first $20,000.
Okay. So you gotta give the first. We all know that some food trucks are better than others. It's just a fact of life. And by the way, this nacho burger is really hitting the spot right now. But surely, all food trucks are run by decent, honest human beings, right? Not so fast. This here is 35-year-old Martin, or Carlos as he likes to go by, and he runs a food truck in San Diego, California called Mick Kebab. It's a very highly rated food truck according to social media. One day, Martin struck up a conversation online with our adult decoy. And let me just say, this chat log was much dirtier. I invited our adult decoy up there to give her a different kind of shish kebab, if you know what I mean. So while we're cooking this up, I mean.
All right. Skeeter, I love you, man, but we're gonna get to the catch.
How you doing, my friend? At the Euro there? Okay, great. That's the Euro? Okay, great. I was gonna ask one more thing. Do you have the Predator pita? The Predator pita?
Pita? Predator pita, though. Yeah, the bread? Yeah.
You have Predator pita? I'll do a Predator pita.
Okay.
Yeah. Gotta have a good Predator pita to go with your Euro, you know.
Questions.
What's that?
Questions.
Yeah.
Why here?
What's that?
Why the camera?
Oh, I didn't even see him there. Oh, he's deaf anyway. But do you have the Predator pita? Yeah. Okay. Can I get that?
One second.
Oh, it's cooking right there. Okay, great. Well, while that's cooking, I just wanted to ask you a couple questions here. So this be your picture here?
Yeah, that's me.
That's your picture? Okay. And what was your name again? What was your name?
My name's Martin.
Martin? Not Carlos? I thought your name was Carlos.
Yes, I know.
Okay. Do you know why I'm here?
I think, yeah.
Well, why do you think I'm here? What was your name again?
Martin.
Martin. Yes. Okay, Martin. Why do you think I'm here? And why do you think I have your picture in this binder? I can't really hear you.
I don't say nothing. Just I need my. No, nothing.
Oh, nothing?
No. I can't talk with you.
You can't what?
I can't talk with you.
Why not?
So you can talk to a little girl, but you can't talk to the boy Skeet.
I can't talk with you.
You can't what?
I would say if you can't handle the heat, stay out the kitchen, but he's literally in the kitchen.
JiDion, I almost had a heart attack the other day. You came into my restaurant on stream and started eating. I thought I had finally been caught. Thankfully you just came for the food. Thanks for the pass.
But I'm gonna have to double back to all the restaurants I ate at, cause hey, yo!
I can't talk with you.
Why not?
I want to talk.
No. Well, isn't this a picture you sent to that you invited to up here?
Yes.
And you're expecting her to come here, right? Okay. And now let's be real here. Cooking food over a hot grill like this can be rather dangerous, but if you ever burn yourself or anything like that, you might be covered by today's video sponsor, Morgan and You're a mistake. It's a pretty grave mistake. It's a bit of an illegal mistake, Martin. So where do you get Carlos from if your name's Martin?
I don't know.
Just a made-up name? Yeah. Okay. Okay. And this would be a picture you sent right here. You sent this picture. And I understand the other day, recently, you showed up to a park to meet her. That would be Centennial Park, right? Okay. Okay. Now, how old are you, Martin?
Well, get out the food truck, man.
How old? 35.
Get out the food truck.
And now, I mean, when she told you she was, you even said, "What are you doing on this app for adults?" And you even said it could get you in a lot of trouble.
This is stressful.
So what I'm wondering is, Martin, why keep the conversation going? This is it's just for our documentation.
Yes, I know.
So
I don't want it.
Oh, I understand you might not want it, but you've it looks like you invited a up here, so
It's my mistake, sorry.
it's your mistake. Okay, it's a pretty grave mistake. Do you want to come out of the truck and just have a conversation? Can't? Okay, because I'm having just a hard time hearing you.
I need my avocado.
Your what?
I need my. Can you speak Spanish?
No, I don't speak Spanish, though.
I need my avocado.
Abogado?
Yes.
What is that?
Allowed here.
Is allowed here?
Allowed here.
Oh, lawyer. You need a lawyer. Okay. Well, that's fine. I just wanted to ask you, a couple questions. I remember just recently you said something along the lines of kissing her. Do you remember saying that?
What?
Kissing her. Do you remember saying that? Okay. So what made you say that?
I'm sorry already. Everything is my mistake. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, no, I just want to ask, And then you say you'll put your fingers in it.
Yeah.
Is that what you were planning to do when she got here today? So what was the plan when this girl got here today to your food truck?
Just talk.
Just talk? Give her some food?
Yes, because.
Okay.
I can do nothing.
Okay. And you make kebabs here? Were you maybe trying to give her some other kind of kebab?
What?
Were you maybe trying to give her some other kind of kebab?
I don't understand everything.
You don't understand everything?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
Bro, this is the thing why I hate catching mostly Spanish speaking EDPs is because when you start talking to them about this, bro, they be understanding everything you say. And they be like, me hablo no English. Bro, you speaking some Shakespearean type English in those chat logs. But now that I'm over here, no habla English.
That's fine. So you weren't trying to give her some other kind of kebab? Are you sure?
Excuse me?
Were you trying to give her another kind of kebab?
I don't understand.
You understand? Oh, it's okay. I have a translator.
Hello.
Hello, dear. I just have a translating request for you.
Sure.
Hi. This is Carlos here. Can you say hi to Martin? Can you say hi to Martin?
Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Bien, gracias.
Try to hide his face.
So what we wanted to know is, so it seems that Martin here sells kebabs at his food truck. We want to know if he was planning to give another kind of kebab to this.
Okay, el señor está preguntando,
Okay, so he wasn't trying to give her another kind of kebab?
no, that's a misunderstanding.
That's a misunderstanding. Okay. Okay, now, Martin, was there a misunderstanding when you talked about putting your D inside of her?
What the what?
You said something about you're going to putting your D inside of her?
What the what?
Yo, Martin! Martin! Hey, yo!
You said something about you're going to put your D inside of her? Well, what'd you mean by that? Yeah.
How you doing?
How good are you?
You need somebody to speak Spanish?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we have a couple people here, but it seems like Martin here is just having a bit of a hard time. You see, what happened was he invited a up to this food truck after he talked sexually to her online. And now, all of a sudden, he doesn't speak very good English. So, yeah, what I wanted to know is...
So he's a
pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much what we got here. Yeah.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, I understand. But he asked her, Martin, do you remember asking her to send you a picture of her? You think, yeah? Well, why'd you ask her that? A misunderstanding. Now, Martin, is that PETA burning up over there? Is that still? Oh, you turned it off? Okay. Okay. You ask her if she can sneak out. If she can sneak out?
The leg is it's still in the camera?
Yeah. So Martin asked her if she could sneak out. Is that right?
Are you trying to get food?
Yeah.
Oh, we're just talking to the individual right now.
Oh.
Just give us another 5-10
Yo, man, the Predator tacos go hard, man. I would stay in the line.
minutes.
Okay.
He says yes, it seems like that.
Okay. And after she did sneak out, what was Martin's plan?
Y después de que se iba la niña, después de que... He said it was just to talk, to converse.
Just to talk. So
why they always just want to talk? Like, well, it's just like, bro, man.
Not to have sex with her like he described in the conversation.
Entonces la intención de usted no said honestly no.
No, okay, man. When I go talk to this dude today, chat, that we're about to go get, like, I don't want. I gotta get him out of his shell, you know what I mean? So hopefully, you know, him seeing a grown man in a Predator costume, you know, hopefully that won't, you know, startle him too much.
That wasn't my intention.
Okay, so if it wasn't his intention, why did he talk about sex so much?
Él está preguntando que si eso no.
Que ella también quería hablar de eso.
He said that because she wanted to talk about that too.
Oh, she did, but Martin, you were
those minors, bro. All they want to talk about is sex, man.
You're the only one bringing it up.
He said, honestly, I want to talk with a lawyer.
You want to talk to a lawyer? Okay, that's fine. Well, you know, Martin, before you talk with a lawyer, you're gonna have to talk to the police. So, just so you know.
He said, I would rather wait for an attorney.
Okay, that's fine, Martin. Martin, is there anything else you have to say? I mean, you talk about her taking her clothes off and everything. Is there anything?
El señor está preguntando que si usted... No, he said that's it.
That's it? Okay. Chester, you want to go ahead and... Okay. Well, all right. Thank you for the nice translation. We may call you back when the police get here. May need a little bit more translating. I guess that's going to be it for now.
Es lo único que usted quiere decir. Ya no quiere decir más. He said, yep, that's it.
Okay, that's it. Gotcha. Okay, well, if that's all you have to say, Martin, what I have to let you know is that I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit, and we're doing an online series about adults who try to meet up with online for sex, and you've just been skeeted in 4K.
Él se llama Skeeter y él le tiene que dejar saber que usted está y que usted
¿Yo siendo qué?
Skeeter, you've just been. Hey, you've just been skeeted. It's just my catchphrase. It's just kind of what I say. Yeah. Okay, he got it. All right.
Do they talk?
And he's pretty much done talking to me now, and invite up here to give him other kinds of shish kebabs. It's just not a good look. It's just not a good look.
No, it's not a stupid video.
I know. So this is a professional grade camera. This is getting submitted to Netflix.
You guys are doing your thing. I guess.
Yeah, we have a whole chat log of everything he was saying here, and
I get it. I
Yeah.
get it. No, I got a little daughter, so I know.
yeah. I mean, he invited her up here for some activity, so yep. We'll be out of here shortly.
Is the truck valid or what?
Is the truck valid?
Yeah.
No, it just he invited her.
It's got to do with who's
Yeah.
in the truck and running it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Do you know this guy? No, that's good. You probably don't want to. If he can beat the high score over there in pinball, maybe we'll let him off the hook. He might be down for it. After this, probably not. How you doing, Martin? How you doing? Nothing? Do you have any more customers today? No.
Damn, business shut down early.
What's the plan for the rest of the day? You don't know? Okay.
I love catching them at their job, man. I feel like that's when they're the most receptive. Let's see what the police say.
How we doing, officers?
283, clear for a clear.
Understandable.
Okay. Is it just inside the food truck? Correct. 5537.
So, like I said, I have everything printed out, but this is where it started on an app called Scout. It was Hello Baby. You can swipe through those if you want. Those are just screenshots of the Scout app, by the way.
Who's this? Is this the same guy?
That's oh no, that's a different one. Disregard that.
Okay. So then, can you see?
Your husband? That's your husband?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh man, she speaks some good habla English.
Is this the same guy?
That's oh no, that's a different one. Disregard that.
Okay. So then, can you see?
Your husband? That's your husband?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
if you can do you a favor, if we could just stand over there, please. We're just
interesting.
we'll talk to you right now, okay? And then can I see the
Is
text
it okay
message?
if
Sure.
I go on?
Right now, if you could just stay over here, please, and then we'll fill you in on everything, okay?
Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah.
I just want to know, is he gonna be arrested or what?
So right now, we're still conducting our investigation, and
Dang. Bro's married, bro. Come on, man. Bro, imagine how embarrassing this is for the women. It's like, and like, not only are they getting cheated on, but it's like, because like girls, they're automatically going to assume that whoever you're cheating on them with, you think that they're better than them. So in her mind, she's going to be thinking, damn, Martin thinks a literal baby is better than me. Top 10 anime portrayals, like literally. Oh my gosh.
He gave us his number, so when I texted Hates for meet me there, and that's the actual texting app that we've been using. You can just the whole conversation's there.
Is there anything sexual in any of these?
You're getting to it. You'll get it. He takes a minute to get around to it, but yeah. It's all the way at the bottom now, but he sent the address for this location and said I'm in the very back. And come meet me, basically. After he said all the sexual stuff that you'll see in there if you scroll down far enough. Yeah, right here, you asked if she wants to lose her virginity. Asking you that. Do you want to remain a virgin, or we can do if you want.
Okay.
It's all right there. Looks like, what's his name? Carlos, or whatever his name is getting his car searched. Officers doing a deep dive on his car. I think the Mick Kebab Grill may be going out of business. We saw that the door did open up on the food truck a little bit, but honestly, yeah, we're bringing everywhere we go. We just bring excitement. First Walmart, now Mick Kebab Grill. Mr. Carlos's wife is not happy about what's going on, I don't think.
Actually, he might be.
It's going to be a lengthy investigation.
Okay.
So we'll have you guys meet me up front right now.
Okay.
But we'll go from there. But did you get the decoy's name, number, and
Yeah, I can give it to you right now.
So we'll go from there right now and then figure out right now. Do you mind if I take a look at those text messages?
The text, what's it?
Hey.
God did.
Oh, man. The Mick Kebab Grill. Hold up, bro. Okay. Chat, man. We gotta go. I gotta go check the reviews. Oh, man. The Mick Kebab Grill is unfortunately permanently closed. This POS is filthy, low-down, creepy, touchy-feely, gross, greasy pervert. He lusts after children. He is a terrible person. An awful sorry excuse for a man. There is no worse type of person than a pedo like this who preys on the very weakest members of society, all while masquerading as a normal, hardworking American. And he even has a kids menu. Chicken tenders, anyone? 5 stars.
In here? Yeah. Gotcha.
In the phone.
The phone. Absolutely.
Where's your guys' car at?
We're the white Yukon over there.
Once we get the okay, I'll
yeah.
bring it up front.
It's about where you left off. It's just about all of them.
And then I'll get that. We'll get the screen recordings and then we'll go.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
All right.
W Skeet.
Well, as you saw there, they just took our boy Carlos. They just booked him. It looks like
Yo, Leo, Felicia, thank you for that Prime sub.
Officially out of business, and I have the pleasure of being their very last customer.
You gotta at least try the food, Skeet.
Yeah. And this is a pretty reputable business. I mean, it looks pretty good. I didn't get to try the food because I'm not really so much of a kebab person.
You gotta try it.
He just signed a year lease? When?
Yeah.
Took him away, boys. Out of here. That's a wrap. On to the next one. We'll be back in next week.
Oh, no.
Well.
Dang, man. You know, the W catch. Man, can't help but feel bad for the wife, man. She probably had a part in the business, and now freaking she's gonna have to deal with all the legal fees and the freaking, I hope she could just divorce and just get away from all that, man. The Diddy Grill. Hey, I like that name. The Diddy Grill. Excellent work, Skeeter Gene, man. Make sure you guys go in the description box. Go leave a like on the original video, man. And go show love to my boy, Skeeter Gene. Ooh. Dan Schneider, a scandal at Nickelodeon.
I was surrounded by them when I was 14 years old. Surrounded. Literally. Didn't even know it. It wasn't until I was old enough to realize what they were and what they wanted and what they were about and the types of people that were surrounding me till I went, oh my God, they were everywhere.
This is a grown man in a hot tub with I don't even think she's 13, probably like an 11-year-old. That's not her father or family member.
Like vultures.
If you grew up watching Nickelodeon, then you may have heard of Dan Schneider. He was responsible for many of its hit shows during the 90s and 2000s.
Damn. He made all that? Kenan and Kill? Cenat was ass. Okay. Okay, let me okay, this was a hit. This was a mega hit. I didn't really watch it. I would watch it every now and then, but like, I'll give it respect. Guys, who watched Zoe 101? I was on a Zoe 101. iCarly, mega hit. Victorious? Bro, Victorious to this day is one of the funniest. Bro, I literally rewatched it during COVID. Shit's still funny on everything. Cenat, ass. Henry Danger. That's when I started getting out of watching Nickelodeon and Disney Channel and stuff. Bro, younger generation, I need your guys' help, bro, because this is like out of my time range. Is Henry Danger fire? Yes or no? Damn, it was that good? Yes. I seen one funny clip. What did Brody say? He was like, that's not my mom and dad. That's Kim and Kanye.
For one thing, my parents, for some reason, they look and sound different. Like Kim and Kanye.
Hi, Charlotte.
I'm a genius.
Bro, I saw that shit. That shit was pretty funny. I can't even lie. I never watched it though.
Such as The Amanda Show, iCarly, and my personal favorite, Drake and Josh. In recent years, Dan has been brought into controversy due to rumors about abusive and possibly sexual behaviors between him and his young female co-stars. None of these rumors were grounded with any hard evidence, and most people dismissed it. Until March 26, 2018, when Nickelodeon announced that they will be parting ways with Dan Schneider. The news surprised many people. Why would Nickelodeon fire one of its biggest producers seemingly out of nowhere? Were they aware of all the rumors and decided to finally do something about it? What is the Dan Schneider conspiracy?
Okay, I'm Carly. I'm Sam. And we like to draw families on our toes. Observe. Okay, and that completes our 5-part series on toes with froze.
Now, I'm gonna turn off the camera using only the remote and the power of my toes.
One of the most prominent rumors regarding Dan Schneider is that he has a thing for feet and uses his shows and their following to satisfy this fetish.
And I forgot to
you
get
may
him
be
a
thinking,
present.
well, maybe
Could
he
you
just
wish him
finds
happy
feet and
B-Day
toes
for
to
me?
be funny.
Happy birthday, bro.
And to be honest,
Happy birthday,
some of the
Ryan.
scenes by
Wyatt.
themselves are rather harmless and something
That's
that I
4.
can imagine on other shows.
That's 4,
However,
chat.
it's undeniable that there are a large number of
5.
feet-related puns and barefoot scenes in the
6.
shows. Too many to list here. Outside of television, there are some weird examples, however. In Victorious, Tori hosts an online show called Tori Takes Requests, where viewers can ask her to do all sorts of random things. In the very first episode, Tori gets a request to have ketchup poured all over her feet, and then she does a little dance at the end. In another online show called Cat's Random Thoughts, there's a moment in the first episode where she sticks her big toe in her mouth. I didn't really watch Victorious growing up, so I don't know if these played on television, but I do know that they were extras on theslab.com, a fictional in-universe website. Now, here is where things get even more unusual. On September 13th, 2013, the Sam & Cat Twitter page asked its followers to take a picture of their feet with the hashtag #SamandCatSaturday, and a number of people did. This is just one of many now infamous feet-related tweets from Dan Schneider and his shows, but this is the most well-known. You can find several.
Wait, yo, Chad, is that Illuminati's Twitter right there? Tell me that nigga doesn't look like Illuminati. But anyway, bro, what the actual... Why don't we realize this shit, like, when it's happening, you feel me? Like, we let all this weirdo stuff happen, and it's like, oh, it was cool back in the day, but then it's like, when we grow up, it's like, damn, looking back on it, that shit was hella weird. Oh, that's crazy.
If you look around long enough. During the same year, there was a post on Reddit about how Dan Schneider is the most successful writer / TV executive in children's television for the last 30 years. A user commented, "I grew up in LA and was an extra on The Amanda Show a few times. He, being Dan Schneider, paid me $100 once just to tickle my feet." The user further elaborated, "To make a weird story short, in between takes, Dan asked me if I was ticklish, and I said no. Then he bet me $100 he could make me ticklish. I was expecting him to reach over and tickle me under my arm or something like that, but he led me to his office. I basically got paid to receive a foot massage and a lot of compliments."
Okay, Chad, I'm not gonna lie. I can't, bro. I don't believe Reddit stories at all, bro. Like, fucking, these niggas have perfect English. They can make, they literally orchestrate perfect stories. These niggas on Reddit are the same niggas that are writing fanfics, bro. Like, if it's on Reddit, I don't believe it at all. Like, I just don't.
The commenter later deleted his or her account. It's unknown who this person is, how old he or she was, or if this person was even telling the truth.
They weren't.
A
I know
small
for a fact they
YouTube channel
weren't.
known as Revenge of the Sis have done a number of videos about Dan Schneider, and during one of their podcasts, they received a call from an anonymous source stating that she went to an audition for one of Dan Schneider's shows. The call was quite lengthy, so for time's sake, I'll be playing a portion of what she had to say. The full podcast will be available below.
So in 1997, I was discovered in a mall. Basically, we would go on auditions just to different places. And eventually I got a manager and an agent who would send me on audition calls for, like little things like commercials and everything. And then as I started growing in my career, in 2007, my agent contacted me and my family about possibly getting a good Nickelodeon gig. And we flew out to LA for this audition. And when we got there, it was a bunch of kids, probably like 200 kids. And then these random agents hand-selected specific kids that they liked or, showed some charisma. And then once about 40 kids were selected, we were then told to take off our shoes and that we were each going to go into a room to show the producer, who is Dan Schneider, the tapes to see who we would want on the show. And of course, we always ask, like, oh, what do we have to do? Like, what would you like us to be doing once we're in there? And my agent told me, he's like, it's going to be like he's like, you got to just take off your shoes, just like run around in front of the camera, talk about how much you love being barefoot. And at the time, even, it was like, okay, that's weird, but I didn't think anything of it because I was still young.
Right.
My mom kind of looked around and was like, this is wrong. There's just something really wrong about this.
Because this person's mother decided to take her out of the audition, she's been blacklisted from the business.
Okay. I don't know about her being blacklisted from the only way you get blacklisted from the business is if, like, you piss one of them off. Now, if she told him off and stuff like that, then maybe she got blacklisted. But if she just, like, took her child out, like, you're not going to be blacklisted for taking your child out. You feel me? But what I will say is that shit is real, bro. Like, a lot of these kids, like, they're groomed from childhood. Like, these niggas know, okay, we're going to make you a star. So they start you off at 4 years old. And then from 4 years old, like, they literally already have your... Bro, there's a video that we should watch right after this. It literally maps out everything I'm talking about. But they'll literally map your career out from your 4 years old to your fucking 40 years old. You feel me? You're going to be on TV. And then you're going to be put in a movie. Then you're going to start your music career. Blah, da, 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 da. They're going to map everything out. Bro, you know how this shit's real? Bro, any famous celebrity, like, that's a superstar that you could know of, look up child pictures of them, and I promise you, they're around other celebrities. Like, bro, I seen something where a 10-year-old little Yachty was hanging out. Whoa, look at this, bro. 10-year-old little Yachty hanging out with celebs. This nigga was 10 years old hanging out with celebs. Bro, let me see. Yachty as a kid. Lil Yachty as a kid. Lil Yachty as a kid. Let me see. Look! John Legend! Just posted up with John Legend. Then, boom! Ludacris. And bro, there was like way more. And like, this isn't just like an isolated thing. Like, these niggas, dead ass, from like their childhood. Bro, look. Posted up with T.I. Like, what the fuck? That shit crazy, bro. It's like they're bred to be superstars. All right, let's get back to the video.
Dan Schneider, I know you're watching my Vine. Do you like my Vine? Vine. Look what you've done to me.
There are a number of photos circulating the internet of Dan Schneider being a bit too touchy with his young child actors, some of which are a bit more uncomfortable to look at than others. There are stories of him inviting young actresses into his office and hosting pool parties during auditions.
So what would happen is that your parents would send you to sort of like this camp. It was basic acting classes, and it was an opportunity for the kids to get discovered. And interestingly enough, most of the kids got discovered by the pool. They had a pool, they had like tennis courts, and I believe like it was like Megan Fox and other female celebs, and Hillary Duff was another one who got discovered there at the pool. And they would push you to do pool activities because they said that's where you have the highest chance of getting discovered.
Now, what was the age range of the people that went to these at these camps?
The age ranges, the ones that I was familiar with, are ages 13 to 22.
13?
In an article by Kira Davis from Red State.
What? 13?
She writes, I happened to be chatting with a former child actor over a week ago. We were discussing...
Bro, what the fuck are you doing putting a 13-year-old with a 22-year-old that don't know each other? Like, just that on itself is weird enough. Then on top of that, you got niggas that aren't even in the pool looking at you do quote-unquote pool activities. Like, what the... Like, bro, it's not like these niggas are... Like, no, I don't see any pilot for a TV show where the first fucking scene starts off in a pool. Because the only time that they ask you to do stuff is they'll have you do like the pilot episode. So the pilot episode is basically the first episode for every show or whatever, right? Bro, name me one show where the fucking pilot episode started off with a nigga in the pool. Any Nickelodeon show, there isn't one. EDP Riz, no, facts.
Weinstein, and she told me that in her youth, she worked on one of Schneider's shows very briefly. She told me, my friend was molested by that man on set. Everyone knew it. No one said a word.
Damn. So sorry to hear that.
In 2004, actor and producer Brian Peck was convicted of several accounts of lewd acts towards a minor and was sentenced to 16 months in prison. Court documents...
Bro, chat, listen, my nigga. Bro, if I get arrested one more time, y'all niggas know I can fucking go to jail for 5 years minimum. Like, literally on everything. I can go to 5 years minimum. And this nigga fucking... Bro, this nigga... only got 16 months. That's just a year. And then it's probably gonna get lowered because of some like fucking good behavior bullshit, bro. I swear, bro, I say this every stream whenever we watch something like this, bro. They don't care about kids, bro. They don't care about kids, and I don't know why. I don't know why, chat. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there's so many injustices for women out there and everything like that, and I'm fully supportive of like women's stuff, and I'm fully supportive of men's stuff, but fuck men and fuck women, bro. The kids are the future. They should be at the helm of everything. Like, kids, like whatever situation is going on, fuck what you talking about. Like, kids are the #1 priority. Then everything else can be taken care of. You feel me? Because, bro, if the kids are taken care of and they're straight, that's the future going to be straight. You feel me? You take care of the future, you take care of the kids, the future is going to be taken care of, bro. And these niggas don't talk about this shit, bro. Like, bro, I don't know if you guys know this, but, bro, so many kids go missing in America. Like, it's a ridiculous amount of kids. Like, it's like not even mathematically reasonable, the amount of kids that are going missing. Like, this isn't some, like, random guy just stealing kids. Like, it's almost on some shit where it's like, damn, like, yo, low-key, a lot of kids are going missing in the same type of way, and there's no trace at all, bro.
Oh, my God. It's revealed that several...
Hey, bro, the police department's in on it, too. Oh, bro, it's so deep shit, bro. That's what Lil Baby was talking about. He said, like, there's shit I can't get into. It gets deeper and deeper, bro. The shit, like, this shit's deep. And, bro, if I fucking knew, I would air it out. But, bro, I'm a YouTuber, man. Like, I know y'all niggas think, oh, JiDion's in the know and shit. Like, bro, I'm not in the know. I'm just like y'all. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm finding out the same shit as you guys at the same time.
All these acts involved attempted sodomy of a person under 16, sexual penetration by foreign object, and oral copulation by anesthesia or controlled substance, just to name a few. The victim has remained anonymous to protect his or her career, but according to reports, the child actor was involved in The Amanda Show. After serving a sentence, Peck was released from prison and went straight back to working on kids shows, such as The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. This is because, although he is prohibited from direct contact with children, that technically doesn't mean he's not allowed to work on shows that involve children.
I wonder where I'd wear this.
Wear it to a fruit stand. You look like a lime.
So what does this have to do with Dan Schneider? Well, in a 2002 article titled "Groomed to Be All That," it is revealed that Dan Schneider and Brian Peck would host comedy boot camps for Nickelodeon child stars, where they were allegedly separated from their parents. Really think about that for a bit. The guy that held boot camps for children was convicted and sentenced 2 years later for committing sexual acts with children, and then went straight back to working on children's shows. When asked if he had anything to say to the child he abused, Peck responded with, "I don't have any comment on it. I really don't."
Because he doesn't care.
This is the guy that Dan Schneider worked with for years. According to Deadline.com, Dan Schneider was known for having temper issues. During a meeting with Nickelodeon executives, Dan was told that his show Game Shakers would not be renewed for a 4th season, leaving it on a cliffhanger ending. It was also reported that Nickelodeon's newest show, Cousins for Life, would move into the same studio that all of Schneider's shows were exclusively produced for years, and that Dan wasn't so happy about having to share space now. Perhaps the
Brody got mad that some niggas moved next door. He's like, these goddamn niggers. These goddamn niggers, man. I built my own studio. You think I want to see some black? Oh, chat. I just thought of something. Chat. Have we ever seen black feet on Nickelodeon? Has Andre or any black character in a Dan Snyder produced TV show, have we ever seen black feet?
It's bigger than black and white.
So you're EDP and you're racist.
About having to share space now. Perhaps the most absurd allegation towards Dan Schneider is that he is the true father of Jamie Lynn.
Wait, someone said Ariana Grande. yeah, I guess she is black now.
Here's his daughter. Yeah, this is a little silly, but it does lead into something interesting, so I'm going to bring it up for educational purposes, just so you guys know. Jamie Lynn Spears, the star of Zoe 101, infamously got pregnant at 16 years old, which resulted in the cancellation of the show.
What?
Crazy Days and Nights is an online gossiping website ran by an
What?
anonymous
Whoa,
blogger.
whoa, Zoe got pregnant? Wait, what?
Absurd allegation towards Dan Schneider is that he is the true father of Jamie Lynn Spears' daughter. Yeah, this is a little silly, but it does lead into something interesting, so I'm going to bring it up for educational purposes, just so you guys know. Jamie Lynn Spears, the star of Zoe 101, infamously got pregnant at 16 years old, which resulted in the cancellation of the show. Crazy Days and Nights is an online gossiping website ran by an anonymous blogger known as NT, a self-proclaimed dialed-in entertainment lawyer. Supposedly, NT was able to predict certain scandals involving big-name celebrities, such as Weinstein and Kevin Spacey, on his website years before mainstream media caught on. Obviously, there's no way to verify this is accurate, despite the Daily Beast believing so. Regardless, there was an interesting post made by NT in October of 2007 saying, "I don't even know how you define what list someone is when they are on some ensemble show watched by teens and preteens. So go with the above and make her a female. Make her pregnant, which is causing the producers to have a heart attack because they really don't need any more scandals. But wait, there's more. One of the producers, who was old enough to be her grandfather, shouldn't be having a heart attack because of shock, because he is the one who knocked her up. New boyfriends are being lined up as we speak."
Oh, chat, man, this shit pisses me off so much. Like, this shit pisses me off.
In December of 2007, just 2 months later, Jamie Lynn Spears announces her pregnancy.
What the fuck? So it's true. They literally knew about, bro. Oh my god, bro. So they literally made a cover up, gave her a fake boyfriend, and then it got announced. Bro, man. And you know the crazy thing about it, chat, is like, I don't live in LA, so it's like, I don't know shit. But like, if you live in LA, you know shit. You feel me? It's like, you know how like if you live in a small town, everybody knows a little bit about everything? Bro, it's the same way in LA. If you live in LA, you'll know, oh, what so-and-so gets to do, da-da-da, da-da-da. You go to the same parties, you go to the same functions, you guys know. Like, bro, LA is such a fucking small place. Like, it really is. And the sad thing about it, though, is that, like, bro, this is my opinion, but I think it's 100% true. If you fucking move to LA, you're only moving to LA to fucking further your career and give a fuck less about anything else. So all them niggas out in LA and shit, like, bro, they literally just doing it for their career, bro. I promise you, these niggas know shit that we probably could never even fathom. Like, I'm telling you, we couldn't even fathom. But, bro, if you fucking whistleblow, oh, okay, that's the end of your career, damn. So it's like, niggas, like, go hush mode. It's like, bro, you can't say shit. And then it's like, and then on some shit, it's like, damn, you know what? Damn, this is my boss, you know? He's this big producer. Bro, like, I know it doesn't sound big, but like, bro, when you see those producer tags on movies and shit, those are the niggas that could take you to that next level and shit, you feel me?
Just 2 months later.
That's why I like YouTube, bro, because I don't gotta suck nobody's dick. I can fucking do what I want to do, you feel me? I'm my own boss. I make my own content. I can direct. But, bro, I'm telling you on everything, this shit's gonna happen, bro. I was talking to Hersey about this. What they're gonna start doing is they're gonna start fucking grooming YouTubers. So they're gonna find y'all niggas when you guys have, like, 5,000 subscribers, and then these big organizations, these big record labels or whatever, they're gonna be like, okay. Because, bro, think about it like this. They missed out on me. They missed out on Kai. They missed out on Speed. They missed out on Adin. Bro, these fucking executives at these high up places, they see this shit, and they're like, damn, bro, we're missing out on a fucking bag that these kids are making 100% for themselves. So what they're gonna start doing is they're gonna have agents just searching the internet. Be like, oh, this dude has 5,000 followers on Twitch. You're gonna get email. Hey, we want to manage you. We're gonna build you up. Then they're gonna bid them, and then they're gonna be like, here, we're gonna get fucking, we're gonna get this rapper on your stream. Da 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 da. And then they're gonna build them up, build them up, build them up. I'm telling you, that's the future of this social media shit. It's just too young yet for them to really grasp it. But like in the next 5-10 years, bro, this shit's gonna all be industry shit. There's gonna be industry plug. There's gonna be industry plants all over this hoe where they're not real content creators. They've been fucking backed by some multi-billion-dollar corporation. And it sucks that it's gonna be like that.
Announces her pregnancy.
I'm saying Supreme. Shout out Supreme. I don't know who you are, my man, but appreciate the raid.
Visitors to the website are able to create accounts and comment on Auntie's posts, often attempting to guess which celebrity will be exposed next. One of these commenters, known as him, is believed to be Robert Downey Jr. Yeah, the Golden Avenger himself.
What?
Where the hell did this come from?
Wait, what the fuck?
Well, most people came to this conclusion because of what him revealed about himself through his posts, such as having a troubled youth and nearly destroying his Hollywood career.
Wait,
him
what?
Also listed celebrities that he was friends with, including Jon Favreau, Guy Ritchie, David Kelly, John Hughes, Natasha Gregson Wagner, Brian Lord, Tommy Lee Jones, Susanna Hoffs, Steve Martin, Rachel McAdams, Molly Ringwald, Miranda Cosgrove, and Susan Downey, Robert Downey Jr.'s wife. It's worth noting that him's complete list of celebrities included some that people were not able to find a connection to Robert Downey Jr., such as Neil Patrick Harris and John Hamm. Of course, there's no way to know for certain who him is. But what we do know is that some time ago, he had this to say about Dan Schneider.
What the hell?
He's a monster, the worst predator alive. And if you wonder why nobody will confront or charge him, he's in charge of multiple hit shows for Nick, which rakes in oceans of money, tens of millions of dollars multiplied by many years and many shows, not to mention his merchandising royalties. So Viacom Nick warned him to cool it, then pay for his damn lawyers. What about the parents? No tweener parent who shoved their kid into the limelight from birth is going to cross him either. and risk career suicide and loss of revenue and residuals in future career. No matter how bad it fucks up the kids, especially if there's multiple kid actors in the family, and the kids' agents are complicit too, just ask the Spears family. A lot of settlements get paid out of Viacom's accounts. Finally, on March 26, 2018, Nickelodeon parted ways with Dan Schneider. Nickelodeon's official statement was, following many...
Wait, was it 2018, the year of hashtag Me Too? Chat? Wasn't that like when all the Me Too stuff was going on? Oh, I'm not gonna lie, chat. Suspicious. Suspicious, chat.
Conversations together about next directions and future opportunities, Nickelodeon and our longtime creative partner Dan Schneider / Schneider's Bakery have agreed to not extend the current deal. Since several Schneider's Bakery projects are wrapping up, both sides have agreed that this is a natural time for Nickelodeon and Schneider's Bakery to pursue other opportunities and projects. Dan was given a payout of $7 million upon his departure. He and his wife sold their home and currently reside in Hidden Hills, California. It's unknown if Dan Schneider is working on any new projects. So, is Dan guilty? Did he really abuse his young child actors? Well, no one knows for certain. As you may have noticed, there is actually no concrete evidence against Dan Schneider. No celebrity has spoken out, and the ones who did have kept their identities private or are anonymous. So, for all we know, they could be lying. The closest comes to us from Noah Monk, the actor who played Gibby on iCarly, from the official podcast. But even he was hesitant on defending Dan.
I was sort of, I mean, if that shit went on, I'm fucking like, that's devastating to me because I don't see him in that light, you know? So watching clips on YouTube and shit of that is like crazy. But I mean, the foot fetish shit is like, okay, bro, come on. Like, I never really noticed that when I was 15 on the show, but of course, looking in retrospect, it's like, okay. No, I don't know. No, and I never observed, like...
Bro, man, I'm not no fucking polygraph or nothing, but this nigga capping hard as fuck. Yo, spam that cap emoji in the chat, bro. They're like, bruh, come on, my nigga. Like, this nigga. I fuck with Gibby too. Gibby! Bro, come on, Gibby.
Saw anything like that or got hints of that, so it's fucking... It might be baseless rumor, but I don't want to speak. Like, what if some shit comes out? I don't want to be like on record being like, no, you know. So I have no clue.
Who the fuck says that? What if some shit comes out? I don't want to be on record saying, oh no, I have no. Bro, this nigga. That's why you lost your hairline, Gibby.
These rumors and accusations have existed for a while, but nobody really said or did anything until Nickelodeon separated themselves from Dan. It was only then that people started growing concern. Why would Nickelodeon fire one of their biggest producers just out of nowhere? Were they aware of something? Many people point to this event as evidence that Dan must be guilty, but I beg to differ. I think it's worth mentioning that Dan's shows have been seriously declining in ratings. iCarly's pilot episode got 4.1 million views. Their most viewed episode, I Saved Your Life, got 11.2 million views.
Damn!
And their least viewed episode...
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, chat, bro. We got a video on our channel that has 24 million views. I'm not trying to brag, but you know what I'm saying.
I Battle Chip got 2.4 million views.
Damn!
Victorious' pilot episode got 5.7 million. Their most viewed episode, Begging on Your Knees, got 6.1 million. And their least viewed episode, The Ham-Bone King, got 2.39 million, so not that bad. Skipping over Sam and Cat since that show never finished, Henry Danger's pilot episode got 1.94 million views. Their most viewed episode, Hour of Power, got 3.16 million, and their least viewed episode, Saturday Night Lies, got 1.05 million. Game Shaker's pilot episode got 1.98 million views.
Damn!
Their most viewed episode was the pilot episode.
Damn!
And their least viewed episode, Escape from Utah, got 0.52 million views.
Damn!
It seems as if the Schneider style just wasn't working anymore. Is it not more reasonable that Nickelodeon saw this trend and fired him because of it? I don't want to dismiss any of the people that have investigated and spoken out against him. I mean, with this many rumors and allegations surrounding Dan, it's just kind of hard to ignore it. And it's not like this hasn't happened before. In 2004, a man known as Jason Handy used his job at Nickelodeon to lure young child actors. He was arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison for molestation and possession of child pornography.
Should have been longer. Should have been longer, but it's way better than 16 months. Way better than 16 months.
After
God
serving
damn.
his time, he was released and went straight back to working at Nickelodeon.
Oh, this nigga. This nigga. Oh my.
Hollywood is one of the most unsupervised, unrestricted industries in the world. The promise of fame and fortune can be so alluring to young and upcoming actresses and actors that they and their families are just willing to do anything. Once you become a public figure, everything you say and do will be held against you. Which is why if some actor or actress in the industry was abused as a child, they'd probably rather say nothing and not risk their career. You can't change the past, so might as well keep making money. I think the most we can definitively say about Dan.
Well, one thing I will say though is if you were abused as a child, you don't have to come out. Especially if you're a famous person, you don't have to come out and say anything. You feel me? Because that's just you. So like, I don't agree with that. Like, just because they don't want to come out and talk about what happened to them, bro. Because then you niggas know how the internet is, bro. Niggas will fucking make memes and shit out of that to the end of time. And like, so like niggas just don't want to deal with that shit, bro. It sucks what happened to them, but they're just gonna rather just move on with their life.
At the very least, he finds feet entertaining, and that's not a crime. But who knows? Maybe someday an actor or actress will speak out against Dan. Maybe concrete evidence will be found, and maybe something will be done. I suppose we'll never know.
Chat, man, I got a question for y'all, bro. Do y'all think we'll ever get that Nickelodeon collab after I react to this?
I don't even smoke weed, but I feel high when I'm next to you, babe. Used to be my girl, used to be my boo thing. Now I'm telling everybody you my boo thing, you my boo thing.
Predator catch number 6. Racist predator has no remorse. Jesse. I am so sorry, chat. I am so sorry. That shit ruined my eardrum.
Yeah.
That looks racist.
What are you doing here today? He's watching. What are you doing? Are you sure? Yeah. Are you sure you're not here to meet a 14-year-old boy? A 19-year-old? Probably. No, he's 14. Are you sure you're not here to meet a 14-year-old boy? I'm sure. Because I have the chats. You can't lie to us. Right. Well, you want me to pull out the chats and show you if you want to lie? No, but... So why did you come here today? I was looking at Skeeter. You came here to meet a 14-year-old. Is that right or wrong? It's right, but I mean, it's just a dollar store.
Chat, I have it up all the way. Chat, I have it up all the way. There's not much else I could do. You gotta turn your guys' shit up, man. I have the shit up all the way, chat. I promise.
What I'm doing with this 14-year-old? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I mean, you made it pretty apparent in the chats you wanted to bring him back to your house and hook up. I didn't say that. You think that's okay? Comfortable with. Is this something you do often? No, I mean, but that is what you are. You asking him for dick pics, ass pics, a 14-year-old? But he said he was 19 on the. No, he didn't, because I have the chats. You can't lie. It says he's 19. You want to show? Do you want to show the chats? Or sure. It says on the profile 19, but I told you after the fact that I was 14. You're not. And you acknowledged that I was 14. So why do you think that's okay? Because I was just meeting him. That was it. You weren't though. If you were just how old are you? If you were just meeting him, why did you ask him for dick pics and booty pics? Because that's what you do on Tinder. But you don't do that to a 14-year-old. You should have blocked him. He didn't send it anyways. It doesn't matter if he didn't send it. You don't ask a 14-year-old for booty pics. Right. Did you know that that's wrong? Yeah. How old are you? Older. He's 32. Are you 32?
He's 30.
31. You don't think that age gap is weird? Nasty, dude. You can't find anybody older to hook up with? I can actually. So then why did...
He said, bitch, don't play me. I got the receipts. I'll pull niggas and little boys. It don't matter to me. But this nigga weird and he just don't give a fuck.
You have all these older people. Why did you come to meet a 14-year-old?
All the old people you have, and you decide to meet a 14-year-old.
I'm going to meet them later. I literally was just going to meet the kid and say hi.
Yeah, that's not...
This nigga said, you see this shit right here? I was going to hit him first, then go to him, then hit him later. I had 5 today.
If you were just going to do that, why did you ask for nudes?
Because I sent him mine.
And why are you meeting up with random people in the first
I didn't
place?
ask for your dudes. You just randomly sent them. I don't know why you do that. But,
No, that's what I did.
And then after I told you I was 14, you asked for nudes from me. So why do you think it's okay to ask a 14-year-old for nudes?
Well, you were on Grindr. I just figured that's what you were there for. Pictures.
But it's a 14.
Yo, chat. W in the chat if we should make a Grindr account. You know how I can't make a Tinder account no more. Like my face on Tinder will not work. It just won't. Should we do a Grindr trolling? All right, we'll do it one day. We'll get it set up, chat.
It's a 14-year-old.
But you didn't look 14. He doesn't look 14.
It doesn't matter.
He said he was 14.
I didn't believe it. So.
You didn't care. You didn't believe it.
Regardless.
You just didn't care.
This motherfucker don't give.
14 doesn't matter.
Come on,
He doesn't.
He said he's 14.
He definitely
And you
doesn't
asked him for nudes.
But I didn't get any. So.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
So you think it's okay what you're doing?
yeah, because I didn't do anything
You think
wrong.
you think this is okay? Meeting a 14-year-old here.
You're just meeting them. It's at a dollar
You weren't
store.
just gonna meet though. You were gonna take him back to your house and hook up
I
with him.
wasn't, actually.
Yes, you were. I have the chats. You want me to read them?
I said we
You want me to read word for word from the chats?
Sure, you can read word
Okay.
for word, but I mean,
We'll read word for
regardless,
word.
I didn't walk with him anywhere.
It doesn't matter though. You didn't walk with him anywhere because we showed up. If he showed up, who knows what you were?
Have you done this before?
No.
You haven't. Had this happen
I
to
told
you?
you, I'm not actually.
Were
I
you?
told you, look, right here. I'm not.
You were.
Look,
You were
get
touched
this.
as a 14-year-old.
I was touched.
Get this.
And how did
I'm
that-
not actually 19. I'm 14. I hope you're not mad. That's what I said. to
How did
you.
that? How did that make you feel?
So where? So how did
How did that make you feel?
Oh, I don't know.
Did it hurt you?
No.
So you didn't think anything was wrong with that when you were 14 and that happened to you? Why?
No.
Why do that to someone else's kid?
I didn't.
Why try to?
I didn't.
You were attempting. So why are you here?
This is a real life Joker, bro. Niggas wonder what the fucking real life Joker would look like. This is him right here, hooking up with little boys at a dollar store. This motherfucker weird, man.
I mean,
But what I'm confused
Just
about
because it
is
didn't
if-
happen didn't mean you were planning to.
I didn't.
If you had this,
Ever
if you had this bad experience in the past, why would you try and pass it on and do it again?
I'm not passing shit on.
But I
You were
said
trying to.
I said I'm not
Couple
actually
berets,
19. I'm
Instagrams and
14.
stuff.
I'm not actually.
So what? I didn't get pictures and I didn't meet him and do anything.
Okay,
but do you
You
understand
did
how much
meet
this
him.
could have hurt him?
You're in-
Regardless, I didn't do anything.
Okay, but
You
your
were
intent
trying.
was to come here and hook up with the.
You see, I can tell these kids are young and everything. When you meet a predator and stuff like that, you have to like speak as if fucking the kid's real. You know, they're like, well, yeah, the kid's not real, but it could have been real. You know, if you like speak as though the kid is real and stuff like that, these motherfuckers don't have like a guise to hide under and shit. You see, that's what he's hiding under. He's like, but it's not real though. But it's like, nigga, if it was real, you would have did it.
No, my intent was to meet him.
Okay, let's
get
look.
McDonald's,
Let's look here.
and then
I told you.
You
I'm
just
14.
said that you were
asked
touched as
for
a
pics.
14-year-old, and you
I
wanna
said,
repeat
what
this.
do you? I said,
Younger
what do
than
you
that,
want?
too.
I said, what do you want?
He touched younger than that. What?
Pics of. You said face, body, cock, booty, whatever.
So you were.
Whatever. Right?
You were.
It's like going to a fucking drive-through. It's like, hey, welcome to Whataburger. What do you want? Yeah, can I get the face, the head, the cock, the booty, and just whatever else? That's all. Okay. Anything else to complete that order? Can I get a side of jizz? Oh yeah, we got you. Extra or just a small amount? Just a small amount.
Touch younger than
I
that.
told you said you wanted pics of a 14-year-old's face.
No,
cock,
because
booty.
I wanted to believe it, but it's not a problem.
It doesn't
Like I
matter.
said.
That is not okay
That's
to ask for nudes from an underage child. And you're
Right,
31. You
he's
are
not.
31 years old asking for nudes from a
I didn't ask.
14-year-old.
They were.
You
listen,
asked.
Listen.
You said.
You messaged me.
No, you
Under
messaged
the-
me first.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You
No, I
said.
didn't. I tapped
You
you.
very well messaged me
tapped
first.
you.
I didn't. I do
I
not
tapped
make.
you.
I do not make contact with anybody first. You messaged
I
me
tapped
first.
you, which is that little flame
You
thing.
100, and I tapped you back, but you messaged me first.
All I said was hi.
No homo. You tapped. I tapped you.
Hey man, bro, these kids are like, they're doing a good thing, man. But leave this to the professionals. Leave this to like Skeeter and them, you know. But I'm not gonna. They're doing their thing though. But you can't be laughing at an investigation like this. You know, I made that mistake too. I had a lot of people in the catching agency. They were like, "You don't laugh at these type of situations, bro." I'm not gonna lie though. Like, even though these niggas are mentally fucked and they're the scum of the earth and shit like that, they be saying some funny ass shit. Like, I can't even lie. Like, when I was with Skeeter, that nigga almost had me break character so much.
You back, but you messaged me first.
Homo intended,
So you said you were touched younger than that?
Yeah.
And you didn't find anything wrong with that
Well,
as a
that
child?
was wrong because I was really young.
So why repeat that? Do you
I'm
understand
not
that this is
repeating shit.
14
is not even
You know
legal
this
age
trickles
for
on,
anything.
right? There's lots of kids that were touched as a young age who actually go up to touch other kids because they think it's
Right,
okay.
I wasn't planning on anything.
You were.
The chat
No,
say,
I was gonna
the
meet
chat
him.
say different.
Be like, are you out to your family? The whole nine.
What would you think the kid's parents would think, right?
I don't
Fucking
know. They were
weirdo.
dropping him off apparently.
But the thing is,
Especially since they wouldn't
you
know.
say you were coming here to just hang out, but the chats say different.
I understand what the chats
So why
say,
didn't
but,
you make
like,
it evident in the chats that you just wanted to hang out?
Because you said,
didn't
what are we
make
going to do?
it.
And I said, I don't
That's
know.
not what you
Okay, how would you feel if
Be
that was your
honest with us,
child?
dude.
If your child was coming to meet up with a 30
Yeah, this nigga ain't having no kids.
It wouldn't happen.
No.
This nigga's not having no kids.
Okay, but if it did happen, you would be upset, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want that to happen.
No.
So why would you do that to someone
Listen,
else's child?
all I was doing was meeting him. I wasn't going to take him home.
Are you proud of yourself for this?
This boy's
Yeah, 'cause
zesty.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Zesty
You
ass.
can say with a straight face that you're
You
actually proud
you
of
walked
yourself?
here. Did you not
That's
walk
sad.
here?
Yes, I walked here.
So you walked here just to meet a 14-year-old?
Yeah, and maybe get a
You-
McDonald's.
You put in all that effort. to
Yeah,
come
I'm going to
here.
go meet someone else anyway.
People don't just put in that effort, come meet somebody at a
I live
Dollar
really
Tree.
close.
Are you okay?
Am I okay? Yeah.
Is there anything wrong with you?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Because I can't tell. I don't understand why you would think this would be okay.
I'm not doing anything.
You're meeting up with a 14-year-old child.
Regardless.
Let's not mention that you first wanted me to meet you at your house. So you didn't even want to come meet at Dollar Tree in the first place. You wanted me to meet you at your house.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did,
said
'cause
where
I
you...
have the
Listen,
chats.
I'll read it.
Oh,
Bro, this is like a high school fucking bickering. Like, I didn't say that shit. It's literally in the text message. No, this is what, bro. Like, this nigga just don't give a fuck. What did Alfred say? Some men just want to watch the world burn. This is what he was talking about. This is some of those men. This is just crazy.
I'll read it too.
Word for word. No, I didn't.
Read it word for word, please.
You were like...
Dink said, musty and zesty is crazy. That's a crazy combo. That musty, zesty combo. It's like, be one or the other. You can't be both, man. I thought if you were zesty, like, you at least be clean, you know? Like, the zesty people I see, they're clean. They're nice, clean shaven, dress nice, look good, smell good. I'm like, yo, bro, like, what are you wearing, man? Oh, you know, it's not Armani. Oh, man, I gotta get me some of that. Nah, this is crazy.
Do you want to meet somewhere? And I said,
I just don't understand.
And you sent me your location of your house.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
Where do
did.
I live? And
I don't know where you live. You sent the location. I'll
I'm
show
by
the
the
chat.
school. That's
As
it.
a victim of it, why would you want to do that to someone else? That's where I'm baffled at.
I said, okay, what do you want to
Hold
do?
on.
You said whatever you're
You
comfortable
said, where
with.
do you meet? Wait. No. What you said is, can you meet me at Royal Oak Meyer? And I said, I don't know where that is. I
Yeah,
have to walk.
I said that, and then you said,
And then, no, you said, would you want to meet somewhere near you then? And I said, sure, please. And then I said, I have my own place. And you said, is there a store near you? And I said, sure.
Yeah, so you implied that you wanted to meet me to come to your place first.
No, I
and
didn't.
You
I
sent
said
the
I
lo-
have my own
And you
place.
sent
So why
the
would you say that
location
in the
of your
first place?
I have my own place.
And you don't have your own place. You have
I
your own
asked
place.
you, okay, what do you want to do? Whatever you're comfortable with, you said. I said, so you want to hook up? And you said yes.
I
So
probably said sure.
You said yes. You said yes. You didn't say sure. You said yes.
This nigga said, I probably said, sure. Like, do you want to hook up? Sure. Yeah, I don't care if you're 14. Why not? I have other people I'm going to hook up with, though. But
And
sure.
you said pick sexy after you said that.
Are you sober right now? Because I don't understand like what person in their right mind would like.
I'm a little stoned.
You're a little stoned.
Yeah.
On what?
Crack.
Weed?
Crack.
Is that
Meth.
Is that else?
Opioids.
Is that it? Okay. I never heard of weed.
Definitely
like,
crack.
Helping people touch kids and shit.
I
like
don't
that.
touch kids. I was meeting up with him, and that was it.
Okay, but the chats.
Listen, the chats can say what they say.
Yeah, but the chats say what they say, because that's.
Damn, bro. It's pissing me off. Like, I'm not mad at these kids or nothing like that because they are doing a good thing by exposing this dude. But, like, this nigga is fucking with their sense of reality. Like, this nigga has a reality stone, and he was like, I didn't say that. And the dudes behind the camera are like, wait. Like, he's actually like, this is the shit that's pissing me off, man. Like, the reason why I like Skeeter in them is because Skeeter fucking doesn't let them do that bullshit where, like, they hide behind semantics and shit. And, like, word, he's getting them confused. Yeah. He's literally making them think that he's got gaslight ability facts. He's gaslighting the fuck out of them. How he went in the argument, like, Chad, I'm not gonna even lie. Like, this nigga low key got me thinking, like, shit, is he there to meet little boys? Like, this nigga is over here making me like rethinking everything. Just see, fuck, this nigga won every gaslighting competition.
You can't lie to us.
I'm not lying.
We know why you're here.
To meet with him. That was it.
They didn't enforce in their group facts.
You're just smiling, but it's like it's not funny. But
it isn't funny.
I'm smiling.
It's just baffling that you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's very unprofessional to smile during something like this. You know, it's one thing watching and we're laughing and stuff like that, but like if you're in the situation, for the fucking pedo to tell you that you shouldn't be smiling, that says a lot, low key. And it's fucking sad that I'm like even. Oh man, but I should be 1000% against this nigga, but this nigga's telling them how to do their job, bro. That's like a crackhead telling a cop how to, like, you know, stop crime. Like, you might as well hang up the badge and the gun.
Why would I bring him home to my like roommates that are 40?
Because you wanted to hook up with him.
Why are you like bringing him home and you're
I'm
31?
very glad that
I wasn't gonna.
I really hope a child never comes to meet you and your roommates because I don't know what you would do with them.
I wouldn't do anything.
That's not what.
Do you work?
Like, dude.
Yeah.
Where do you work?
I'm a caretaker and I'm also a landlord. So.
And how would you
this
feel
nigga
if
does
those
not
people
own any
had
property.
you around their grandkids?
You
think they would feel uncomfortable?
How would you feel if the people you worked for knew why you were here today?
I don't know. They'd be fine with that because.
Do you think they'd be fine with you coming to meet a child?
Yeah.
Why? Because I know a lot of people that wouldn't be fine with that, and I think a majority of people would not be okay with it.
Because I went through the same thing. So
that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't say I was going to do anything.
So you think what you're doing here today is okay?
I wanted to see why he
You
had
think
a
what you're doing here today is okay, dude? Do you think what you're doing here today?
Why?
That's disgusting. There's
Not
something.
really.
There's something wrong.
I mean, he would need to meet somebody.
If I was that kid's
father, I would kill you.
Or lesbian.
Damn.
There's something wrong. It doesn't matter, dude. The sexual orientation.
Bro, let his intrusive thoughts win. He said, if I was his father, I would kill you. Nobody didn't say shit.
It doesn't matter. You came here to meet a child, and you know what you're going to do. We know.
Someone said, bro's a mixture of Ronald McDonald and Lester from GTA.
Yes, you were.
I wasn't.
Then why did you ask for
Ma'am, just go to the next aisle, ma'am. It's not worth
Obviously,
it.
that he has no remorse.
Same.
You can.
Jesus,
Sorry,
man.
man.
I'm sorry, man.
Insane.
Let her through. I'm sorry.
Okay. I have the chats too. You showing me the chats doesn't do anything, dude. I see that you asked a 14-year-old child for nudes.
No, but
I've never seen a pedo this fucking,
matter.
like,
You think there's nothing wrong with you asking
feeling
children
justified
for
about their
nude
actions. No remorse.
They're on Grindr and they're sending it.
That doesn't make it okay.
It doesn't make it okay,
It
but
doesn't-
they shouldn't be on an adult.
Sexual chats with 14-year-old children are not.
You know better though.
Right, but he said he was 19 and.
Okay, we got a professional in this bitch. Hey, chat! We got an enforcer now. We got someone to take over. Because I'm not going to lie, these kids were down 3-1. She joined in. They needed the help. Okay, Auntie, spit some facts, Auntie. Let's get it.
Sexual chats with 14-year-old children are not okay by any means.
Hey, well, it never went down, so.
It doesn't matter, dude.
She said, call the police on his ass. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. The only person speaking some sense here. Because this nigga ain't speaking sense. And the niggas behind the camera damn well ain't speaking sense. This is just a big-ass shit show.
Hey, well, it never went down, so.
It doesn't matter, dude. This is you came here to meet a 14-year-old.
Right.
Even if you were just hanging out.
So it's at the gay Undertaker.
It's obvious he doesn't have any remorse.
It's obvious you don't give a shit.
I don't.
And nothing's
You
gonna
don't
change.
think this is wrong. And that really scares me.
Okay, well.
We're gonna follow you out to your car.
He doesn't have. He walks.
You don't have a car?
We're gonna be sending these to the police, just so you know. And
Okay.
this is gonna be on YouTube.
Cool. You can send them to the police. They don't do anything. That's why that one guy got murdered in this thing.
Damn, even he said the police don't do shit. That's crazy. Zesty ass walk. Bro, someone say he looked like the gay Undertaker. Imagine the Undertaker had another character and it was him.
I just don't believe this shit.
He really hits the pile drivers on his opponent. The bedroom pile driver.
Oh, no, I don't know. Excuse me, man. Oh, no, I don't want one.
The walk of shame.
Want to close it out?
That might be the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. He doesn't care. He didn't care. And he thought what he was doing here was okay. That's the type of people who need to be scared of. He has no remorse. Disgusting.
So after we caught him, he decided to send us this. LGBTQ Center in Fandom Alliance, by the way, illegal to record someone without permission. So flag your YouTube and Grindr. Damn! Damn! And white gap tooth, bitch. Nothing to say now, huh? Shit. I was wondering where the racist part came from. I was waiting for an M-bomb. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. These niggas lost. These niggas lost. This is the first dub the fucking EDP community has ever caught. And of course it had to be from the Joker motherfucker. Of course the Joker's gonna win. The Joker is always gonna... We lost, chat. We lost this one. We lost, man. Damn. That's crazy, bro. These motherfuckers doing this video. Who are these dudes? Hold up. Wait, let me see if there's more. He's going for the YouTube and the Grindr. It was a 3v1 and y'all lost to this motherfucker. Y'all should be bro, hang it up, man. Leave it to the professionals. Leave it. You got pile drived. You got tombstone pile drive by the gay Undertaker. That's crazy. Retire. If your next video is not a retirement video, I'm not watching. Okay, what do you want to do? Whatever you're comfortable with. So you want to hook up? Yes. Pick sexy. Okay, where are you? 9.5 miles. I'll have to walk. This nigga can't even spell. Bro. Metro Detroit. Oh, no fucking wonder they ran into the fucking Joker. They live in Detroit. Damn, that's where I caught the one Predator. Was in Detroit, chat. Wow. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, these niggas haven't uploaded in 5 months. I think they retired. Hey, boys, don't get me wrong, man. You're doing a great thing, but y'all lost. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Y'all lost that.
Ain't no one-on-one, boy, we gon' dump off in the crowd. If it's a problem, get them white folks and just take that shit to trial, bitch. You been hating for a while, bitch. Caught them shaking, left them baking out of town quick. Wipe your nose, foreign truck on 24s. They gotta go, dropping shit in up the skull. I'm in and out, cross them up and knock them down. Bro, look around, we can't see nobody now.